Fado for your soul. That is Road Gang Radio with your debonair riverboat gambler friend himself, Jimmy Mack.
Hey man, gamble, gamble, gamble. It's the only way to actually make a living out there on the highways and byways. By the way, congratulations to 14-year-old, 69-day-old Pearl of Texas. She is the oldest living chicken, according to the Guinness Book of World Records. She's owned by Little Helms' own Sonia Hull. So congratulations to Sonia and congratulations to Pearl. Hang in there. By the way, Pearl was created in an incubator by the owner herself. So basically, from cradle to grave, Pearl is taking the ride with Sonia. Sonia hopefully will outlive Pearl, although I hope Pearl lives a long time. By the way, speaking of chickens, I got to let Claire Marie know about this Pearl because when Pearl shuffles off her mortal coil, if Dora the Explorer, Adorosaurus, is still around, she will be able to live a long time. What do you got for Master Dre?
Well, I was going to say good morning to everybody else, but I guess I'm going to have to say good morning to Madison's mom because she didn't want to hear my voice. I don't even know if she's hearing the show right now because she thought she was going to hear Madison this morning, but she's like, I'm not listening because I don't know or like that guy. Yeah, both. It's all good. We're all good. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning to you. By the way, guys, Jim Park will be pleased and plenty relieved to hear that it ain't just Canadians from British Columbia hitting bridges in overheight trucks. As a matter of fact, Murica ain't going to be outdone. The New York State Thruway Authority reported on the X, formerly known as Twitter, that at 10:32 in the morning on August the 9th, a truck struck two for the price of one I-90 bridges in Montgomery County in Florida, New York. Man, there's a running theme of Florida today. Even when it's not Florida, it's always Florida.
Moist.
It was over the weekend, by the way. Crews and stadies got it removed quickly, got it reopened quickly, and troopers issued violations. Those violations were issued to, dig this, truck driver Rohan R. Webb, 43, who doubled the deed, as you probably realize. He was hauling an excavator on a flatbed when he collided with the overpasses at Snooks Corner Road and Fort Hunter Road. None of that sounds real.
Nope.
Not a lick of it. Rohan at Snooks Corner.
That sounds like something in Dungeons and Dragons.
It does, doesn't it? I mean, it really does. I am Rohan of Snooks Corner.
Roll the dice.
Roll the dice. By the way, under the bridge and over the dale, duck your head and lift your tail. Good morning to those yakking it up on the tube of you, being audacious on our Odyssey, getting their blood pumping on iHeart, staying alive on 365, and facing the day on Facebook. And if you're listening to replay, think about how weird that is for the folks listening live right now. Welcome to the resistance of Road Gang Radio, your one-step hub, where we begin by making a living and we conclude by getting a life, as Lindsay Lawler, the new Zoo LaRue, coming right at you, joins us at 9 in the center, 10 in the east. For all you members of the resistance, you've seen today's call sign on our post. All left-handers are sinister. That is literally true. All left-handers or sinisters. Good morning, Touchdown. Good to see you out there. Our good friend Trucker Bosun woke up this morning and realized 56 doesn't feel any different than 55. That applies to both speed limits and temperatures. And our good friend Forrest, by the way, says good morning from the cool and crisp Mile High.
Yes.
The Mile High. Is that the Mile High Stadium, the Mile High City, or the Mile High State?
Or Mile High Club. Are you on a plane?
Take it easy.
Whoa, family show here.
Come on, man. Not safe for work.
Madison's mom's listening.
Madison's mom is listening. We got to take care of that. By the way, we're going to get NACFE here just in short order for a roll on less. That'll be about natural gas. We're going to have TAT's Dylan Wecht is going to be joining us. And I'm actually excited about that because the discussion is how people get trafficked during natural disasters. That's a real thing. And I can't wait to talk to him because there's a lot of stuff that I saw during the aftermath of Katrina that anybody who deals with a natural disaster, especially truck drivers, you'll see a lot of this as you roll in to help. There's ways of helping people who don't just need because of the natural disaster, many of whom find themselves stuck there and find themselves in very vulnerable situations. So we'll be talking with our friends there. And, of course, it's episode 1001. You know what that means, huh, Phone Master Dre?
Tell me what it is.
The Braz.
Hey, that guy.
Tech Talk, by the way. And Jane Jazrawi blows some jazz on Education Station like she always does. She's going to be picking up where we left off, talking about soft skills and all the things sometimes that, well, CDL programs don't always instruct in, although our last two guests really kind of dug into that and made a big point, including our good pal Donnie Tolk. And then in part two, we are going to babble a bit with Benedictine monk. That's right. We got a Benedictine monk coming over here, Brother David Bryant. He actually is out of New Mexico, and he's got himself a little bit of a YouTube channel. We'll be digging in with him. And then children's author Catherine Davis Gibbons is going to be talking about her new book. If you got the grandchildren or the kids and you want to make a lifelong reader out of them, you could do a heck of a lot worse than getting your hands on this book. We'll get NACFE's Jeff Seeger in here. He's a clean energy consultant and the lead on natural gas fleets. We'll get him in a moment here to talk about his time with UPS. That's who he was embedded with. Can't wait to hear about what he discovered on that. Speaking of UPS, I got a chance to run an errand for you, Phone Master Dre, over at the UPS store. Ran into a couple of drivers, though. They're the nicest guys.
The UPS drivers?
Yeah.
The ones are here?
What do you haven't had a good experience with UPS drivers?
Oh, no, that's FedEx. Never mind.
What are you talking about, man?
Man, listen, dude, I don't know what was going on with the FedEx driver that one day, but he got out of a big white truck in a tank top and said, "Take your package."
Oh, no. That was a private contractor.
Man, that was a FedEx dude. He was a FedEx driver.
He was in a FedEx.
Yeah, I was like, "What's going on?" I'm so confused. And then UPS comes over and drops the package the day prior,
and it levitates.
It levitates.
I mean, basically, they conducted some kind of magic ceremony where they did everything for you, and it was all suddenly there.
Yeah, please don't put a head out on me, FedEx. That was just my experience. We're still cool.
When Dre absolutely has to pass away overnight.
Oh, he drank too much water.
615-292-6366. Speaking of Florida man, well, a half Florida man, our good friend Jody says good morning from Florida. Bruce Almighty says good morning, #RGR, headed to Dumas, Texas. I'm always tempted. But you know what? It's a cheap joke. We don't do cheap jokes here, unless of course they work.
Was that a commercial or a movie that was in? Well, how you doing there, Mister? Yeah.
That one?
Mr. Dumas.
Mr. Dumas?
Yeah.
No, that's dumbass.
Yeah, it's
I've always
dumbass.
thought it'd be really funny. I won't finish the joke off, but is there a Richard Pennis in this room? Is there a Richard Pennis? Well, no, actually, we go by Dick, and you pronounce my last name. Take it easy.
You're being a real Richard.
All righty. Like I said before, 615-292-6366.
Call that number.
This is kind of crazy, by the way. Speaking of strange stuff involving animals, talk about the 14-year-old chicken. I also want to extend congratulations not just to Pearl of Texas, of Little Helm, Texas. I want to extend congratulations to Florida sanctuary operator Ricky Sanchez, giving Florida men a good name everywhere. This is ridiculous that this happened this way. So he's a Florida sanctuary operator. He is simply taking a little R&R up in Bucks County, Pennsylvania on Magnolia Lake. And he's fishing, and he snags a 4-foot alligator.
Whoa.
In Bucks County, Pennsylvania at Magnolia Lake. So the Florida man goes up to get away from Florida and does some fishing on a lake in Pennsylvania, and he catches himself an alligator. I had an insight the other day I wanted to share with you. So you know how long alligators can live, right?
Yeah, not really. I'm trying to remember because I used to know that.
80 to 100 years.
Yeah, okay, like not as long as a turtle, but pretty long.
Yeah. So when an alligator, when they say "see you later, alligator,"
yeah,
there's a good chance that alligator is going to see you later.
I remember you.
So yeah, I mean, so basically, get busy. A couple of weird things going around the country too. There's some real animal shasta going on. So they caught some bears stealing sunflower seeds from Massachusetts pickup trucks.
Ooh, okay.
An Alabama coyote got his leg stuck in a tree. And this is funny. This is from Dean Croakland. From Queensland, Australia, a venomous snake was found napping in a model train tunnel.
Okay, can I add something to that I didn't get to talk about at Sturgis, about that I experienced at Sturgis?
Okay.
I was worried about more dangerous creatures because I am up there in the hills of the mountains, all that jazz. Dude, I wasn't worried. I didn't know I had to worry about a deer stealing my sausage. He came up.
Is that a euphemism, or
That's
you're just
all
excited to see me?
I was scared he would probably hit me there, but dude, at the same time, I had all this stuff grilled out. I had smash burgers, I had sausages, I had chicken, and I look away and I look over
He's
there.
entitled.
He was hungry. and I think the dad told him, "You're good to go. Go get it." But yeah, man, I had to just throw that in there. Sorry.
Yeah, none of those guys have licenses.
No.
They're not gonna, they won't gun you down. Go get some sausage.
Who invited you?
You know, go pick up a couple for everybody, by the way. Final bit of animal news of the
Give it to
day.
me.
We should really call our friends at Reeds Across America and give them a heads up. The Scarborough Police Department over in Scarborough, Maine, had a news release on Monday and Tuesday that the city's marine resource officer received a Monday report of a large shark near Richmond Island and Scarborough Beach. From all accounts and all sightings, it seems to be a great white. Kind of ironic, here we are in the 50th anniversary of the movie Jaws, and right up in the New England Northeast area, right off the shores of Richmond Island and Scarborough Beach, people are actually seeing.
No.
It's suspected to be a great white shark. By the way, speaking of Reeds Across America, our good friend Trucker Bosun is listening. In lieu of giving him birthday presents or birthday shout-outs, he's really encouraging a lot of folks out there. Please, guys, please make an effort to give to Reeds Across America. Check out his stuff. Maybe we'll repost it for him as well. I repost it for him as well. We got one phone call. We got to take a break, and then we got to get NACV on the phone, okay?
Man, let's do it. I'm not exactly sure who this is, but I'm just going to take a shot in the dark. Is this Huck?
Hey, Huck.
No, this is the Trucker Boat.
Hey! Even better. Don't tell Huck.
Tell Huck.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's happening, man? Tell us about your birthday drive, the pledge drive.
So, normally every year I'll do a charity, donation thing for like Autism Speaks or St. Christopher or something. But this year I thought, you know what? I hardly ever get anybody to donate money. Let's try to get people to donate their time. And I'm a huge fan of Reeds Across America. I've talked to my boss about hauling wreaths, and we're trying to get that worked out where I could do it. But I figured a good way for people to get out there and, give me some props for my birthday is to go out there and donate their time to Reeds Across America, because they're always needing volunteers to place wreaths. And with all my friends and acquaintances, it doesn't matter what city you live in, what state you live in, they've got them all over the place. So it's something that everybody can do.
It absolutely is. And if anybody does want to give money, I would highly encourage you guys to give money to the Transportation Fund, which you can do. RadioNemo has got a page on Reeds Across America where you can give money to the Transportation Fund to compensate the cost of the men and women who give up their own routes to make their way up to Columbia Falls and pick up a load of reeds as well, Trucker Bosun. I do want to. Can you give us a call in the second half of the show when we have some time? I got to get to these folks from NACV. The roll-on less thing is important, and we want to kind of get it done. But happiest of birthdays in advance. And I, by the way, I'm gonna join with you in this cause, and it's really cool. Thank you for starting our morning off on a good note. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right,
I'll talk to you later.
All right, Trucker Bosun. We'll get a chance to talk to him in the second half of the show when Lindsay Lawler shows up. We'll take care of that. We got to take a quick break. Pledge, national anthem, Bracing Cup of Java from Pastor John, and then we're going to jump right in to our friend Mr. Seeger, who actually was embedded with UPS as NACV.org continues their conversation with us. Phone Master Dre, break us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked away, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Wednesday, 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 Wednesday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, just want to drop this in your spirit and let you know that we're in the middle of the week and we're getting closer to the weekend. And I want to share this with you. It's not it's a scripture that we all have read, but I don't think we've really sat down and listened to what it's saying. And this is what it says. It's Psalm 62. That's right. Psalm 62. He says, trust in him at all times, O people. Pour out your hearts before him. God is a refuge for us. Selah. You know what he just said? He said, why do we just go to God sometime? Why do we only run to God when we say it's something too big for us to handle? Well, let me give you something to think about. Everything that you go through is too big for you to handle. Everything that you're dealing with is too big for you to handle. So my challenge to you today is simply this. Run to God and let him know that you trust him by giving him everything that you have. God bless you, brothers and sisters, and enjoy your Wednesday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Well, talking clean energy isn't too big for us to handle, so let's do that there, Jimmy.
Nicely done, by the way. And speaking of that, on Tuesday, August the 12th, the EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, that means yesterday, announced guidance for engine and truck manufacturers. That guidance urges them to update DEF systems, software, and current vehicles. The goal is to prevent sudden shutdowns in trucks and other diesel-powered vehicles. Don't think for a minute our friends at Trucking with OIDA aren't going to be talking about that. And our good friend Jamie Jones, who I spoke to at length yesterday, is going to join us on Nemo Nation for a full half hour at the end of the show to really dig into not only what this means in the immediate, but also what it means in regards to moving forward in the industry and also a history of it as well. I want to welcome, as we always do, our friends from NACV. We've been having this ongoing conversation. It is a really important one. Jeff Seeger joins us this morning. We are thrilled to have him. He's the clean energy consultant. He's taken the lead on the natural gas fleets in role on less, and we're thrilled to have him here. He's been embedded with UPS. I couldn't think of a better gig to have. Those people are quality, top-notch. We have a neighbor, by the way, in California, who we were invited to a party, by the way, Jeff, was the day that he had been with them over 10 years, and he had finally gotten out of the warehouse and gotten a route, and it was a big party. So I know how great those folks are. Welcome to the show, Jeff. How you doing?
I am well, Jimmy. Good morning to you, and thanks for having us on the show today.
Let's one more time with feeling to kind of explain in a 30,000-foot view the roll on less. Talk about that for a quick second,
Yep.
and then talk about your particular involvement in the, as the Cajuns would say, situation.
Exactly. So NACFI's been running this run on less for, I think, ever since 2017. We do it every couple of years. It's kind of the best of the best. We started out by looking at about 10 different fleets and comparing mile per gallon, trying to see which fleets got the best mile per gallon on diesels. And then we worked our way into battery electric vehicles. 2 years ago, we did one on battery electric vehicle depots where we looked at the charging, the fleet's charging stations and things like that. This year, we're doing run on less messy middle. Excuse me. And if you're familiar with messy middle, it's just so many different options between now and the time where we want to be fully zero emission vehicle. So we're looking at 4 different alternative powertrains, one being just base diesel, which has biodiesel and renewable diesel in it. Another one is battery electric vehicles. Another one is hydrogen fuel cells. And then, as you mentioned, I'm leading the charge for the natural gas. And we've actually visited 3 different fleets. Back in early August, I talked about Wegmans. Today, I'll talk about UPS. We went out there, I think it was in the middle of June, and it was just a great day, and it was really neat to see their operation. So that's kind of the overview. I would encourage everybody to go to the site, www.runonless.com. And in there, you'll be able to see profiles on all these different fleets. You'll be able to see videos. Come September 8th, we'll talk about that, but you'll be able to see dashboards, how the different vehicles are comparing. We did a lot of work on the boot camp, so we do little webinars describing, some of the aspects of these different powertrains. So it's a really good thing that we have going on, and I'm quite excited. The whole team is excited.
And by the way, guys, just to kind of give you all a heads up, when you go to runonless.com, those profiles, that is so well laid out. I got to tell you, I was laughing about it because, Dave and I talk about the presentation of content. You could literally do a full hour of a show, a coherent show, if in fact you could read cold copy and just simply, process that through, because that whole site is laid out impeccably in regards to being able to see these profiles, both the overview and then the deep dive as well. Speaking of deep dives, let's talk about UPS and your experience with them.
Absolutely. So as I mentioned, we went out there in the middle of June, and we're going to be monitoring a Kenworth T680 vehicle. But let me first kind of just tell you a little bit about the UPS site. And I'm kind of a mountain guy. I love hiking in the mountains, and this was the first time I had been to Salt Lake City. And it was really a pleasure flying in. It's just nothing more beautiful than, seeing a sunrise or a sunset on a nice clear day in those mountains. And so just beautiful flying in. But, it's really kind of interesting in that Salt Lake City is surrounded by mountains. And while it's beautiful, that can also trap emissions. And the UPS folks told us, I think they were really kind of strategic and visionary. And whenever they set this site up, they said, hey, let's see if we can improve the environment and make it better. And so they have an initiative to get as much natural gas vehicles at that site as possible. And today, I think they're about 65% natural gas. I'll say more about some of the routes and the fueling and stuff like that. But they have a goal to get to 100%. And by working with the fuel provider, I think they'll be able to get there. And that'll be really cool. One last thing about the site, and then we can open, up for more discussions and or questions and different angles of this conversation. But that site is just impressive. It's been there for 7 years. We walked through the facility, and it's just conveyor belt after conveyor belt, and they have all the packages coming, and I think they have something like 400 different bays for package delivery trucks to come, and they just drive right up, and a little conveyor belt brings the packages to the truck, and then somebody lifts or moves the packages from the conveyor belt to the truck, and just really a slick operation. They do this, 3 or 4 times a day. It's running 24/7, and they have these packages come, fill the trucks up, and then the drivers go on and drive the vehicles to the site, the last mile.
I'm going to say really quickly to remind people out there, if you have a small trucking company or even a mid-sized one, it's important to remember that often, making these kind of decisions as UPS has improves the quality of life for everyone in the community. And in doing so, makes you a better neighbor. People are often inclined to be much more amenable to working with you as an, on-site company if they know you're actually taking care of them and their families. I wanted to ask you, by the way, because you keep hitting on it because you were with them. The drivers, can we talk a little bit about how the drivers were kind of reacting to this new equipment, how they were reacting to the fleet upgrades and all that? Tell us a bit about what it means to run on natural gas, but then tell us how the drivers are kind of working with that.
Yeah, well, let me start with the drivers, and then I can say a little bit more about natural gas. But let me actually say that one of the neat things about being on the NACFE team is we were able to go out and go to the site. We talked and interviewed so many people. We talked to the drivers, we talked to the staff, the people doing the planning. We talked to the fuel provider. Kenworth was out there, so we talked to them. It's just a great experience. To talk to everyone. The drivers that we spoke to just love the X15N and the Kenworth T680. I think one of the things to start with is if the X15N has been designed to feel exactly like a diesel, and that's what we heard from the drivers. They can take any kind of mountain and get just as good a performance with that natural gas truck as what they can with a diesel truck. The other thing is the driver described that vehicle as just being very smooth suspension, less noise. Of course, you don't come home smelling like diesel fuel. Natural gas is odorless. So the drivers were just big fans of that engine and also the technology on the truck. There's a lot of ADAS type equipment and safety equipment that they like. So they are believers of this technology and quite advocates of it.
So let's kind of now pivot in that way to kind of talk about what you expect to see. I mean, you've been with them, but this big roll is coming up. Like I said, I was saying roll on less, and the reason I said that instead of run on less, I was listening to Roll On 18 Wheels Roll On this morning. But when we get to where the rubber meets the road in September, what are you expecting to see based on what you've already seen?
I think for me, the big deal will be the dashboard. And what I mean, and if you want to go back and look at this, you can see previous dashboards that we've had. But as I mentioned, we've got 4 different types of powertrains. We've got 13 different trucks running those 4 different powertrains, and we're going to be monitoring them. We have telematics on these vehicles, mainly geotab, and we're monitoring key parameters like vehicle speed, mile per gallon. If it's an electric vehicle, we'll monitor kilowatt hours per mile. All performance indicators we'll be able to see. We've got a person who does our IT, and he builds just a beautiful dashboard that you can compare each of these different trucks and how they're performing. You can also see some stuff like the routes that they're on, how many miles per day they're running, and those types of things. And then we'll of course be releasing information as well as we go through it. But NACFE is a nonprofit organization. We're unbiased. We just want to help industry get a good feel for, what are these different technologies, what are their strengths, what are some of the challenges, and you'll see all of that kind of stuff as these trucks are in real world duty cycle applications. They're not running on a test track or anything like that. They're hauling freight in their everyday work, and it's just really exciting to see that.
Do me a favor. We have to wrap this up really quickly, but promise me that you'll come back and have a longer conversation because like I said, this is one of those great moments where we're taking the culture of a company, combining it with new technology, and then being able to see how the data kind of shakes out as well. And one more time, guys, go to runonless.com. You can actually go /participants and find all those amazing profiles, by the way. Let's get some, let's get a little bit of mess out of the middle, and we'll figure out what's going to go on over the next couple of months. Thank you so much, Jeff.
Thank you.
We appreciate you, brother.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for having us on. Appreciate it.
Guys, you can go to nacfe.org as well, NACFE. We're talking with our friends from Truckers Against Trafficking coming up here next. It's Road Gang Radio. Go to truckdown.com. Get out of the ditch, back on the road. They've been doing this since 97. We'll be right back.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Oh, that commercial always makes me hungry. This is Road Gang Radio live from the Degas House at Fastport Studios. Take it away there, Jimmy Mack.
Do not eat sloppy sandwiches while you're actually behind the wheel. It is National Left-Hander Day. All left-handers by very nature are sinister. They are, straight up. That's the absolute truth, Ruth.
What does sinister stand for?
Sinister actually is the Latin word for left.
Oh, nice.
And it was just believed that left-handers were, evil, so the word sinister began to become another word for evil. By the way, Paul McCartney is a very, very evil man. Do you realize that I think 4 of the last 5 presidents have been left-handers? Interesting, huh? A lot of evil folks out there, including this one, Jimmy Mack, including Brad Bentley of Fastport. By the way, we are broadcasting live from the Fastport studios at the historic Degas House. Fastport is solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. As you all well know, they are highly focused in the transportation sector. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. I said we're in the city of New Orleans, and that means because we're in the city of New Orleans, we are in ground zero for what happened in the aftermath of Katrina. Remember, our friends over in Ocean Springs, Biloxi, and Gulfport really took the brunt of the actual hit. What happened in New Orleans was that after a pretty darn good hit itself, its levees collapsed. It collapsed in both directions. To give people a sense of this, they didn't just collapse in New Orleans East, where often they have problems because of the surge. They collapsed in Lakeview, right out by the lake, and essentially turned the city of New Orleans into a giant bowl. My mom and dad lived at the corner of what is now Allen, Tucson, and West End Boulevard. Dre, they lived less than 7 blocks away from the 17th Street Canal. They got, brace for it, 13 feet of water in 30 minutes. If they had not been there, they would have been on their roofs. If they had been there, if they had not left, they would have been on their roofs if they could have gotten up there in time. That's how fast it happened. I bring all of this up because Dylan Wecht, TAT's Director of Public Sector Engagement, is actually here this morning to have a discussion. And this really applies to a lot of you guys because there are natural disasters that you guys have been taking care of. North Carolina, the fires out in California. We can go on for a while. You will be actually driving into those areas to bring relief and assistance. There's some things you should look for beyond just the assistance that people need with rebuilding and food. There are going to be a lot of vulnerable folks on the ground there. And I think that's kind of what you want to kind of dig into, don't you, Dylan? And good morning.
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much for having me, and that's exactly right.
Let's kind of talk about this. And guys, go to tatnonprofit.org, tatnonprofit.org. Make sure you head over there. It's also on the Book of Face, the Gram of Insta, and over on LinkedIn. Let's just kind of dig into this, too. Let's talk about what you do as the Director of Public Sector Engagement, and then we'll kind of, talk about how it is TAT wants our friends out there to respond to natural disasters.
Absolutely. So TAT, formerly known as Truckers Against Trafficking, we work with both the transportation industry, which obviously includes trucking, then bus, energy, railroads, local drivers, anything that you can group into the transportation sector. And then we work with the public sector as well, which would be local, state, provincial, federal governments throughout North America, obviously, as well as law enforcement and prosecutors. So my role as the Director of Public Sector Engagement, really working on that public sector side, training, assisting, and running public sector and law enforcement initiatives. So that's kind of a summary of my role.
And I want to kind of talk about what it means in regards to what a natural disaster can mean for what I call predators. I mean, that they create these vast open spaces of dark possibility is the way I've often, having lived through Katrina, having gotten back in 3 days after it took place, I saw a lot of what kind of transpired on the ground. And when I saw this was your topic, I said, wow, this is a spot-on conversation, especially with the transportation industry to have.
Mm-hmm.
So talk about the impact of natural disasters and what they mean towards trafficking.
Absolutely. So we'll get to Katrina in a bit, but when you're looking at human trafficking, a key thing to recognize is that this is not a crime that discriminates. It happens anywhere and everywhere. So what traffickers are looking for, they're trying to exploit vulnerabilities. And when you think about what a natural disaster does to a community, to a family, to their jobs, to their living conditions, this is creating a lot of vulnerabilities, right? So this is going to be fertile grounds. It's going to be the perfect position for a trafficker to step in and offer what that person needs, whether it's a job, whether it's a house, somewhere safe to be. They're going to come in and take advantage of that. So when you have a natural disaster, whether it's a hurricane or a tornado or a fire that displaces people, the traffickers are going to be right there, either taking advantage of those who were already vulnerable or who now have these new vulnerabilities.
I'm going to say this really quickly, and you can either kind of adjust it for what I'm saying. But one of the things,
absolutely,
one of the things I noticed that happened after Katrina was there are young people who are looking for food. There are people who are looking for any sort of hope. And often you'll find that people who are desperate gravitate into natural disasters areas because there are people there doing good work, giving out food, have a cot, try to make space for people to keep them comfortable. And so a lot of people come down there, a lot of runaways, a lot of people sometimes looking for an adventure end up in these places. What they don't realize is that the people who exploit people like that often show up soon after looking for the same sort of option and possibility. That's something that I noticed happened on the ground a lot. I noticed people where it's like, are you from here? No. Why did you come down here? I was hoping to find work or I was hoping to find food. Is that something, how do we deal with that? How do we make sure that those people are taken care of even when they shouldn't be down there?
Yeah, like you said, the majority of people are good. They have good intentions. They are coming to help, whether that's helping out at a shelter or a food bank or in the trucking industry, bringing down goods or whatever is needed to that area. But like you said, at those areas, whether it is a housing facility or a food shelter, that is where traffickers are going to be. It's very similar what you see just in everyday life with foster homes and facilities that take care of minors. Traffickers will actually hang out there. They will locate these facilities because they are looking for these vulnerable individuals who need something. So to the people who are going to help, whether you're handing out food or you're assisting in some manner, what you want to look for is obviously individuals who may be very timid or it seems like they may be under some kind of control. And the biggest thing that we can do is, one, just be a kind individual. You have conversations with them, you listen to them, you gain their trust. And you can also hand out materials, show resources, posters, that kind of stuff, because a lot of these individuals are not aware of the crime of human trafficking or not aware that it is happening to them, whether they are in it or they're in that grooming phase.
And let's talk about the grooming phase for a second here so people understand what's going on. One of the things that a lot of people I have talked to, a lot of my friends in law enforcement that I still have, will tell you if in fact you're talking to somebody vulnerable or somebody that appears vulnerable, you can go a long way by bringing over other people that you're not connected with. When you're talking with 3 and 4 people as opposed to just one, don't isolate the person. Don't take them to the side. Make sure that there are lots of people around them. Make sure that, like I said, there is a sense of predators work in very, very different ways, but many of them, the idea is to create isolation. It's always kind of helpful if you can get these younger people or anybody vulnerable. Like you said, it affects everyone of all ages, all races, all backgrounds, to make sure that they understand that public places with lots of different people often are one of the best preventatives from that happening in terms of engagement. How did I do?
That's exactly right. And one thing I would add to that is to give them choices. These are individuals, if they've been in a trafficking position or if they're very vulnerable, have not been given choices that we're given in everyday life. So if you have the opportunity to say, hey, do you want to go to this room or this room? Would you like something to drink, a soda or a coffee? These are small little questions that are going to go a long way because, again, these people, whether they have been under control or they're being isolated and groomed, they're not given a lot of choices in their everyday life. So if you can give them some kind of choice when you're having these conversations, that can really go a long way with these victims of human trafficking.
Before we pivot over to Hurricane Katrina, can you kind of give examples to let our listeners know? I mean, they're starting to get a really good picture from how you and I are talking because we're getting closer and closer to specifics. But talk about trafficking cases in recent natural disasters.
Absolutely, yeah. So there's been a few studies, and they've looked at a few natural disasters. So most recently, obviously, everything that's been happening in North Carolina, they've reported an increase in sex and labor trafficking risks, specifically after Hurricane Helene. And then looking at the wildfires that were in Lahaina, Hawaii, 1 in 6 female survivors of that wildfire felt forced to engage in sexual acts in exchange for basic necessities. So we're talking about food, clothing, housing, what we've been talking about before. And then the last one that I'll note, looking at Houston, Texas, specifically citing Hurricane Harvey after 2017, they found that 1 in 3 construction workers in the Houston area had experienced labor trafficking. So we're talking about both sex and labor trafficking here when it comes to natural disasters.
Okay, so let's kind of talk about Katrina in particular. As you probably have guessed, it's near and dear to my heart in regards to what the people that I love. And, my dad made a really good point. He says, when your house burns down, your neighbors come to help you. When everybody's house burns down, you're often waiting for help, and you don't often know the people that are helping you. So can we kind of talk about what that looked like? Because Katrina sadly provides a really amazing case study for the vulnerabilities that result in the aftermath of a natural disaster in regards to trafficking. Can you kind of unpack that for us?
Absolutely. And your dad made a very good point. I mean, we've talked about the housing insecurity and job insecurity, but big things to note are that isolation and lack of support because everyone is in the same boat. And government agencies or aid workers who are coming are sometimes isolated from that area. So that's obviously what we're seeing in all natural disasters, but specifically with Katrina being one of the most destructive natural disasters in U.S. history, I mean, resulted in the death of over 1,800 people, displaced over 1 million. So we're talking about a massive storm here that caused upwards of, I think it was $125 billion in damage. After they were able to get in there and obviously start helping people and speaking to people, starting those criminal investigations, there were at least 3,700, I think a figure I have is 3,750 potential victims of human trafficking in that entire Gulf Coast region post-Katrina. A lot of those were for labor. So again, mass displacement, homelessness, financial hardship. But then you had the lack of law enforcement ability to enforce criminal laws because of what was happening. And it was just exacerbated by the local government agencies being completely overwhelmed with their resources. So it was a major problem.
And by the way, we've opened the door on that too. That's something to really remember, guys, is the fact that I'll put it this way. In the aftermath of Katrina, the NYPD and the New York Fire Department showed up at the convention center and called a muster of all the law enforcement officers on the ground. And they said, we are not here to police your city. We are here to make sure you guys have working showers, coffee, and around-the-clock mental health care. That's why we're here, because we have gone through 9/11, so we know what you guys are kind of going through here. But that reminds people that in a natural disaster, one of the other things that traffickers exploit is that law enforcement and first responders are stretched to their breaking point. So some quiet conversation with some isolated construction worker, some displaced immigrant, or some runaway doesn't get noticed in the way that it would have gotten noticed in a normal functioning society, correct?
Absolutely. That is spot on.
So can we talk about the idea of creating an infrastructure for natural disasters and what that looks like, the idea of an anti-trafficking infrastructure for both companies, for both individual truckers and transportation folks, and for the public at large? How do we create an anti-trafficking infrastructure for natural disasters?
Absolutely. So there are things that we can do before, during, and after natural disasters, focusing on that before part, implementing training and trafficking awareness. I could not stress this anymore. For anyone listening who is in the truck industry, we offer free TAT training, which will give you those resources to be able to recognize what the crime of human trafficking is and who those potential victims are, as well as the intersections where you may run into them. But not just for those in the trucking industry. I mean, we're talking about bus, energy, and then obviously the public sector and law enforcement. Apart from training beforehand, before these natural disasters, I would stress building partnerships and disaster protocols. Because once these natural disasters hit, often out of nowhere, you will, resources will be stretched thin, as we talked about, and you'll have to stick to these protocols that have been practiced. And then another big one beforehand would be the ethical hiring of employees and third parties. This was a big thing that we saw in Katrina, specifically with this one company, Signal International. Big lawsuit, and that had to do with third-party contractors, so just ethical hiring. But then during the natural disaster itself, utilizing necessary resources and communication channels, handing out this human trafficking information, especially at whether it's the Red Cross sites, it's a housing shelter, where those vulnerable populations may be. And then afterwards, again, in the rebuilding, ethical labor practices, continued human trafficking identification, and then sharing data and reporting it, just making sure that all of the agencies and everyone who is involved is on board. So a lot of different things that we can do to create this kind of infrastructure at all phases of a natural disaster.
Yeah, and the thing about ethical hiring, that it's a ripple effect. The idea what people don't understand is that in the aftermath of Katrina, I'll use that as an example, there was a lot of unethical hiring practices at all levels, not just with the big companies and subcontractors.
Yes.
People were doing it all over the place. And the problem is, especially when you have displaced people who actually live in those cities who are desperately looking for work, and they see themselves getting squeezed out for unethical hiring practices, it also creates resentment, anger. It creates situations where people who would normally have been helpful for displaced people or people struggling, no longer, the Good Samaritan rule begins to collapse around you. And when people practice unethical sort of hiring practices, it puts a toxic veil on the community that makes it much less receptive to actually helping out the day-to-day stuff like looking for the signs of human trafficking, correct?
Yes, absolutely. That's correct. I mean, it's just so important. And going back to Katrina, as you mentioned, it wasn't just these big companies. I mean, obviously, these are the ones that made the news and the ones that we're able to look at. But this was happening everywhere, and it was affecting communities, both big companies and then, whether it's a small contractor or someone just hiring someone to help rebuild their home. It can happen at any level.
Well, and I wanted to ask you, too, about the fact of, talk about ethical behavior among companies. So you'll get these larger or mid-sized reconstruction companies that actually have to have hubs. Look, just to kind of give you an example, if in fact people are rebuilding something or actually excavating something and they have to be on site, it means that a camp is going to pop up, meaning that often those people either stay in large hotels under subcontract or they stay in tent worlds as they begin to do the work. The problem is that it often feels like you have to hire the proper security around those places too, because it becomes very easy for predators and pimps to begin to kind of move sex trafficking through that as well too. The idea of offering a lot of these ground workers, what I would call illegal and illicit amenities. And so it becomes a matter of working with the partners, but also making sure that part of your budget is hiring security to look out for those kind of what I call subcultures in the culture of rebuilding.
Yes, that's a really good point. Both these temporary camps and the permanent ones. I mean, I've visited a number of them. I'm thinking right now specifically in northern Canada, but security is so important, obviously, at these facilities, because in some of these towns, or if we're talking about natural disasters in areas that are completely isolated other than the locals and these camps, you're talking about, illicit activities that can happen there. And then I would say beyond the control of these camps, having protocols, having regulations for your employees that, makes it clear that they should not be engaging in these activities, in these commercial sex activities, because both around these camps, in the cities and towns around these camps, traffickers are actively bringing their victims to these towns because they can generate a higher profit, because we're talking about camps of hundreds, thousands of oftentimes younger men who are making a lot of money. So it is absolutely happening at these camps.
Yeah, and the other big thing too is the fact that I always remind people that the Confederacy was the fastest growing economy in the world in 1859 because it didn't have to pay for its labor. And a criminal organization, this is the other thing about trafficking. You said it's people always want to talk about the sex trafficking aspect. People don't understand, you're right, it's a labor aspect, but they also become the foot soldiers because they want these people who have, no identity, no one seems to care about them. They want them on the front line running their criminal activities because when those people go to jail, they can just cut them loose. And that's the thing about trafficking too, is that it actually creates a criminal network because it uses a lot of these people as its foot soldiers and as its fodder. How did I do on that?
Yeah, you're absolutely nailing it. That's spot on. I mean, the first example that comes to mind are these illicit marijuana farms that are all over the country, but especially out west. So you're having labor trafficking victims who are engaged in agriculture and farming, but they're also involved in this criminal network of growing, distributing, transporting marijuana and sometimes other drugs. So you're absolutely right. And that can happen at any level, at any place.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, and the thing about what we're talking with Dylan Wecht about this morning, he, by the way, is TAT's Director of Public Sector Engagement, and this is so important. I mean, this is how they get people. It's like, hey, you're going to be an outlaw. You're going to be on the edge of things, charting your own course, doing your own thing, and that is, I think the most sinister thing is a lot of the times opportunity, adventure, and romance are sold in this really ugly package to kind of seduce people into falling into these worlds when they have no other option. We've only got a few minutes left here. I kind of want you to tell us what's going on next, what plans you got. Is there anything new you guys are looking at implementing? I mean, this natural disaster plan is spectacular, by the way, and such an important part of because these almost become like these kind of patient zero moments. These become moments where people actually really get pulled into this stuff. What else you guys got up your sleeve? What's going on?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, this natural disaster human trafficking intersection work, this is the first time that we're publicly sharing this, on the radio or to other partners. So this is a big line of work that is currently in the process. We will be developing materials and resources that will go with our trainings for these individuals who will be transporting goods or working in these areas. And we're also working and looking at the FIFA World Cup, which will be taking place throughout North America in 2026. because obviously with big sporting events, that has a lot of potential for human trafficking as well. So those are two big ticket items that we're working on right now.
Promise me at some point we'll come back and we'll talk about the y'all's efforts around FIFA, because that has many similarities to a natural disaster.
Yeah.
If anybody's actually been to a soccer match, knows what I'm talking about, especially when it comes to British fans. That being said, it is important to remember that there are a couple of similarities, but there are some big differences too, because natural disasters are about grief. Stuff like FIFA, the real danger point is kind of like an alcoholic who's actually been 2 years sober who ends up at a wedding where they're having the time of their life. Stuff like FIFA is that you literally,
no, you're right.
You're exploiting joy. I mean, there's a joy about that. Everybody, when you wear somebody's colors, you make a friend instantly. You know what I'm saying? If you like the same soccer team, you make a friend instantly. If you're from the same country, you make a friend instantly. And sometimes making a friend instantly is a lifelong treasure, and sometimes it's the introduction to a nightmare. So we just got to kind of keep talking about this stuff. What you got planned for the rest of the week? What's going on, man?
The rest of the week, just working with our law enforcement partners throughout the country and Canada as well, getting ready for the fall conferences and law enforcement training. So never a dull moment.
TAT, by the way, guys, is a 501c3 that stands committed to educate, equip, empower, and mobilize members of key industries and agencies to combat human trafficking. Don't forget that truckers, transportation, and trucking are at the center of so much of it because they touch almost every industry in America. I can't thank you enough for making the time for us. Go have the best of days. Thanks for sharing this important information with us.
Thank you very much for having me, and look forward to our next conversation.
Dylan Wecht is TAT's Director of Public Sector Engagement. Big thanks to him. Coming up next here, just in a minute, our friend, the Braz, is going to be making his way over to us. It is, I think, more important than the 1,000th, because the 1,000th could have been the end. But it's not. It's the 1,001 episode of Tech Talk with TMC. Really excited to have Robert here. They're going to talk about right to repair issues. As you guys know, the Braz, Robert Braswell, is the Executive Director of ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council, and he's going to be talking with Edward Kuo about the right to repair issues, and they'll take your calls on Tech Talk with TMC. You guys can give us a call at 615-292-6366. Don't forget, immediately after the Braz takes his leave, and there's always more Braz coming on the other side of the week, Jane Jazrawi is going to be joining us for Education Station. We're going to be talking about the tools for success as a student, and we'll talk about Missy Blair's great interview we had with her and Donnie Tolk's great interview. A lot of that's going to be prepping for the lifestyle. If you want to call during that segment after we get a little bit into it, as we begin to talk about ways. One of the things that's beginning to come up among friends in the industry that is so amazingly cool is that more and more people are worried about the quality of life that many of the truck drivers are having there out on the road. And what's so important about that quality of life is that we teach it before it starts, because that window, that 2 to 3 year window when somebody's first getting out on the road, sometimes they get the right mentor, sometimes they end up with the right company. But if they don't, if they get that kind of rapid turnover that often happens with an onboarding driver, what you want to avoid is them being a good driver and leaving the industry and never coming back. There's a growing belief that if we can onboard people in the training process for the kind of lifestyle they could have, if they just can be patient, we could keep a lot more. Retention rates would rise. They'd also rise if people would get paid more and get more off time. That's a whole other conversation. Madison, let's head into this break. We'll be back.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Well, hey there, guys. It's me, Madison with the T, and you're listening to Road Gang Radio with your host, Jimmy Mack.
Live from the Fastport Studios here at the historic Degas House. We were proud, actually, to have this studio be the place where we broadcast the 1,000th episode of Tech Talk with TMC, and its host joins me, as he always does, once a week, the longest-running segment on RadioNemo.com. Robert Braswell is here. You guys know him as the Executive Director of the ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council, and as good a friend to this show and Dave Nemo as anyone. Hey, Robert, good morning. Welcome back.
Hey, good morning, Jimmy Mack. Great to be back here for Tech Talk with TMC.
So we got a couple of things on the docket today, but I just wanted to extend congratulations to you. We had Dave come in and talk to you about this, but I wanted to say from the bottom of my heart how delighted and how proud I am of the fact that we've had a show on this platform in one form or another that has gone 1,000th episodes. Welcome to 1,001. Thank you so much for taking the ride with us.
Well, thank you very much for the platform. And as I said last week, it gives us an opportunity to reach an audience we may not otherwise reach. So very happy for our members and the guests to provide this information to you on an ongoing basis. Looking forward to continue the relationship.
So who do you got on the docket today? We're talking about right to repair issues, and you brought somebody who can absolutely dig in with you, correct?
Yeah, that's right. So this week we're pleased to welcome to the program Edward Coe, who's Executive Director of the Commercial Vehicle Solutions Network. That's the CVSN. It's a trade association that advocates for the advancement of the independent commercial vehicle aftermarket. Edward has had more than 20 years experience in the commercial vehicle industry, working with vendors and fleets and manufacturers to improve maintenance and repair and create supply chain efficiencies. And this is one of the topics that CVSN is very, very interested in. But before we get started, each week, we'd like to make a special offer available to our listeners. And this week, it's our TMC Preventive Maintenance Inspection Manual for technicians. And we're offering it for the special price of just $25 plus shipping and handling. You can order it by calling us at our customer service line at 703-838-1763, or just shoot us an email at tmc@trucking.org. If you mention RadioNemo, you can get it for this special price. Also, if you are an owner-operator or a small fleet, if you have 100 or fewer power units, we'd love to have you as a member of TMC. Do that today. You will get our 2-volume recommended practices manual along with many other good benefits. So please call that same number if you're interested in signing up. And as always, remind our listeners at the top of the program that any recommended practices we might discuss on the program reflect the consensus of our members. We offer them as recommendations only, and everyone is first determined for themselves if they are safe and appropriate for their operation. Please remember that TMC doesn't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed in the show are those of the individual and not necessarily the opinion of his or company, nor TMC, unless stated otherwise. And with all that out of the way, please welcome to the program, Edward Coe. Good morning, Edward.
Good morning. Thanks for having me today. I'm kind of excited to be on episode 1001. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, we've been doing this for a little while. And, one of the things that's been going on for more than just a little while, unfortunately, is the issue of right to repair. And it just doesn't apply to our industry in the heavy-duty commercial vehicle sector, but it also applies to just about everything, right? I mean, we hear about this issue when it comes to consumer electronics, farm equipment, off-road equipment, automotive, and passenger car equipment. It really seems to be a growing issue across many different industries and disciplines. The fundamental right to repair the things that you, the consumer, have purchased. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I mean, some industries get into the news a little bit more than others, like John Deere and the farming industry. They've been pretty active in that area. Others like consumer electronics, not as much because when big giants like Apple agree that if some independent shops can help work on their devices and repair them, that kind of pulls it out of the spotlight. So vehicles from the automotive side all the way up to the commercial trucks. Definitely hot on the docket, and we have a lot of exciting things going on, and we hope to come to a nice resolution here sometime in the near future.
Just for a frame of reference, let's use consumer electronics as an example before we get into the trucking side of it. So I'm thinking about, a particular laptop manufacturer. It's got a type of fruit on the back of the cover. If you take a look at the laptop, I remember, 15, 20 years ago, it was pretty easy to put memory in it. It was easy to swap out a battery. It was easy to change a hard drive or a solid state drive nowadays. That really doesn't happen as much now. Now they've kind of integrated the entire thing so that, number one, it's hard to open the case to even work on it. And two, you can't change some of these parts. They're soldered to the board. It's like, you buy it, and then if you don't send it back to the authorized repair center, you're not going to be able to fix it. And it's designed that way. I mean, it's literally designed that way, and they can give you all sorts of reasons why they do that. But the bottom line is that what you used to be able to repair or upgrade yourself at one time in that area, you really no longer have as many options. Some manufacturers give you more options than others, but the trend has been generally to reduce those options to the end user. With respect to trucking, boy, it really makes a big difference because in trucking, 80% of the maintenance is done by the end user themselves. Fleet operation, they're going to do most of the maintenance themselves in the vehicle in terms of the repair, maintenance, maybe the reflashing of the ECMs, all that kind of stuff. And so they're used to doing the work themselves. And if that changes somewhere along the line, that's a big deal. You mentioned John Deere specifically. So in the agricultural industry, there were lawsuits involving John Deere. This isn't any particular secret out there. John Deere was making it more difficult for the end farmer to repair their own equipment. And, the tradition of fixing your own equipment in the farming industry, agricultural industry, boy, that goes back to the very beginning of it when it started to become, mechanized. So that was a big change for that industry, wasn't it?
Well, absolutely. Farming goes way back, where the farmer, not even fleets of equipment, but the actual farmer could get into their vehicle and turn the wrench themselves and figure out what's wrong and make it work because they needed to extend the life of that vehicle. That it's not any different now. People still want to have that opportunity, but yeah, the technology and the vehicles are amazing. It's great stuff. We love the fact that these vehicles are getting better and better. The technology is getting better. These are all good things. But there's also the question of how do you keep them going and how do you keep them moving and how do you fix things so it's affordable but yet still safe and practical at the same time. So just getting that right to repair is going to be a constant conversation.
So let's start cycling in a little closer onto our own particular industry. So as vehicles in our industry become more complex, as the original equipment manufacturers have becoming more focused on cybersecurity and emissions regulations and all of that, it seems like they've been restricting fleet and independent repair shop and even aftermarket suppliers' ability to impose, the ability to access this data. And if you can't access the data, whether the vehicle owner can't access the data or whether the aftermarket supplier or the independent repair shop can't access the data, you really can't do much about repairing the truck, right?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, I always liken it to the check engine light on your vehicle, on your automotive vehicle. Um, the light comes on and you don't know what's wrong, right? And the question is, well, how do you fix it? You take it down to the only option is you can take it down to the dealer, or you have to have the right software. You know, the people who want the right software have to have subscriptions to that software. These are all fine and good for those of us on the independent side of the aftermarket, you know. But as it gets more restrictive and preventing that access, that starts causing bigger challenges when you don't know what's wrong with the vehicle, and you have to send it down to the dealer for everything, not just the things that they are specializing in. So we got to find that balance in there where the independent shops have an opportunity. It's a free trade thing. The customer has a choice of who they want to fix the vehicle, but at the same time, there's a capacity issue where we need to have. You can't have dealers who have long wait lines and times to get to a vehicle. You can't have vehicles sitting on the side of the road or sitting on the in lots unable to move when a simple fix is to continue to make sure that the independent side has the opportunity to fix those vehicles.
This is a really good point, because for fleet operations, I think we hear it all the time at the Technology and Maintenance Council. Fleet managers say downtime is their biggest enemy. And, it's not so much that the fact that the vehicle needs to be repaired or there's a certain expense associated with it. It's the fact that it's going to be down for 2 weeks if it's out of my control and I can't repair it in the processes that I'm used to doing. So that is a real issue. You've touched on a major point right there. Another thing too is that getting access to the right data. Sometimes you have access to some of the data, like we know, for example, with emissions regulations, the EPA requires the manufacturers to make available certain types of data that will help you diagnose any faults that are related to the after treatment or emissions regs that pertain to the vehicle through OBD or the J1939 data bus. But you don't necessarily get all of the codes when it comes to diagnostics on the vehicle. The vehicles are becoming much, much more self-diagnosing. There's a lot of data that's stored during the operation of the vehicle, and it can be shared back to who's ever the repairer of the vehicle. But in some cases, the OEM is reserving that access to their own dealer network for whatever reason, and they claim cybersecurity issues, they have to keep the gateways closed, but really sometimes it just comes down to, we want you to come back to the OEM to get the repair work done. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right. And data is a funny thing, Robert. We've been working on data since way back, different types of data, and the vehicle, the commercial truck nowadays has multiple large data pools that they're collecting. It could be on location. It could be on driver habits. It can be on how the parts are being used and where the failures are. It could be there's a number of things that are taking place. The data controls the truck now, and I don't want to make people think that the independent side wants access to all of that data. This is a critical point. We just want to make sure we understand. I try to keep it simple. We want to know if the truck's broken and not working right and the light's on, why is that light on, and what do we need to know to fix that, and then how do we turn off the light once it's done? That's as simple as it is. Sticking to the operation of the vehicle, not on all of the other things. The intellectual property, we don't want to know. We don't need to know the security of the vehicle, the location. Those are all things that are out of our jurisdiction. We don't really want to go down that path, right? And we don't need to. But to simply fix the truck correctly as best as possible, to take some of that capacity off of the dealers who are out there, to give the consumers a choice of fixing something right down the road, or taking it 30 miles to the closest dealer. These are all choices that the customer wants to have. That's the TMC fleet owner, the fleet maintenance group. They want to have an option. How they choose their option, it's up to them, but they want to have that option, and that's where we want to make sure we're clear. We just need to have access to what's wrong with the truck and how to fix it.
You touched on another issue about data. Who owns the data? Fleets, TMC, we've had in our recommended practice this for many, many years. The principle that the equipment user owns the data that's on the vehicle. And that's important whether there's a crash or whether that's just, being operated or being inspected. The equipment owner is the one who owns that data, and they should have control over the use of that data. And we feel that kind of extends to the repair of it as well. And that's kind of been the way it's been for a very, very long time. It also impacts a little bit, doesn't it, your third-party vendors, right? Like if you have a telematics provider, maybe the telematics provider doesn't have access to the data that you need to complete a repair, because let's say the OEM doesn't grant it to the third-party maintenance provider that's giving you some sort of AI assist or whatever interpretation of your repair and your parts utilization, because that is a burgeoning industry. Folks are really, really taking advantage of a lot of those tools that can be provided telematically to increase your uptime. So I think that's a very important aspect of this conversation as well. So let's talk about the summary. What do we have here? So with right to repair issues, some of the things that can come up if you're a equipment owner, equipment user, fleet. You're going to get higher repair costs possibly, right? You may get limited repair options that might force you to use a manufacturer's authorized facilities, and with that comes premium cost, premium pricing. You may have extended downtime. We talked about that. Restricted access to repair information might lead to longer diagnostic times. We typically say at TMC, in several of our recommended practices, we'd like to have a rapid repair assessment window of 2 hours. That may not be available if you've got to go back to a particular vendor, because just like you said, there are not as many points of service, let's say here in the United States, North America, than compared, let's say, to Europe, where a higher percentage of the maintenance that's done on fleets is done by the OEM or its dealer network. And you get reduced flexibility too, right? You're losing your ability to choose, when you're going to repair, how you're going to repair, and all of that can have an impact on any kind of an operator, whether you're a one-truck operation or 1,000 trucks. That's a real issue. It also extends to the aftermarket component industry, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the components, every truck's unique. We know that, well, not every truck, but a lot of trucks are unique. They're spec'd out specifically. But sometimes, you really want to be able to know if you can change, a brand of a part and know that, yeah, this one works great, but know also that some others don't. And the better we are at understanding, what options there are on the vehicle, the safer that vehicle is. And we're all in on safety and making sure that the country is moving goods around safely and efficiently. That we're all on the same page. So, I mean, I feel like in this issue, we have a lot in common. We do want to make sure that the capacity is there. We want to make sure that the trucks are safe and everything. I think where it comes right down to it, it's just we want to make sure that the capacity to fix trucks is also there. So we don't have downtime. Downtime is the biggest thing. The cost, some fleets don't care about the cost quite as much as the actual downtime, because 2 to 3 weeks is just totally unacceptable. And if you're a small fleet owner with 3 trucks and one's down for an extended period of time, that's almost going to put you out of business. And nobody wants that to happen.
You're listening to Tech Talk with TMC. We have Edward Coe, Executive Director of the Commercial Vehicle Solutions Network, with us. We're talking about right to repair issues and how it affects commercial vehicle operations. Let's shift gears a little bit and start talking about what are some of the things that are being done right now to kind of, bring solutions to this issue. There have been a number of things, and it's gotten better than it was, let's say, 10, 15 years ago, hasn't it?
Not sure where you're going with this one, but yeah, there's definitely a lot of activity on right to repair, that takes place on the political spectrum right now or in Congress. Is that where you're heading with this questioning?
Yeah, that and also efforts within the industry itself to develop a memorandum of understanding, for example, between the commercial OVMs and the aftermarket that kind of increase the ability to get that data. Not a perfect solution, but it is a step in the right direction, right?
Yeah, we've actually had a memorandum of understanding over the last few years. And as of right now, it seems to be sticking okay, right? I mean, if you're in the field, you kind of know there's a lot of conversations going on outside of official lines where information is exchanged. And somehow people make it all work for now. What's happened is right to repairs popped back up with there's been a change. It used to be you plug in a diagnostic system. Now it's everything's going wireless and
over the air.
Over the air. Everything is other industries like automotive is kind of going through this battle of reliving the right to repair, just to have something officially in writing saying, hey, we need to keep this access open to people, and really what because that's happened, we feel that it's kind of important to make sure that commercial vehicles are included at the same time, because if they're not, then it opens up the conversation of, well, it wasn't in this bill, so why would we need to do that? And starts this whole cycle all over again. So really obviously being included in the couple of bills that are out there in Congress right now has been very important to our industry. It's important to the infrastructure and the economy of our countries. And really, with the House leading the way, we feel like there's a definite surge in interest at the Congress, the members within the members of Congress, and hoping that in this session of Congress, which is a 2-year session, somewhere in this session that we wind up getting something going up that can be moved forward and hopefully signed by the president.
And, at the national level is important, I think, because I know there have been some efforts at the state level to address this particular issue, but then that kind of leads to a patchwork quilt of regulations, doesn't it? And it kind of makes it difficult to just, keep track of where you can get access to your data and where you can't, depending on, what state you're operating in.
Yeah, I mean, I like to use the example of Maine. There's been actually it was a few years ago, it went up on a referendum. So the voters in Maine, the public of Maine, they actually voted overwhelmingly. It was like 86%, somewhere in that range, where they all voted in favor of the right to repair. So a little bit of access to the information needed to fix their vehicles, right? And because of the way our current legal system and how politics work, it got held up by a judge for a little while, and then once the judge let it go, then it went through another committee, and they've reworded it completely from what was voted on, and now they're talking about passing a bill officially through their legislative group or at the state level in Maine, and it's kind of a shadow of what was actually passed by the voters. So, it's really interesting how politics work. I mean, I thought I had a good civics class in high school and I learned a lot, but when you get down to the nuts and bolts, it's very different than what you might have thought how everything works.
Well, the Technology and Maintenance Council doesn't get involved in politics. We're apolitical. But we do take an interest in the technical consequences of when fleets and service providers are not able to properly diagnose or repair their own vehicles in a timely and economical fashion. So this is why it's of high interest to our group and our members, of course. Does it just apply to data, the whole idea of right to repair? Does it not, in some cases, apply to the parts themselves or maybe the tools that you have access to effect a timely repair?
I don't think it affects those tools quite the same as the way you put that. I think the independent side still has access to the diagnostic tools. It's just which subscriptions and what information they're getting in it, and trying to get at least some complete information. If you're getting incomplete information, it kind of renders some of those tools useless. So technically, I think the independent side has access to the tools, but and the actual parts. Some parts are have access to some people and some to some systems and not to other systems. I think as parts get smarter and the technology gets a little bit better, I think all of that will be resolved soon, and that everybody's going to be talking really well with each other, because that's really what we need the truck to do. But again, once you have all the data coming in, giving access to the right data so we have the ability to fix it, that's where we want to limit that conversation, because we think that on the OEM side, they do have intellectual property that is absolutely valuable, and we want them to keep doing that and getting better and making better trucks, and that's good for the industry. We're all on the same team. We're all in the same ecosystem. But at the same time, we can't have, long lines at the dealer because they can't fix the trucks because they're too busy selling new trucks.
That's right. There's a tangential issue that's related to this as well that our fleet members talk about sometimes, is that, at one time, things as simple as, let's say, a headlamp. That was kind of a standard part. You could get it from multiple vendors, but now headlamps are kind of unique to the vehicle. And those kinds of repairs become very, very expensive. We see that on the passenger and light truck side. We see it on the heavy duty side. And depending on your ability to purchase vehicles in volume to affect changes in specifications, a part that may have been fairly inexpensive 25 years ago really could be really expensive today, just because it's unique to that particular OEM. Not exactly data right to repair issues, but it's kind of in the same vein. I don't know that you guys touch on that at all or not, but that is something we hear as well from members.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely is, and you keep in mind that all of the dealer side has the whole warranty thing going. So 2, 3, 4 years, whatever that warranty is, the owner's taking it back to that dealer anyway. Where the aftermarket or the independent side steps up is right after that warranty ends, and that's where people start wanting to have some choices. But with the new technologies, it's always going to change. It's always going to be there, and again, there's a big difference between, what is that new technology and what parts are needed to fix it. So trying to distinguish where that line is and still give the independent side an opportunity to be in the conversation. That to me is what this country is all about, having some sort of free trade.
Well, we have hopefully a right to repair, but we don't have a right to keep on talking. This segment is sure flown by. Thank you so much for joining us on Tech Talk with TMC, Edward. Hope you can continue to keep us in touch with what's going on from your perspective on this particular issue. And in the final seconds here, any final thoughts you'd like to share with the listening audience?
No, I just want to say that we on the commercial vehicle side, we love working with TMC, and you guys are a great organization. We want to keep finding new ways to get better at what we do, so the industry is better at what they do. So thank you very much for your time.
Edward Coe, Executive Director, Commercial Vehicle Solutions Network. We've been talking about the right to repair and some of the issues, how it affects commercial vehicle trucking on Tech Talk with TMC. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Jimmy Mack in the studios in New Orleans.
By the way, Robert, we don't have a lot of time here, but I wanted to kind of make sure we were on the docket for next week. What do we got coming up?
Next week, we're going to have a regulatory roundup discussion with Tom Cuthbertson on the next edition of Tech Talk with TMC.
Thank you, Robert. We really appreciate you, and happy 1001. Guys, we come back on the other side of this break. It's Jane Jazraoui blowing some jazz on Education Station. Education Station, by the way, is another long recurring segment on this show. Hey, guys, go to truckdown.com. Hook yourself up with a provider. Get out of the ditch. Get back on the road. 50 states, 8 provinces, truckdown.com.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Good morning, world. This is Madison with the T, and we're bringing you some more Road Gang Radio live from the Fastport Studios in New Orleans. It's your host, Jimmy Mack.
It is your host, Jimmy Mack, by the way. Hey, guys, on Tuesday the 12th, that was yesterday, the EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin announced guidance for engine and truck manufacturers. That guidance, by the way, urges them to update their DEF system software in current vehicles. The goal is to prevent sudden shutdowns in trucks and other diesel-powered vehicles. In the words of Tyson Fisher, the Trump administration has given truck drivers another gift. This time it's addressing their concerns about diesel exhaust fluid. You can check out his story over in Landline. Tyson will be joining us next week, as will Jamie Jones on Nemo Nation. Going to be giving you a full half hour of an in-depth discussion about how we got there, where we are, and what could possibly be headed next on the rapid-fire, fast-paced Nemo Nation every Monday from 7 to 11 in the center on RadioNemo.com. For those of you pumping blood on iHeart, good morning. For those of you with the audacity to listen on Odyssey, we're thrilled to have you. Are you making FaceTime on the Book of Face? Great to have you with us. And, of course, all of our friends on the Tube of You, including my good buddy Trucker Bosun, who is encouraging people to give either time or money, but time is equally important to our friends at Reads Across America. Well, make sure you honor his birthday by doing just that. If you're a friend of mine on the Book of Face, I've actually reposted and said simply, this is the way. Speaking of the way, there are a few ways I'd rather follow more than our regular recurring guest on Education Station and the CEO at Carrier's Edge, who is the sponsor of this segment, Jane Jazraoui, who joins us this morning. Hey, Jane, welcome back.
Hey, Jimmy. I'm glad to be back at dark 30 in the morning.
Oh, that's right.
No, it's not that bad.
It's
not that bad. It's actually light out right now, so I'm good.
Yeah, it's been worse. And by the way, as the season rolls on, my friend, it's going to get worse because it'll get darker in the mornings. Something like that. I don't know how it works. I'm never quite sure.
No, it's great when daylight is happening because then it's easier to be awake. But we get long days and then long nights. So I will take this while I have it.
I got a strange shout out on LinkedIn, by the way. Missy Blair, who will be talking about her work over at Pima Community College Center for Transportation Training in just a second here. pretty much let everybody know that I had no idea what I was going to be talking about, and I trusted Jimmy enough to kind of get me through to the other side of that. It's one of the ways we work here. I mean, you and I do some prep. You do send me notes of stuff you want to kind of talk about. But one of the things, that's so important, and it's why we constantly keep reading. I tell people this when they go to college or when they're studying something new. And I'm always kind of amazed at the number of people who think unless they have an assignment, they don't have any work to do. I'm consistently kind of not flummoxed, but the people who think, am I wasting my time by simply going over something I've been over with before? I tell them no, because the more familiar you are with it, the more you have to kind of pull and be able to talk at a moment's notice about practically anything. When I got these notes this morning, when I got your notes yesterday, when they were all loaded up in here, and was going through them again, there is really the beginning of a conversation almost everywhere in the transportation sector about soft skills and lifestyle preparation that you kind of picked up on both with Donnie and Missy over the last couple of weeks. I don't know where to begin other than to say good morning, and where would you like to begin?
Well, good morning back. And I think, people think about soft skills as communication, basically. Soft skills is you can listen, you can empathize, you can do all of this, but there's a lot of soft skills that are just about yourself, and how you interact with the world. And I've really, since the pandemic, and the pandemic really brought this out, because people were on their own, and you didn't have the ability to sort of rely on other people. So you had to kind of use your own strengths. And some people don't have them. And the kids that were in school at the time didn't have the chance to develop them as well as, when we went to school. We had a lot of social time and a lot of freedom, and things were a little happier. So you could build these skills. And the skills that I'm talking about are confidence, resiliency, and self-advocacy. And these are not things that anyone says, okay, we're going to talk about confidence today in class, and we're going to, I'm going to teach you the 5 things that you need to know to be confident. All that happens, and this has happened throughout my life, is people tell you when you don't have it. So I think it's something that we can focus on and actually start to develop in people.
Oh, I do too. And by the way, the West Point actually teaches classes on confidence.
Well, yeah. See, I didn't go to West Point. Damn.
And by the way, he wrote a book. I mean, Professor Zinzer wrote a book on it. By the way, it's actually hot. I mean, it's actually exercises, and I don't mean like woo-woo stuff. I mean genuine exercises that work on how to actually build confidence. And I was, and I went through the book, and I'm like, oh my God, this would actually work. If you did this would work, because really what people should be doing in regards to that confidence that you just mentioned is, and I was talking about this with TAT, the idea of building infrastructures, building your own kind of personal infrastructures to have as a foundational thing to kind of navigate your way through almost any situation. Do you think that can be taught?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. I think it can be taught. It's one of those things. It's kind of like social skills, the ability to interact with people that you don't know in uncomfortable situations, when things are unexpected. People with really, really good social skills don't have a problem handling any kind of situation with another person. People who have more underdeveloped social skills start panicking, they feel great anxiety, they don't know how to cope. And when you give them coping mechanisms, that's when they start to develop that lack of anxiety as soon as you go to the store, kind of thing. Because going to the store is a social situation. The same thing, so that's kind of your infrastructure, is you're getting taught skills or getting taught ways to cope with or what to do in a situation. And confidence is really about knowing what you're going to do. It's like what you said, is having a framework in order to deal with a situation that you don't know what's going to come up, but you know the steps to take when something happens. And that's, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Finish up.
I was just going to say, and that's the kind of thing that's going to help people. It's not what to do in every specific situation, but the framework.
I want to, we're going to get Chowder on here in just a second. He actually gave us a call, but I also wanted to say, I'll give you a great example. So you're a relatively new driver. You arrive at a grocery store, you arrive on a dock, and I don't want to say chaos. There is cacophony all around you. And who you're supposed to give, who you're supposed to give your papers to, who you're supposed to meet with is nowhere to be found. A lot of people end up detaining themselves because they don't have the wherewithal to kind of step forward and say, okay, who do I got to talk to right now? And there's a lot of guys out there listening who are like, what are you talking about? I'm a loud guy. I'm just going to push my way through. But there's a lot of people when they first start off don't have that skill set to kind of go, hey, I got this right here. What do I do with it? You know what I'm saying? And that seems like such a simple thing, but the amount of detention, I wonder how much anxiety and paralysis causes detention time. Unpack that a little bit.
I think it contributes to it, but I don't think that, I think that, drivers all across the country would probably be like, no, I don't think it's
I don't
like
mean that.
It does contribute to it.
No, I don't mean that it's the biggest reason. No, absolutely not. I know actually who's causing it is people not doing their jobs on the docks, but go ahead.
Exactly. But the same thing, confidence can really help you in that, where if you know, okay, if this situation is happening at a dock, here are the steps to take. So find the person who looks like make sure that you check in at the gate, and then find the person who looks like they're at the center. Figure out how to comport yourself as well. So even the confidence is not being loud and obnoxious. Confidence is making yourself heard, but being polite. That politeness is also a sign of confidence. If you start being aggressive to people, that's not a sign of confidence. It's a sign that you're being aggressive and you're probably going to get a negative reaction. But confidence is, politeness is part of confidence. Asking for help, which you think might be kind of weird, but asking for help is actually a really important sign of confidence. It means that you're okay with not knowing. And many people have anxiety because they think if they ask a question, they're going to somehow, get in trouble or the heavens will rain down. I don't know. But that's where a lot of anxiety comes from. So being able to ask the question, look at your situational cues and figure it out from there. And also make sure that when you go into a situation that you have done as much preparation as you possibly can. So if you know where you're supposed to go, you know who you're supposed to, even if you've never met them before, if you know who you're supposed to talk to, that is going to help you with your confidence. And then it's just practice. Like we've said over and over again, practice, practice, practice. If you've done it for 20 years, you're not worried.
The other thing is that what the confidence allows you to do, and this goes back to the idea of how to this is where you can actually cut back on your detention, is establishing relationships. If you actually have the confidence to go out there and say, okay, and you made mention of this from what Missy and I were talking about, the idea that it's like, who is the lady or the man behind the big desk that actually might not run, the one who doesn't have the title that they run things, but everybody will tell you, oh, Gladys runs things. Yeah, you can skip talking to the CEO. You can skip talking to the boss. Go talk to Gladys. She runs things. She knows where all the bodies are buried. And if you establish relationships like that, when you get to docks or you get to hubs or you get to locations where they got everybody waiting, it's like, oh, wait, there's Jane. Hey, Jane, come on up here. We'll take care of you right now because we know what you do. We know who you are. You've established a relationship with you. We know what your loads are like. We know how well, you are, how easy it is to get you unpacked and get you out of here. Sometimes establishing those relationships might not be keeping you in good stead in the moment you do them, but down the line, it really makes a big difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's not so much, those relationships are really important, but being able to build the relationships, you kind of have to fake the confidence before you have it. And you have to, it's not about just acting a certain way, it's about the state of your truck, Like, have you done a pre-trip? Are your tires flat? Is everything filthy? Like, how are you presenting yourself? So you kind of fake it till you make it. And what you do is make sure that all of your stuff is taken care of, so that when someone asks you, or when you ask someone for help, you don't look like a slob, and you don't look like you should be ignored. So there's a couple of things. So confidence is there's like steps to it that you have to work on it. And so when people are when people tell students, do this, do this, do this, they don't realize that students don't always realize that what they're getting are the tips for success later on, and the tips that are going to make you look good or make you look confident later on. Because Lord knows I fake it all the time when I'm nervous. I'm nervous all the time, and you have to be like, okay, I know how it looks to be confident, and so I'm going to do that. And then people don't know.
Well, and the other thing is, too, and makes a big difference for all of you guys who are listening out there who at some point after 20, 25 years on the road might want to make the move to a more local job and become a trainer. I can't emphasize this enough, and I'd love your take on this, Jane. I don't think enough teachers, although I know a lot on a personal level that do this, but I've seen it in schools that I've worked at training programs I've worked at, law enforcement agencies, the amount of people who don't explain the payoff on something. In the idea that it's like, do this, do this, do this, do this. Now learn it and get tested on it. I'm like going, yeah, but you haven't made it much easier for them to ace the test. Well, how's that? Tell them what it all accumulates to. You see what I'm saying? The idea that if you do the pre-trip, if you actually take the time to wash your clothes on a regular basis, if in fact, you keep your fingernails clean, all of that kind of stuff, that means the handshake is personable and not disgusting. That means you're remembered for being a guy or a gal on top of your stuff. That means you develop relationships faster. Nobody ever explains the payoff. They don't explain how all these little bits and pieces of information add up to something larger. I almost at the end of tests want people to say, sum up everything you've just covered on this test in a single paragraph and what it all means. You know what I'm saying? We don't ever talk about what it all means.
Yeah, well, you try. I think that a lot of teachers and instructors try, but there is so many little, because you just named a whole bunch of little details and never mentioned confidence. Like, you just never mentioned it. So, people, it almost sounds like, and I don't think that you sounded like this, but if you talk about this, or if you talk about it over and over and over again, then it tends to be kind of heard as a little bit of nagging, and people kind of don't really pay attention to it. They're like, yeah, I know, but they don't actually do it. You had a guest on a while ago, and I can't remember. One of the things that she did that I thought was so spectacular, and it's because of this whole thing about confidence, is that she started her class with a pre-trip. And I can sort of envision her, but I can't remember her name. But starting a class with a pre-trip, just because that's how you start your day, is building the habit that is going to build confidence. And that's, I think, the thing that we don't connect, is that if you want to succeed, there are things that you're going to have to do that you don't want to do, like exercises. You want to be fit. You have to do exercises every day. And those, the exercises, everybody knows they're going to get you there, but you have to do them. And same thing with a pre-trip. You have to do it. You have to clean your fingernails. You have to be polite to people. But what all that does is give you the payoff of, you look really confident and you look like someone who's going places, and people will probably want to be around you and promote you.
Well, yeah, and like I said, in the pre-trip too, the other thing is that I noticed a lot of people do. We actually did it here. It's like, we're going to talk about this. And I think a lot of people don't remember, it's like, we are headed towards this destination. Now, having kind of laid out what the destination is, what do you say we make the leap now to break it down into smaller pieces? I think that's the other thing, the real trick in regards to training or instruction. And a great thing for those people who actually work in their own companies as trainers, to onboard people, saying like, by the time this is over with, I want you to be able to do the following stuff for the following reasons. And I think that becomes almost like the manifesto that hangs over the head of the student. They're always always referring back to the overall point, the principle of the objective really, really applies. Okay, we do this all the time. I want to make sure we get through these three great terms. Let's talk about resiliency. Let's just kind of unpack your thoughts on what that means.
So resiliency is something that I think that got really lost with the pandemic because there wasn't this practice with social skills. And a lot of, people who are probably in their early 20s, mid-20s now, well, actually, the ones who are in their earlier 20s are probably suffering from it and not having enough practice with resiliency and failure. And we've talked about failure. And this is, this is how you build resiliency. And what I mean by resiliency is the ability to pick yourself back up, the ability to go, you know what, I'm not going to quit because I had a bad trip, or I'm not going to quit after my first month out because it was hard. I know what I'm going to be doing. I know what I want to get to. So I'm going to allow myself to fail. It's going to be okay. And being able to not beat yourself up or get angry with other people when there's some sort of a failure, that's resiliency. It's like, okay, what can I do better? What can I do better? And one of the things that is part of building confidence and resiliency is doing something that scares the crap out of you. Doing something that you really, really don't want to do, that, not something that's illegal or terrible for you or anything, but something where it's just really scary. Doing it, getting through that, and being able to do it again is really builds your resiliency. I had this with flying. I don't know, in my mid-20s, I've always been a bad flyer. In my mid-20s, my mid-30s, I just kind of stopped. I was like, nope, I'm not flying anymore. I'm just not doing it. I can't do it. It's too hard. And I didn't fly for 10 years. And then, and then I started flying again, and it was kind of like one trip at a time. How are we going to get through this one trip at a time? It was scary, and I spent a lot of time coping. I had coping mechanisms for flying. And, I had nail marks in other people, but I got through it, and I can mostly fly pretty good now. I'm a bad flyer.
Well, I mean, and the thing is that it's one of those things where sometimes, we all can't be as lucky or as wealthy as John Madden and take trains to every single, playoff game that we actually have to cover for the NFL. So at some point, by the way, he got to the point where he got so wealthy and so well known, he got to take trains everywhere. That was him compensating for that. It's important to remember that there are things that we can say to ourselves, okay, well, I choose not to do that. But in choosing not to do that, I can then not be angry that opportunities that would normally come my way by doing that are not going to come my way. That there is no workaround. That's the other thing, too. Are you willing to accept a diminished life? Are you willing to accept a life with less possibilities in it? And I think that's another thing, too, that we could ask people. We'll use your flying example just as an example in a classroom. It's like, you don't have to fly, guys, but here are the things that are not going to happen for you when you don't fly. And to make it positive, to say, do you want any of the following? Yes. Well, in order for those things to happen in your life, you're going to have to fly. You're going to have to get on a plane. It's like, because everybody can't do a 2-week, trip across the ocean to go to Europe. That's just not the reality of it. So you got to kind of make those decisions. How do we track resiliency? What are strategies can we actually check in with ourselves and say, am I being more resilient?
I think it's doing the things that you really don't want to do. And knowing that they will lead to good things and doing them when you just really, really don't want to do them. And getting through that's step one. But then also getting feedback and learning from mistakes. People don't mind that you make a mistake. So you get a flat tire on the road because you didn't do a pre-trip properly, and you're kicking yourself because you knew that something was wrong and you didn't report it because of whatever. Owning up to the mistake and sort of saying, okay, what should I do next time? And making sure you do that the next time is going to help your resiliency, because you're going to get support from other people as well. But you have to be honest with people about what you don't have to say that you're terrified. You can say that, I have a block with this, or I need to get, you need to help me, you need to remind me to do this, or, find other people that are going to help you get through the thing you don't want to do, and then build some successes. Because really what happens to improve is that you get successes. So you will have a failure, you will get back up, people will pat you on the back and say, you can do it this time. You fail your CDL test the first time. Okay, what did I do wrong? What can I do better? Talk to your instructors, go and do that test again, and you'll probably do it better the next time because one, you're familiar with that unknown, horrible, frightening thing, and two, you've gotten feedback and you have put the work in. There's always work to put in yourself. It's not a magic bullet. Confidence and resiliency are practice.
Game, set, match is never really the way this plays out until finally we shuffle off our mortal coil. Let's talk about self-advocacy in the few moments we have remaining. Jane Jezraoui, as she is oft to do, joins us as the only regular recurring guest on Education Station. We got a phone call, Trey? Let's bring Chowder on for a minute here, Jane. I think he wants to get in on this confidence conversation. Jump in, Chowder. What's going on?
Hey, morning, guys.
Hey, Chowder.
Morning, young lady. Good to hear you on there, and I like a lot of the points you're talking about. The problem I'm having is the chowderisms out here, as Dre will relate to, is I'm in and out of cornfields of South Dakota, so signal's a little sketchy at times.
We just heard it.
Okay.
So I'm going through the area just for the happens to be where Into the Wild was filmed, so that's kind of the area I'm in. I like your idea, and I agree with you that confidence, resiliency are two of the biggest building blocks to help people get self-esteem and be able to accomplish a lot of things they can't and overcome their fears. I also think critical thinking is one of those things that needs to be taught, reinforced, and redone daily and continuously to keep people sharp on being able to make the right ideas, to make the right choices, to grow in their personal abilities, regardless of where you work or what industry. I think the biggest destroyer to that was the COVID years. It drove people to believe in AI and GBT, chat GBT, whatever that fancy technology is I don't understand. And it caused people not to be able to communicate face-to-face or otherwise with people, and we see it daily, because it caused people to take too much direction from outside sources to lead them like lemons, and they lost the ability to critically think and self-analyze and critique themselves, which leads to problems for them not liking to be critiqued by others, their superiors or otherwise, so they're hesitant to actually interact. But I think if, like you say, we get back to critical thinking, confidence will be built up, resiliency will help you succeed, and failure can be the greatest teaching of all of them.
Chowder.
Absolutely, I totally agree.
By the way, I always love it when people actually listen. By the way, that's critical thinking. Thank you for the call, Chowder. I got to wrap this up with
All right,
Jane.
later, guys.
Have a good one. We'll get, by the way, Jane, you're coming on tomorrow, and we'll talk about Carrier's Edge tomorrow in a little more detail. But I also, let's make a point of wrapping up. We'll get to self-advocacy at the end of that, because I do think that's really important, because you're going to be self-advocating tomorrow, by the way, for how terrific Carrier's Edge is. So we can give an example of that. We can do that. I want to give you the final thought here before we shuffle off. Anything you want to kind of tie this up in a bow for us?
Well, self-advocacy is kind of a combination of confidence and resilience. Self-advocacy is the ability to speak up for yourself when there is something that's happening. So if you have a problem, if you have a concern, the ability to find the right person and basically make your case. This is really, really important. It's important to go through when you're going through school. If you don't understand something as you're going through a program, and it's a basic thing, you need to make sure that you know that you've figured it out. And no one knows what's going on inside your head. You have to tell your instructors that you don't understand, and they are paid to help you understand, and they will go through it over and over again with you. But you have to ask. And there's a lot of people who won't ask because they think that they're pulling everybody else back. It's not about anybody else. It's about you. And so you need to think about how you're going to understand, how you're going to succeed, and the ways that you can find other people to help you, and find other people that want to help you succeed as well. And that's kind of where, you know, you need to have the confidence to go and find that person and ask. And you also need to have the resiliency to fail, because sometimes people won't help you, but that doesn't mean that you stop trying.
That's a nice way to button it.
Don't stop trying.
Don't stop
Yeah.
trying. Don't stop believing. Don't stop with Jane Jezraoui, because as Sting said about Lady Gaga, never stop. Thank you, my friend. I will talk with you tomorrow, okay?
All right. I look forward to it. I'll talk to you later.
Jane Jezraoui, of course, is the CEO of Carrier's Edge. They are the sponsor of Education Station, another long-running segment here on RadioNemo.com. Hey, guys, speaking of long-running, you actually can hold on to Shady Rays for a long time, especially because they got lost and broken protection programs. Go to ShadyRays.com. Phone Master Dre, take us away. We'll come back on the other side. And by the way, that means it's time to change it all over, because Lindsay Lawler's are coming. Look busy. Head to RadioNemo.com. Hit those like buttons.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
From the Fado-Do to the Ho-Down, hopefully we have Lindsay Lawler hanging out with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio.
Let's get a little sound check going on here. I'm going to say good morning, and you are going to say absolutely nothing. Hey, guys, it's Road Gang Radio. Road Gang Radio, and we're making our way down the road. Go to 615-292-6366. We're going to get Lindsay on here in just uno momento. I do want to kind of wrap up some thoughts, by the way, with Jane Jezraoui about building confidence, building resiliency. And can you hear me now, Lindsay? That's an absolute no. That's a negatory. Give me a call at 615-292-6366. We'd love to hear from you guys. We got a great lineup. We got a Benedictine monk going to be joining us at the bottom of the half hour. After we do that, we're going to have another guest who's written a beautiful children's book. We'll be talking with her as well. Hope you guys can join us. Don't forget, Trucking with OIDA is going to be coming up tomorrow and Friday. Our good friends from OIDA are going to be joining the conversation over there. You can join the conversation as well on the Tube of You. We'd love to hear from you there. We'd love to get you guys in on that conversation as well. Marshall, by the way, is jumping into the conversation, and he is saying, Kevin, you're probably used to these late nights. I quit reefer to avoid long dock time and middle-of-the-night work. And, of course, he's talking to Trucker Bosun, who says, as a refrigerated driver, the biggest point of contention is the uncertainty at shippers' receivers of time. Might be anywhere from 2 hours to 12 hours plus, by the way. That's not a good scene at all. Okay, let me kind of dig into some news here before we get Lindsay on the phone, before we get her on the air. As you guys know, we were talking about this, and our good friend Jamie Jones is going to be joining us on Monday to kind of dig into this. Our good friend Tyson Fisher over at Landline has a story, by the way, that has a big impact on all of you guys. The Trump administration has given truck drivers another gift. This time, it is addressing concerns about diesel exhaust fluid, DEF. Rules for DEF, selective catalytic reduction, SCR systems, and vehicle speeds will start for model year 2027 trucks. Yet manufacturers have been derating engines since DEF became mandatory in 2010. Truck drivers, farmers, and ranchers have complained about sudden speed reductions for years. Now, the federal government seems to be poised to do something about it. Yesterday, Lee Zeldin, who runs the EPA, announced guidance for engine and truck manufacturers. That guidance, by the way, urges them to update DEF system software in current vehicles. The goal is to prevent sudden shutdowns in trucks and other diesel-powered vehicles. This is what Zeldin had to say. We have heard loud and clear from small businesses across the United States that the current DEF system, unacceptable. It's unacceptable that farmers, truckers, construction workers, and many other small businesses continually experience failures of diesel-powered equipment when they need it most, costing millions of dollars in lost productivity. Today, we are responding to those concerns by calling on manufacturers to take action to update their software and eliminate the unnecessary sudden loss of power and frustrating shutdowns that too many Americans have experienced. See, what can happen is that trucks can be forced to suddenly crawl at 5 miles an hour. You guys know the drill. If a DEF issue is not resolved within 4 hours. The agency is advising manufacturers to give drivers more time to fix an issue before slowing a truck down. Specifically, what the EPA is doing is urging manufacturers to inform truck drivers about a DEF problem with a warning light and nothing more for 650 miles or 10 hours. This will allow long-haul drivers a full workday to fix the problem. There is a certain level of ingenious going here, guys. There is a certain level of absolute ingeniousness going on here from both. And by the way, it's good policy. I think that flexibility is always the biggest issue in the industry. There is no issue that's bigger than the flexibility. Later on tomorrow, probably in the morning, I'll dig into this more. It sounds like I got a Lindsay Lawler on the phone, does it not?
Hello.
Good morning. Good to see you, by the way, over there in Franklin, Tennessee. It's been kind of a crazy morning over here in regards to being packed, going from NCAFE to our friends with the Brass, 1001, and then getting into Jane Jazraoui, plus, the Truckers Against Trafficking conversation. Good morning. How is the world treating you over there? How's your studio coming along?
Well, it's not really studio. We're working on flooding issues, but that's all. I'm watertight now.
Watertight. Fantastic. I had, it's good to see you. By the way, we've been talking about New Mexico for a while, and you have a spirit animal over there that's calling to you. I was so kind of delighted to see who our first guest of the morning is going to be, Lindsay.
Me too, and I didn't even send this. This was a Claire popped this in. Claire's getting to know my weird woundness, I think, and giving me some. But you'll love this too. I don't know when it says BR, Dr. Bryant. What does that stand for?
Brother.
It's just brother.
It's
okay.
brother. Yeah. It's like FR for father. It's brother. It's bro.
Okay, brother David Bryant. Good. That's what I thought, but I didn't want to sound stupid, so I'm clearing this up before he comes on. Brother, the desert monk. Yeah, he's a Benedictine monk living in at the Monastery of Christ up in the desert near. And I also know how to say this. Abiquiu.
Abiquiu. I think it's just Abiquiu, but by the way, if you guys want to go over on YouTube and maybe kind of phonetically spell that for us, Abiquiu. Abuki. Maybe it's Abuki. Abuki.
No, that's it's not what I said, but I don't think it's what you said either.
No, it's.
But I don't know. I know nothing. We're just gonna say New Mexico. He's in the mountains of New Mexico, and man, talk about. Here's what I think is why this is going to resonate with our drivers today, Jim, because he's a desert monk. He lives in a lot of quiet, although he's talking to us today. But yeah, our listeners obviously spend a lot of time alone and in the quiet. So I think he'll be able to really speak to that stillness and how to when you are in the quiet, how to sort of make the most of it without having to maybe become a monk and go up to the mountains. Like that's why I'm curious to talk to a monk about how we can get to a state of monkness without having to be a monk, if that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense, by the way, because it's one of those things where I want to be more like you, but I don't want to be you. You know what I'm saying? It's like one of those things where people make sacrifices and you see people living these very disciplined lives and you say, I would like a little bit of that. I just don't want the whole thing. It's kind of like, I'd like to be they say, you know what a cafeteria Catholic is, Lindsay? You ever heard that expression?
No.
Okay. So a cafeteria Catholic is an ongoing joke in the Catholic faith where it's like, okay, well, I will take the social justice, but I'm not really crazy about the birth control thing, so we'll leave that on the side. I will take the holy days of obligation, but this giving up meat thing, I don't want any part of it. And so it's these Catholics who kind of put stuff together by kind of picking and choosing which aspects of the faith they'll follow. And by the way, you see the same things in Mormonism and all that kind of stuff too. But
yeah, but can't you just say that's sort of like because if I'm being honest, that's kind of me. I go to church now and I'm like, I'll listen, and then I call it my juicer. I let everything come in, and I juice out what doesn't resonate, and I keep in what does resonate. And but also the good news here, I'm not out murdering people. I mean, most of the deadly sins I'm not committing, so I feel like I'm okay as long as you pick and choose and are still a good person. I'm here for it.
By the way, of the 7 deadly sins, the only one I really struggle with is wrath. That's the one I struggle with.
That's the rough one.
That's the rough one. The idea of temper tantrums and rage spilling into wrath. Well, no, the thing about cafeteria Catholics is the fact that, a lot of people practice that sort of faith where they pick and choose. The problem is with cafeteria Catholics, what they're basically doing is saying, I am a good, upstanding Catholic, except for the following 6 things. It's a sense of I'm identifying as this thing. And I think in some ways it goes back to what you were saying about the good brother when he finds the time to join us this morning, is that, we're asking, how can I pick a few things from what it is you're doing and apply them to my life and get some of the discipline and the quiet without actually having to live in the desert in New Mexico and not be around anybody else. Although in the case of the Monastery of Christ in the desert, it isn't as restrictive as some of the silent monasteries that are out there. It's beautiful, by the way, Lindsay. I mean, the photos on their website at christdesert.org, it is gorgeous, and I can see how.
Oh yeah, I even went on and thought you can go stay there. You have to stay there for 2 nights, though. It's a 2-night minimum, but you can stay there, or you can just come from the day and go to one of their services. But you can stay overnight and have meals with them. Their meals are quiet, by the way, though. No talking at the meal. And I might be able to get down on that. Sometimes you go to dinner with someone and you're like, oh my God, how did I just want to eat? I'm trying to not say yes to those invitations anymore. So luckily that's not happening, but sometimes it's a breath of fresh air. Oh, we've got somebody telling us, Tucker Boson says it's pronounced Abikayo, I think.
I like it.
Abikayo. You know what? I bet we can just ask the good brother himself, and he'll tell us. Do you know how to pronounce where you live? I bet his answer will be yes.
Abikayu. I think that's it. I think it's Caillou. But we'll figure it out. You're right. He'll get here, and he'll straighten us out, by the way. What's really fun about this thing, too, is I don't know if you guys know this, but that a lot of monasteries, a lot of these kind of communities are supported by making something. Creating something. There's places that produce certain kinds of alcohol, certain kinds of cheeses, and they sell those things, by the way. And it's kind of fun to watch them because often, I don't know if you know this, Lindsay, you'll check out the website of a Catholic parish in some major city, and you're like, who is your web server? And it's obviously a volunteer, and they're obviously only minimally talented. This website is beautiful, and it's a thing to remember that a lot of times while the individual monks or priests take a vow of poverty, it doesn't mean that they take the money and they don't do any kind of upgrades to their facilities or, give themselves opportunities to make money for the community and for charitable works. I mean, this thing looks like some people put some real thought into it. Like if you go out there for 2 days, like you were talking about, it looks like it would be a truly kind of curated experience. I mean, like a catered, I don't mean catered like a fancy pants wedding, but that they really are going to kind of make a point of making sure you get the experience that you're looking for out there. And it's really cool.
I might go. This might be just what I've been looking for. A couple days of quiet, but surrounded people, but I don't have to talk to them. So I'm like not alone, but I also don't have to be on, which feels like a good balance for something like that. You know what I mean? People like you and I who are always on, like, I think if I was completely alone, I'd lose my mind. But being around people that I don't have to entertain or make conversation with and just be like, what do I feel coming in here? Just take a journal and go out there and write and, I don't know, be one with New Mexico. I don't know. You know that I'm never going to do this, so I can pontificate around it, but maybe.
Do you realize? I hope he's listening, but another way, I hope he's not listening. If Brother David is listening, do you realize the pressure you just laid on him? Because whether you decide to go out there and spend a couple of shekels at the monastery in the desert really comes down to how well he kind of is an ambassador for his location.
He may not want me. Listen, he may have listened to the show enough, and he's like, no, we're good. We're good, ma'am. Or he's like, we need her. We need her to be saved.
Yeah.
One of the two.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, too. I mean, if they make a real effort to get you to come out there, either you got some money or they think, man, this is a soul in desperate need of salvation, by the way. Just
She
crazy.
needs us.
I wanted to talk, if you have a moment to kind of address this. You know, Jane was on earlier on the
No,
show.
I'm sorry. I don't have any time left. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Gotta go.
Okay. Goodbye. Thank you, Lindsay. Jane was talking in really kind of broad terms on Education Station about developing, you know, confidence followed by resiliency followed by self-advocacy. And I feel like to a large degree, and I'm talking about myself here as well too, you are pretty terrific in regards to confidence. I mean, look, we all have our dark nights of the soul, but you're pretty good. You're a pretty good gal when it comes to the confidence you have in your ability to adapt, overcome, improvise, all that kind of groovy stuff. I get that. That's first of all. Second of all, I think that you're pretty darn resilient. I know some stuff about your life. Anybody that's listened to your songs knows that you've picked yourself up and dusted yourself off. It's the self-advocacy I wanted to have a conversation about, because I feel like a lot of times we are raised not to toot our own horns. And so that even when we're people who know to toot our own horns and want to toot our own horns, that it makes us feel icky to do it. You know what I'm talking about? That the moment you start telling people what you've done and who you are, that you begin to feel gross about it. And I was kind of curious for my benefit, because I'd like to tear into this with you, but also for our listeners out there, many of who were raised in that same culture of no, keep a low profile, don't promote yourself. How you think we overcome that without turning it into a pompous blowbag, going, I mean, basically, in love with the smell of our own farts, as has been said.
Well, two things. I think you have to not care about being a blowbag. Period.
Check.
That's it. But I think social media is what has made it even more icky for me. Actually, social media, the place that is made for us to promote ourselves, has made me want to promote less. I mean, I use it to promote. That's what I do, but not on a crazy all the time basis. And the people that are just posting selfies and constantly self-promoting, it just feels so icky that it's made me like run the other way, I feel like. Still use it, certainly post videos and, hey, come hear me, come see me, come listen to me. But with social media, you could 24/7 be saying, look at me, look at me, look at me. And, when I was little, Jim, I'll never forget going to one of my sister is about almost 5 years older than me, and going to one of her recitals or games or something. And there's constant video on VHS of me, like at my sister's event. My parents are there at my sister's event, and me on the sidelines going, Daddy, Daddy, look at me, tape me, or like running to the camera trying to get in the lens, which probably gave my sister a complex. And, no shock that I became the entertainer in the family. But I think, yes, at some point when you're young and you're a child, you don't care about that. You don't care that people are trying to dim your light. You just keep going because you don't know what's appropriate or not, which is a beautiful thing. It's as we get older and we realize, oh, I'm being a little too much. I don't want to stand out. I said that, and that person looked at me the wrong way. And, we get dim as we get older. And I think we need to not care. As long as you're not doing anything inappropriate, hey, if you want to be a bloviating blowhole, that's not the right term because that's actually not being appropriate. But you know what I mean? I mean, I think if you've got something to say,
There it is.
Hey, if you want people to look at you, look at you. Who cares?
There it is. And I'm not talking about whether people should do it or not, because whether you do it or not, it's up to you. And whether people decide to actually hit the like button or promote you or get behind you, that's up to you. But I think you hit the nail on the head. If you've got something to say, because I think about Dean Croak, and you and I have both been on Facebook and Instagram and LinkedIn and see the responses and the likes and the views that he gets through his content. He's there on many of those videos, Lindsay. I mean, he's out there. He puts his face out there. He's talking. But what I notice that he does is that he gives people things to look at. That it's not just like, hi, selfie, having a sandwich. Okay, great. And so many of those followers for people like that are like, maybe she'll like me. Maybe one day I'll have an actual relationship with her or him. But I do think you hit the nail on the head. If you've got something to say and something that you really want to get out there, some kind of content, whether that is your love of talking about writing and how songs get written, whether it's my love of movies or my love of how systems are built for law enforcement, we can go on for a while about this. I really do think that if you figure out what it is you want to say, it becomes a whole lot easier to create content that then has the what's the term I'm looking for here, that then has the unintended consequence of actually bringing attention to you. If I'm making sense, and I hope that does, but the idea is, I think if you have something to say, and look, you got something to say, you know what I'm saying? It's like when people, it's interesting that I find that there are people who really just want to be famous, or they just want people to know who they are. And I guess you can sustain that for a little bit, but at some point, people keep coming back because they're interested on seeing what you're going to do next, not just the same picture on a different day. I think it's why people, I think it's why people like that kind of stuff in regards to when you get these influencers changing costumes and stuff like that, if you know what I'm talking about, when they actually have a different outfit on each day, if that makes any sort of sense. So that's kind of my take on that, but I wanted to get yours too. My question is, how do you battle off sometimes what I call that confidence issue? I know you got it in droves, but just for our listeners here as well too, how do you, like Jerry Bowers, our good friend Diver Driver, actually launched his own little YouTube thing. Not a big deal, just wants to kind of talk about trucks a little bit working for Walmart, okay? How do we not feel silly while we do it? And is it a matter of knowing that you feel silly and simply getting through it? Does that make sense? The confidence of...
Makes sense, but again, I think, screw it. You have to let go of if I'm going to look silly or not, because I'm always going to look silly to somebody and awesome to somebody else. There's no way whatever you're doing, everyone's going to like. And that, took me a long time to realize that if everyone likes what you're doing, first of all, that's never going to happen. If you're trying to make everyone like what you're doing, you're always going to fail. Always, 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 always. I am a proud product of that. And so I think, you throw out the window what anybody thinks. You have to not give a crap about what anybody thinks. And then 2, I think it's really just trusting your instinct. And not just, if you've got something to say it. Not just throwing it out, spewing it out. Be thoughtful about it. Be mindful about what you're going to say. If you have something to say, hey, I want to speak on fill in the blank, whatever the topic is, sit for a minute and organize your thoughts around it. Maybe share it with somebody else and have somebody sort of edit you before you go putting it up on Facebook or starting a podcast or anything, because there has to be a plan, somewhat of a plan, behind putting yourself out there, I think. And so, I would say, don't care what anyone thinks about how you look or sound. I mean, you want to be a respectful human. And then trust 100% your gut. If something's coming through you want to say, that's why I believe so wholeheartedly in automatic writing, where you just sit down and flow. And I've kind of changed how I'm going to do We Should Write today. I'm going to start and end the conversation that I'm sort of excited about. But you'll have to tune in at noon with myself and Emily West to hear that, how we're going to do that. But anyway, I think if you just sit down and put your pen to the paper and go, like let your hand take over and just start writing, and then look back and see, over a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, couple weeks, months, see what the kind of through line is and everything you're talking about, and then like go all in on what the common denominator is about what you're talking about and what you want to share, but organize your thoughts and just don't care. I don't care what people think phase. I'm I'm there mentally. I'm about to be there outwardly.
I get it. I don't know if you just saw this. King of the Hill just entered into a new season, and it's getting rave reviews. This is a great story. You said, I don't, not to care what anybody thinks, and that's a really good way of putting it. It's not that I don't care what certain people think, but not to care what anybody thinks. This is a great story. So, North Carolina is now politically what they call a purple state. It could go either way. It depends upon the time of year. It depends upon what season it is. It depends upon how the economy is. They could literally go Democrat or Republican. In the late 80s and throughout most of the 90s, it was a fairly Republican state. It was kind of a done deal, okay? The governor, however, for 2 terms was a Democrat by the name of Mike Easley. And they once asked Mike Easley, Lindsay, they asked him point blank, they said to him, hey, how do you manage to get elected as a Democrat in the state of North Carolina? And his response was kind of interesting. He said, oh, I just watch King of the Hill over and over again, and I say to myself, how would I go about the business of convincing the Hills to vote for me? And I've always kind of found that fascinating because if you watch the show, it makes perfect sense. He said, if I can get Peggy and Hank Hill to vote for me, I can get the people of North Carolina to vote for me. And I've often said to myself, rather than doing a show for anybody, rather than doing a show, for everybody, we should pick a particular person. Who is it that I want, not to like me, but who is it that I feel like deserves the information I have to give, deserves the entertainment I have to offer? And it goes back to Julian's comment. Remember when he came on? There's a particular kind of person that I'm interested in listening to the stuff that I'm making. And, and Dave, and with radio, it's a weird bird because you figure out, you and I get a chance to talk to one another, and that changes the ball game. But when you're by yourself on the radio, or you're kind of, fronting a show, what you have to do is that you have to figure out who are the 1 or 2 or 3 people I'm talking to and talk directly to them. And I think that might be the key in social media. I think it might be like, who is the person that I would like following me here? Who is that person? And if you could make them a specific person from your life or that you have met and admire and respect, that might be the key, is to figure out not so much everybody or anybody, but who is that special someone. It's almost like when you're making a list for the person you want to date or the person you want to marry, is you have to make a list of the person that you want to reach and that you want to speak to, or sometimes equally as important as in the case of the North Carolina governor, 4. Sorry, I don't know if you have any response to that, but I kind of wanted to unpack that. You got about 2 minutes before we hit the break and bring the good brother on.
I don't care what you say. I don't care what I say. No, I love that you brought up King of the Hill, actually, because we were talking the other night about what shows are really appropriate anymore. And we got on, you talking about King of the Hill made me think of Married with Children Ted Bundy. No,
Al.
Ted Bundy.
Al.
Al Bundy.
Very different show. Very different show.
Very different show. Al Bundy. We started thinking about that show and how wildly inappropriate it was. But I was like, you know what? I feel like I want to sit down with Al Bundy and just be like, there are Al Bundys out there, and something makes those guys tick, and I want to. I'm so curious because we're all human. There's something in there. But no, to your point of, I think, yes, you speak. It's what I've been talking about a lot with songwriting and with any of our writers that we have on, where that idea of the more specific you get, the more massive you hit. So I think that idea for anybody listening, yeah, you talk to the one, not the one group of people you want to talk to, literally the one person, Marshall Platter. I'm gonna put everything to Marshall Platter, not all truckers, to that one guy, and it will, yeah. I think your message will spread out that way. Maybe the good brother David Bryant has some words on this, how they get their message out. They're not in the business of necessarily. Well, of course they are. I was going to say they're not in the business of marketing, but yeah, if you want everyone to come to know the Lord, that's a pretty marketable product right there, Jimmy Mack.
Matter of fact, you could make a case that the Catholic Church is the greatest corporation that has ever existed in the history of the planet. And by the way, that's not a positive or negative statement. Go ahead, Lindsay.
No, that's just truth. Can I ask you this one really you've only got 30 seconds?
Mm-hmm.
we watched Man of Steel late last night in
Uh-huh.
preparation to go see Superman this weekend. This is the thought that hit me in the head last night. Is Superman a metaphor for Jesus?
If you watch the original version with Christopher Reeve, because at the end of the opening sequence he says they are not without flaws, but they are good people. They can be great. They only need the light to show them the way. And it's with this in mind, I send them you, my only son. I mean,
Yeah, dude. So yes.
yes, yes, of course it is. And a matter of fact, more so than ever with the new one. More so than ever with the new one. I can't wait to talk about when you guys go see it. I can't wait to talk about the differences between Zack Snyder's Man of Steel and James Gunn's goofy Boy Scout Man of Steel. Hey, pal, eyes up here. Eyes up here. We got to take a break here. We're going to come back. Brother David Bryan, the desert monk, Benedictine monk living at the Monastery of Christ in the Desert near Abiquiu. I can't say it yet. I'll get it right.
We'll ask him.
Yeah, we'll be right back. Woo!
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
And we are back with more Road Gang Radio on this fine Wednesday morning. We have Miss Lindsay Lawler live from Nashville and your other host, Jimmy Mack, live from New Orleans.
Hey, I want to make sure, by the way, if I get this right, Brother Bryant, is it Abiquiu? How do you say it?
It is Abiquiu, actually.
Abiquiu.
Yes, Abiquiu.
Okay, now having gotten Abiquiu down, I want to tell everybody out there listening, I want to welcome Brother David Bryan. Lindsay Lawler and I want to welcome Brother Bryant. He, of course, is known as the Desert Monk, is a Benedictine monk at the Monastery of Christ in the Desert, nestled in the Chama Canyon in New Mexico, a convert to Catholicism. He has answered his lifelong calling to monastic life in 2000 and has lived there since 2015. That is all I will give away, Lindsay, because there's so much more of this story to tell. Brother Brian, say good morning to my co-host, Lindsay Lawler.
Good morning.
Well, good morning. I'm excited about this conversation on so many levels. But I'd like to start here because, first of all, I'm a songwriter in Nashville, so your work as the choir master on the music side certainly is of interest to me. But if you can, let's be very basic before I go very deep with you. How does one like you end up as a monk in the desert? Can you take me to that moment in your childhood where you can look back and be like, oh, that's the child that was going to end up here, if that makes sense?
That's a question that
what I tell you is probably just going to lead to another 1,000 questions. So what basically happened? Remember, I'm a convert, so I knew nothing about monastic life or what a monk was, or even that there existed a Catholic church or anything outside of the Baptist church where I was. I don't think I was much of what I would call a religious person growing up. I mean, I went to church, because that's what we did. So there was nothing special about it. I was in the Boy Scouts, which was very important to my calling, actually, believe it or not.
I do.
It was a weird thing. I was 8 years old. I can remember it. Don't know why, but I remember it. And my idea was to hop on a boat and kind of go around the world, kind of just telling people about who God and Jesus was. I mean, that's it. It was nothing else. I mean, nothing else popped up. It was just that. And that's where it started from there. And it just kind of sat there, and it was in the back of my mind. And as things went on, and I'm leaving out a lot of details, so you can ask them after I'm done. I'll quickly get you up to speed. I just kind of had that little thing in the back of my head, and then later on I got into scouting and met really good friends. I met a friend who actually was Methodist, and she sung in a choir. And she invited me to sing in the choir, and then I moved over to the Methodist church, and I learned about music. I was already singing in choirs in my high school. Notice I'm skipping out a lot here. And music became an important part of my life at that time, and I started singing in the choir in her church. And then things just kept going from there, and I got a new calling. I met a friend who was going off to the seminary, and we just became friends. He never said, hey, you need to join the Catholic Church. No. He was just a really good friend, and we're still friends. And he comes here to the monastery once a year for a 2-week retreat. We go hiking and do all kinds of stuff. But yeah, he was never forceful. He's just kind of like, he even came to the Methodist church to hear me sing. So there was nothing big, nothing happened. It's just God's little calling. He just, hey, try this, try that, try this. That's where it kind of started with those two things: meeting two friends actually, and music. That's what started the whole monastic thing.
Let me follow up with that, Brother David. Just to kind of ask you about your experiences in scouting. You say try this, try that, try this new thing. A lot of people will join Scouts and then not finish the deal, not seal the deal, and get to Eagle. Can you talk about why it is you like scouting so much? I mean, the idea that you're out there hiking in the woods, hiking in the mountains, given what you do now, makes perfect sense. But talk about the gravitational pull into scouting, too, to being a part of something, I guess.
Well, I've been thinking on that with some friends here, and many are studying and research about the environment, how it affects the monastic life here. We've kind of been talking about the scouting thing and why it's not so popular now, actually. For me, growing
Brother Bryan, I'm gonna let them pick up the phone for you for a second. We're gonna see what's going on with your connection over there. I want to make sure people hear this beautiful story in full. Guys, if you're just joining us, Brother David Bryan of OSB, by the way, is a Benedictine monk of the Monastery of Christ in the Desert, joins us this morning. He's nestled over in the Chama Canyon Wilderness over in New Mexico, and he joins us this morning. I have a feeling that
that might be why it's hard to hear. He is at a monastery in the desert mountains of New Mexico. So we're going to give him grace as the Lord does every day.
Yeah. And by the way, Lindsay, the fact of the matter is I think you might be destined to go over there and spend a couple of days, if not 2 weeks, because he's originally from Tennessee. And it's funny, you went from the West into Tennessee. Maybe it's your time to go from Tennessee into the West and spend some time with him.
Listen, he and I could make beautiful music in the mountains together. I am all about this becoming my new spiritual practice. And do we have him back yet?
Not yet, but
Okay.
we're getting that set up right now. And by the way, I can't wait to kind of talk about the fact. Remember, I told you, and I wanted to kind of you got you back on, Brother Bryan?
Yes, I am here.
Fantastic.
So, Brother Bryan, I thank you for that. We're going to call it the brief overview, because we would, if we went into the whole story, we wouldn't be able to go on and dive deep with you during this interview. or conversation, as we like to call it. But I you know what? I think what's nice to note here from a relatability factor is that this isn't something you woke up when you were born. I mean, you were born and this has been your path your whole life. I mean, I think ultimately it is, of course, your path your whole life. We're all on the path we're supposed to be on. But I think the fact that you were a convert and you came to this later in life shows to me that it's something that you were so chosen and called to, that you found it later in life. And for me, I grew up going to church every week, multiple weeks, church camp, all the things. And then I didn't go for a long time when I was an adult and on my, and out on my own. And then I've come back to it, but I've come back to it to find my spirituality. It's met me where I am. Jesus and I, God and I, the Holy Spirit, we've met. I don't want to say on my terms, but in a way that it resonated with me, that it made me feel comfortable and safe to come back, if that makes sense. And so I think also I love you talking about it from a music standpoint, because that's where I find a lot of my spirituality is going out in nature and having writing songs and connecting in that way. So anyway, can you just talk with all that in mind too? We have a very large truck driving audience. And I'm going to circle back to them spending time alone, as you do as well, and what that looks like. But before that, for anybody maybe that's struggling and finding their connection to something bigger, call it God, put the universe, your spirituality, whatever words you want to fill in, somebody that is connected but doesn't know why or how, what can you give it like a message of hope and peace for someone like that? Just a simple way to start their day as they're seeking, that maybe over time will bring them closer to their own connection.
Well, I think that the best thing is that we've got to remember. I think there's so many ways I could go with this, but let me get to I think the most important one for me is that I'm not the center of the world, and that there's something bigger than me, but there are people who live around me. Those things are important to realize that we're all part of we're on this world together, and we all need to there's so many ways I can go with this. There's quite a bit there. You're asking me. I'm trying to figure out how I can do this without going into this. Yeah, without going to this long thing. Let me back up here for a second. When I get up in the morning, I have to remember that I'm not serving myself. I'm serving the people around me, no matter what I'm doing. When I go into that church, I know I have a beautiful voice, but it actually gets on my nerves when people tell me to have a beautiful voice. It's kind of it's a very weird thing when people start talking about, oh, you sing so good. I'm like, look, I'm doing this because it's not for me, it's for you, and it's for God. I'm praising God with what I do. No matter if it's singing, no matter if I'm going out in the garden and working all day, it's not for myself. I enjoy what I'm doing. Doesn't mean I like doing it every day, but who's this for? And then once I get that focus off of myself and realize that it's for everyone else around me, no matter if they like me or not, things tend to go a lot better for me. And it's that you've mentioned it already. There's that isolation. That's that time of getting away. That time of getting away for me is where I can rejuvenate. Now, is this for everybody? No, but I think it's an important part of being a monk, an important part of being in the world, because for you all that are out there, technology is taken over, and we have to find a way to isolate, to bring ourselves back, to get away from it, go out into the woods, enjoy it, smell the fresh air, see what God has created, realize that there's something greater out there than the virtual world that we're being forced to deal with. So isolation in the monastery, outside of the monastery, is important. And I think that word isolation is very has some negative things. I can say this for sure because I'm not sure if you've read this, but I'm actually moving over to be a hermit. The community looked at how I was living and the things I was doing. And they actually said, "Hey, would you like to be a hermit?" And I said, "Well, let's wait about a year." And then I went back at it, and I was like, they actually came back and said, "Are you sure you want to wait a year? How about within, a couple of weeks, months?" And I was like, "Okay, fine." So I reflected on it a little bit more and decided, yeah, I'll go ahead and do it. And that has a negative thing. A lot of people come back and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you want to be a hermit? You're separating yourself from everything. You're going to go live in a cave." I'm like, "What? I never said that. I'm not going to go live in a cave or anything like that. I'm actually going to be able to do more for my community." And I'm realizing that even because it was kind of a scary thing. I'm like, hermit now? I was going to wait 15, 20 years when I'm older. I've slowed down. I'm a little bit young to be doing this hermit thing right now. So actually being out there and doing the stuff for the community, it's not for myself, it's for the community, is so important. Just like our truck drivers. What are you doing? You're delivering things. It's for people. You have a mission, and you're now out on the road. And what are you doing with that time when you're out on the road? What am I doing with my time when I'm out in the garden? There's a story of a couple of monks, probably more. I don't know. I only know this particular group. They made baskets, and they sold those baskets, and they took them out into the market every day or every couple of days. I'm not sure how long it took them to make a basket, but when they got done with those selling the baskets, they brought the proceeds back to the monastery. They brought the baskets back to the monastery, and then they burned those baskets. And the next day, they started over again, making more baskets. And then they'll take them out. They use the old baskets for the ones they made previously for firewood, basically, to heat up to cook their food and things like that. They had a mission. And what were they doing, though, while they were making those baskets? And that's the question. What are we doing in that isolation, in that time alone, in that time when we're by ourselves with God and ourselves and our thoughts? Are we putting earbuds in our ears and turning up that music so loud that it just keeps us going? Or are we putting something else in there? Are we thinking about the beauty of the creation around us? Are we looking at the good? Are we praying? Are we listening to God's calling? Because if we're constantly pumping ourselves with noise in isolation, that's what's filling that void, and that's not good because it comes and it goes. But God's eternal, like music, like chant. Chant is eternal. The way that chant's made up, if you've ever heard of Gregorian chant, there is no measure. There's no time. That's why we use Gregorian chant and singing. That's why it's beautiful. That's why I love doing that. And I try to teach my monks, the monks that are here at the monastery, about the chant, that it's flowing. It goes on and on and on. And that just influences everything else we do when we realize that and get in there. So, yeah, isolation, what all these things are important, and how do we handle that as when we're out there, when we're by ourselves. So I'm hoping that kind of helps.
Oh no, it helped immensely. Brother David Bryan joins us this morning, also known as the Desert Monk. I go back to the idea that you've actually touched on a lot of this as well, but I'm gonna get even more specific and really head into some place where the silence exists. So we talk about the idea with music, that the music is in the meaning. The idea that, whatever exists in between each note is where the meaning really kind of resides. You talk about the Gregorian chant and the idea of, kind of being one, of even time slipping away. Time slips out of the Gregorian chant. You do so many things in regards to, the candle making, sheep caretaking. You've actually designed a solar irrigation system. And all of this stuff, like the men and women who drive trucks for a living, requires a lot of ongoing point-by-point maintenance, if that makes any sense, that you're actually having to go through point-by-point maintenance. And so I'm wondering how we, in developing our spiritual lives, are able to kind of recognize not so much the actions we are taking, but finding where the wisdom resides in between each step that we take, whether it is changing note or whether it is, building a candle, or whether it is mixing ourselves like among the sheep. How do we listen for the silences that you've talked about? How do we attune ourselves? Because there is a certain training that has to go on. We spend so much time in noise Brother David, that we don't often know how to recognize the wisdom that comes inside of silence?
Well, that's a very good question, and it is a really hard thing. It is training. It is what we call the formation, and it starts now. It doesn't have to start tomorrow, or it didn't have to start 10 years ago, but it starts now, and that formation is what's going to pull us away from the noise, and we can start listening. So let's look at the monastic, the way when we're coming into the monastery, what happens here. It's different now than when I came in, because we really didn't have cell phones. In fact, we didn't have cell phones. There was no such thing as a cell phone when I came into being a monk, or any of these other things. In fact, the technology has gotten so intrusive now, it's actually hard for people to listen, because there's everything's grabbing for us, and lights flickering and things moving fast and all that. So it's different now. So I'm going to kind of speak about when I came in, and then maybe some ideas what we can do now, because it's just totally different. So when I came into the monastery, we had computers that were okay, 2000s computers, if anyone knows. They're okay. The dot-com boom was just taking off. And that's where internet and technology died for me, was in 2000. I have no idea what happened between the year 2000 and 2007. In fact, I'll say 2006. I have no idea. I didn't know what was going on. I was that disconnected during that era. In fact, I didn't even care. Yeah, I was still using a computer, but I had no idea. I can't remember when YouTube started, but I think it was within that time. I'm not going to look it up. I got the computer in front of me. But I believe YouTube started sometime in that era. So a lot of things happened. The cell phone, Apple, iPad, iPhones, all that stuff started within that era, if I'm correct. And when I came in, it was just, hey, you can't use the computer. You've got 1 hour a day to send emails or whatever. But that was a major part of it. That was it. You just can't use the computer. And then we had books. We had all these we have a huge library that we could go through and read things. So, there was a major disconnect that we had to start. And that's kind of what has to happen now. We have to make that decision. We need to break away from a lot of the technology. It doesn't mean we break away from society. It means we break away from those harmful technology. And I hate to even say this, but things like TikTok, what do? You get on there and you start scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. And then you look up and say, oh my gosh, it's 2 hours. What have you been doing? What did you do with those 2 hours? You gotta disconnect from that mess. YouTube is great. I understand that. A lot of times I'll put things on that people don't even care about. They wouldn't even dare to watch because it's boring. But I love it because it's learning, it's teaching. It's either I'm listening to some type of lecture on music or on technology, on flow of water through pipes. Oh my gosh, that's boring. But I love listening to that in the background while I'm working on something on the computer, because it's teaching me. Okay. Now, outside of that, you're not going to find me. I mean, once in a while, I may catch myself scrolling through something like Facebook at some stuff. But because I've had that formation, I'm like, oh, what am I doing? Okay, bye, go away. And that's what's important, is that formation. Yes, you're going to slip up, you're going to scroll through. But what I've done too, and this is another key point, is that I kind of what they call curated my Facebook feed, so where I'm getting stuff that are local. Like I love seeing what the neighbors down the road are doing at their shop or things like that. And if I see other stupid stuff, I just delete it or tell it to go away because I don't care about that. I want to know what the people around me are doing. I don't care about somebody going off and doing something stupid. And it's just, there's a lot of that mess. And you got to form yourself not to want to see that. And that's a hard thing to do. I'm a monk. So I had that formation. For you all out in the world, this is hard. This is really, really hard. And sometimes I feel bad for myself not being out there with you and fighting, because it's a fight. It really is. It's a fight. You're going out there and you're fighting this stuff more directly than we are. But don't be fooled as monks. we still have to fight a lot because our focus is on God, our prayers, the work that we do. In fact, in Benedictine world, it's called ora et labora. That is prayer and work. That's what we do. And there's a lot of things trying to get in our way to stop us from doing that. So don't think that just because I'm in a monastery that we don't have to fight too. But it's hard to look at what you all are doing and for me to sit here and say, oh wow, I want to be out there. I want to fight with you all because it's a noble thing. You know, you're the ones that you've got to. What are you filling your time with? I've had the formation. I know I got to fill my time with God, with our readings, with our prayers, with the work that I'm doing. And while I'm out there working, just like I was talking about with the baskets, the guys that were doing the baskets, and then they would make them. What were they doing? They were praying. They were filling their time with what they fill themselves with. That is, if you're reading holy things, typically when you're out doing the work, you're filling that void with holy things. If you are filling yourself with horrible things, typically when you're out by yourself in isolation, you're going to fill that time with unholy things. That's formation. That's what we have to do. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on, and not having formal formation makes it really hard, but I really look up to you all because you're out there, you're fighting, and I've had that formation. Not a lot of people have had this type of formation. Supposedly, when you're in the church and you're doing these things when you're growing up, that's your formation to go out there and fight the good fight. It's just that I took it a little bit further and became a monk. I was called to it now. I didn't really make that decision. I was called.
It feels like, brother. It feels times like there's that great line, "Blessed rage for silence," and and I will tell you right now, and I'm actually going to pick on my two producers here for a second. They struggle with it. They both struggle with silence. I struggle with it. My family struggles with it. The idea of let's all take a moment. Let's all just take a moment and kind of process what is going on, and just have a moment to kind of sit there. And it almost feels like in the struggle you've kind of laid out for everybody, that it's almost this kind of rear guard, incremental battle, fighting for 10 seconds of silence today, 11 seconds of silence tomorrow, and on and on and on until finally we create a space for aura, until we create that space, until we give ourselves the aura of aura. The idea that we actually create a space where we reflexively pray is what it feels like in many ways. It's where we're headed, if that makes any sense. Making sense, brother?
Yeah, no, I understand. Yep. I mean, it's again, it's a hard thing. I won't add on to that.
Really quickly here, we're going to run out of time. We can find you, by the way, not just at the christdesert.org, but you have a YouTube channel, you have an Instagram presence, you are there, and in many ways, what you have to do because you are there is you have to almost kind of carve out space to make some noise. Is it the opposite problem? And then we got to say goodbye to you.
Right. Yeah. So thanks for bringing that up. So what I do is I call it video bombing. I go out, I take my camera, I record stuff. It then sits on my computer, and then I decide to upload it at some point later. Sometimes a video could take nearly a month to 2 months to do because of the silence. Because it's not my priority, but I want people to realize what's going on. So that's how I handle everything. Yes, you can find me if you just go to Google or Bing. And just type in The Desert Monk, that's with the at the beginning, you'll find all the different things, the websites and all that. And so what I try to do is just, hey, this is cool. I think people would like this. I'm showing you the beauty of the area around me. And I want to share it. So that's all I'm doing, really. And occasionally I'll put reflections and things that pop up to my mind. And I'm like, hey, this is important. I think people should see this. I haven't read this anywhere else. Let me share it. I am not a priest. Let's get this clear, because a lot of people think all monks are priests. I'm not. I am a brother. That means that I do the work of the monastery. I pray with brothers here, but I'm not a priest. I'm not a theologian. None of that. I'm not anything special. I'm just a monk who likes sharing what's out there. So
Brother, by the way, I just want to let you know, as a person who actually picked St. Columban as his confirmation saint, I completely get where you're coming from. Guys, you can also go to the Desert Monk, brdavid.wordpress.com, and get photos, videos of life, prayer, and work, the Desert Monk, and chants and chisels. Thank you. We're going to get you back on really, really soon, because I feel it's a conversation we need to dig more into. Thank you, Brother David, so much.
All right. Thank you.
Big thanks to Brother David for making the time and the space to make all of this happen. Let me kind of give you a sense of who's coming up here next. Also, don't forget, in just about an hour, well, about 2 hours, Lindsay and Emily West are going to be on the next edition of We Should Write. That's coming up at noon in the center, 1 in the east on, Road Gang Radio, RadioNemo.com. It's all a part, one of our 3 flagship shows. Coming up here next, by the way, Catherine Davis Gibbons on the power of words for youth. She has a wonderful, wonderful new book from her own press. Riverlet Press has a brand new title out there, and it is about the power of words. And it's a real chance to kind of talk about, how we actually instill in our children a sense of that words are not only important, they can be repurposed for bigger and better things and for an amazing life. We'll be back on the other side of these messages. It's Road Gang Radio. That means Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. We'll be right back after this.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount, and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Well, howdy, partners. We're back with some more Road Gang Radio, live from the Fastport Studios in New Orleans. It's your host, Jimmy Mack.
Hey guys, welcome back. Lindsay will be joining us in short order here on Road Gang Radio. Do me a favor, if you haven't already hit the like button either on the Book of Face or, of course, at Radio Nemo Live on YouTube, do so now. Let's get those numbers up there and keep on letting people know that you're a part of a growing resistance of folks out there who are looking for different ways to get their news and information and their entertainment and their lifestyle tips and to kind of help plan the road ahead. And by the way, if you are listening on a replay, welcome. And I want you to take a moment to think about how actually weird it is for the fact that the people who are listening right now live are being told that somebody in the future will be listening to this. You can find us not only on iHeart and Odyssey and Facebook and YouTube, but iTunes. You get the replays there. You get the replays, of course, on Spotify, Pandora, which means you also can find us on an app of the company that owns Pandora, a name which we will not say. All of that stuff. Make sure you share our content the way our good friends Trucker Bosun have. Diver Driver has done that as well. Marshall Platter has done that as well. All of you guys are welcome to get your hands on our content. Tell people what you like about it and make sure that you share it on all the social platforms that you have going on. One of the things that was really interesting this morning is Jeff Seeger from NACFE, who actually specializes in the study and takes point on natural gas. What he was talking about early on is that he's a big hiker. He is a big mountain. I don't want to call him a climber, but a mountain hiker. You know, a guy that hikes the foothills and makes his way up those trails and does a lot of observing stuff. Is that UPS made the decision to go with their natural gas model to put all these drivers in a natural gas model, and this is really cool because they wanted to do it in Salt Lake City. Anybody that knows anything about Salt Lake City knows exactly what was described by Jeff. It's surrounded by mountains, Madison. The whole city is surrounded by mountains, and it's gorgeous, by the way. He had never been there before. This is really interesting, too. He'd never been there before for any kind of long-term thing, and so you can imagine what a guy who likes to hike in the mountains would feel flying in on a plane into Salt Lake City, looking around going, wow.
Wow.
I mean, a real sense of wow probably hit him. What he did also point out the fact, though, is that geography is, so important in regards to what kind of new technologies you might want to try out, good places to experiment. I don't know if you know this, but the weather conditions inside of Salt Lake City are incredibly different just a few miles away.
Really?
Well, because you're down in a valley, essentially. You're surrounded by mountains, and you're down in this open space. Not only does it make it warmer down there, of course, than it would be just a few miles out and up, it also means because you're surrounded by mountains, there is carbon capture. That actually, the hotter it is, the hotter it gets. It becomes almost kind of replicating the sense that it's like if you've got a lot of engines and a lot of motor and a lot of fossil fuel burning and all that kind of groovy stuff, you are actually polluting the air. It's going to get trapped in there more than it would like someplace in, say, Albuquerque, New Mexico, or Tucson, Arizona, where you have these kind of flatter, wider, wide open spaces like in Texas from time to time. I know they have hills and mountains in those places, guys. Don't educate me on that. But you know what I'm saying? That sometimes when you have wide open spaces, dispersal is a whole lot easier when there are big winds and big areas. Salt Lake City is a capture magnet. It's going to capture all that stuff. So UPS made the decision to go with the natural gas model for their trucks because they knew that it would burn cleaner and create better conditions for which to exist. That's a groovy thing. What is interesting about that and got me to thinking, by the way, and you can give us a call and keep this conversation going, is that many of you are independent operators. Many of you work for reputable carriers. Many of you work for mid-sized carriers with good reputations. One of the ways you have a good reputation and one of the ways that you stop your neighbors from not liking you is by cutting back on a few things. So, Madison, if you had a big truck next door to your house, you might like the guy a lot. And if you know him, the more you know him, the more you're willing to put up with it, particularly if it's a regular schedule. Like I said, we don't like it when a neighbor uses a lawn blower at 8 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday.
Yes.
But if we know our neighbor and we understand it's the only time that he has because Little League starts at 11 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, and we know they work 9 to 5 on a grinding schedule during the course of the week, we kind of go, well, better Saturday than Sunday.
Yeah.
And we understand that. We're actually able to personalize it. And that's an important thing, personalizing it. It's very difficult, though, when it's a not just a neighbor, but it's in fact a neighbor on what we call the metaphorical scale, meaning you have a hub, you have a yard, you have a plant. And the more noise you generate and the more pollution you create, what's the problem? Well, the problem is the fact that the air is a little less clean, the noise is a little less serene. And we say stuff like, well, I'm providing you with the goods and services you need. Yeah, but if I can't breathe the air, what good is it if I have the goods and services I need? So one of the decisions that UPS made was to actually go on this alternative fuel to be not just, to figure out efficiency, not just to keeping costs down, not just about, lowering their carbon footprint, but about being a better neighbor. And that sometimes doing the right thing is the right thing to do. It actually ends up benefiting your business because it means that people will work with you on zoning problems that always pop up, that people will work with you in regards to where you can park your trucks and where you can coexist with people. The cleaner your roll, if you're running on less, you're also causing less hassle for your neighbors. We've got a phone call coming in. Who am I talking to?
You were talking to Trucker Bosun.
Hey, Trucker Bosun, welcome back. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, Jimmy.
Fantastic. What is the good word?
It was just during the breaks.
I understand. Go on.
So, Lindsay talking about going to Abiquiu. That's also where the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum's at.
Oh, wow.
I thought Lindsay would maybe enjoy going and taking a tour of the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum if she decided to go there to see the monastery.
Well, let me tell you something, my friend. I feel like in many ways, because of some of the technical difficulties that have kind of gone on, I feel like Lindsay's being sent a message that she's supposed to do this and she's supposed to work for it. Because there are so many things wrapped up in here. Georgia O'Keeffe Museum, the fact that it's in New Mexico, which Lindsay feels like she's being secretly called towards, the fact that this is a space of silence. There are so many things here, and she took a look, of course, at the website, and she might actually sign up for it. Have you ever thought about doing anything like that? Cloistering yourself, going someplace on a vacation, Trucker Bosun, where it actually is about silence? I don't know if you know this, but there are hotels in Tokyo where you have to check in all your technology at the front desk.
My solitude normally comes, a lot of times I'll go where I live in Arkansas, there's a lot of places where there's waterfalls and pools of spring water. They're kind of secluded areas, and I'll go out there for a couple of days and just commune with nature, maybe go fishing and just kind of get away from everything for a little while.
Sometimes you got to touch some grass, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And, it's secluded enough in the truck as it is.
Well, and
I guess that goes for a lot of us truck drivers. We're pretty much hermits by trade. But,
yeah, and I wanted to kind of ask about this as well, too, because, and this is something I can open up for the rest of the calls out there as well. Anybody wants to kind of jump in the conversation and join us with a conversation with Trucker Bosun. What is the most silent you can get your cab? Meaning there are things that have to be on. You got to be able to talk to certain people. You got to have certain equipment on. Certain stuff has to stay on if you're going to get the job done properly, and sometimes it's required. What is the quietest you can get your cab? What does a quiet cab mean to you while you're doing the job? Not when you can just shut it down. That's a different thing. But what does it mean to you, Trucker Bosun, to have a genuinely quiet cab?
My cab's usually pretty quiet. If I'm not listening to something on the radio, just going down the road with the sound of my wheels on the pavement, just looking around at the scenery around me, just kind of taking it all in. That's about the most peaceful time I get.
Yeah, because I often wonder about that because, I watch, I won't lie, I do occasionally scroll through TikTok because we've got some friends out there who have been contributors on the show, both truck drivers and people playing the ATS simulators, and a lot of them do live streams. And when I tell you some of those live streams, not for the guys behind the wheel of a truck, but some of those live streams when they're not behind the wheel of a truck are like cacophonous messes. I mean, it is a lot of people talking, a lot of people barking, a lot of AI voices, a lot of real voices, a lot of explosions from time to time, and a lot of noise. And I sometimes wonder, to go back to what our friend Brother David was talking about, how do we find any space for any sort of silence? I'm glad to hear that, actually, by the way, that you would say that, that you actually are able to kind of achieve some level of silence in your cab. Because I always wonder, having ridden with the Reads Across America guys, and every once in a while we'll just kind of sit there, and Dave can tell you too, we've sat there in silence with these men and women that we've gotten in the truck with. But I often wonder, how much of the world can you turn off, since so much of the world has now turned its eyes back on you. By the way, it's interesting too, because Marshall just wrote me to tell me that all three cities you mentioned have pretty much the same atmospheric, how yard-like the unnecessary big word is, conditions. Laugh out loud. Marshall, I was saying that because I wanted to give an example that wasn't Salt Lake City, these kind of wide open spaces that kind of allow the dispersal of both sound and, more importantly, carbon emissions, by the way. Where are we going today, Trucker Bosun?
Well, I'm sitting here till I deliver tonight at 6, and I got to go up to Ankeny, Iowa, and deliver the last stop up there at PDI. And from there, I don't know. They probably won't give me a reload until after I'm empty, because, like I said, you never know how long you're going to be at one of these grocery warehouses. So.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. And by the way, you've done this long enough that I think that your answer probably will serve as a baseline. That never gets better, does it, when it comes to reefer, does it? That never gets better, correct? I mean, it's like there is no hack to somehow reduce the 12-hour wait on a regular basis to consistently just about 2, right?
Right, and a lot of it has to do with most warehouses now don't actually unload and break down their own stuff. They actually have services that do it, that you have to pay for, the lumper services. And lumper services, you're kind of at the mercy of whoever's doing the load, what the service is, and how long they got to take and how many loads they got to do. So, it's kind of give and take, good with the bad. But for the most part, I've been pretty lucky. I've only had a few times where I've been delayed for multiple amounts of hours. Most of them are pretty good about it.
Let me ask you a question. I got one more question as a follow-up, by the way, and this actually is fascinating to me, because I'm always kind of interested in, the idea of a complaint followed by a possibility. Do you feel like if somebody came to you and said, look, I'm starting a new company, it's a lumper service, and I really want you to run it. I want you to show me how to run this as good as I possibly can. Do you feel like you're qualified to actually show somebody how they can more efficiently run a lumper service?
I wouldn't say I'm qualified, but I'd probably be able to give it a pretty good go of it.
Well, that's what everybody, basically that's everybody, if they really are honest in a job interview. It's like, unless you are headhunted and stolen from the job that you have into the exact same job for more money in a different space, nobody really knows what they can do till they get there. But do you feel like you know enough where you see stuff in regards to some of the lumper services that you've seen where you're like, man, you guys are not doing this right? Do you ever feel like when you watch all that kind of unfold, when they're unloading your truck, when they're unstacking everything, do you feel like you sometimes say, man, you guys really don't have a grasp on this? Or is it a matter of there's just not enough of these people, that's why it's going slow? Where do you perceive the problem, why this happens on a regular basis?
Well, since COVID, a lot of it is, not having enough personnel, but a lot of it has to do with communication in the warehouse between the people that schedule the appointments and the people that actually do the checking in and the breaking down of the product. There's a lot of miscommunication that goes on between those two groups. And then since COVID, just having the manpower, they'll overbook everything and then, not have enough manpower to keep up. So you might get a 6 o'clock appointment and they're running 2-3 hours behind on their schedule. So you end up sitting and waiting until they're ready to get to you, because most of them do everything, on a first in, first out basis.
I'm going to let
So that has a lot to do with it.
I'm going to let you float here, but man, you've actually opened up a really good conversation to have as well. When I'm going to kind of pitch at people here. Look, you be safe. You get yourself back on the road. Get it done. I hope they work it out for you. It's always good to hear from you. I know that Lindsay is listening, but I will definitely remind her that the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum is a hop, skip, and a jump from where the monastery is located. Big thanks to you, Trucker Bosun. Thanks for the call, my friend.
All right. Thanks, Jimmy.
All right, my brother.
Talk to you guys later.
And thanks for making time for me, by the way. Okay, the quickest way to go out of business outside of simply misidentifying the market. The fastest way to go out of business, point blank, is you misidentify a market. The market doesn't exist. You put the product out there and no one comes. And it turns out there is no market, period. That's the fastest way out of business, followed closely by taking your goods and services to a place where the market doesn't exist, where in fact it does exist, but you actually picked the wrong place to put it. A good example of that is opening a certain kind of restaurant in a certain kind of neighborhood or community where there was no need for that restaurant or that people have no interest in it. But it's usually because other restaurants exist in the space and there's no foothold to get. But the fastest way to go out of business is a way that no one ever sees coming. And I've talked about this a gazillion times, is to actually find the market, know there is a gap, and not be proper capitalized and not be proper manpowered. It's a disaster where your orders, Madison, get ahead of you, where you actually go out of business despite the fact that you've got bookings for the entire year. It is the fastest way. You'll see it happen. People end up getting drowned by their own success. Because, and here's why that happens. This is such a cool thing. It's not cool that it happens to people, but it's cool when you figure out why it is it happens. Okay, so there is a market need, a desperate market need. And you get into that market need and you are so excited about that market need that you book every single person that comes without taking the time to analyze if you in fact have the working capital to provide the goods and services before you start providing a profit, and to make sure you have the number of people necessary to deliver the goods and service before you have a profit. How many times have you given a restaurant a chance only to found that it is understaffed, and in being understaffed, the quality of the food, you're never going to go back there again. But man, you walked in there excited.
Oh, yeah, it happens all the time, especially here in New Orleans, such a food city.
Yeah, you walked in there excited, man. You're like, oh, my God, they're offering blankety-blank kind of food. Oh, my God, this place looks amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, the chef they have is first rate. But they don't have the staff to do it. They don't have the bartenders. They don't have the table backs. The place is a mess. You can't get seated because they don't have proper people working the hostess or hostess stations. And what Trucker Bosun just described is there is something about what he just said that if you were listening really closely, there is a business opportunity there. There is an absolute business opportunity. Somebody, by the way, because grocery stores or shipping locations can't get... Here's the thing is, though, that's not identifying the problem properly. Why are people outsourcing unloading and loading? Why are they doing it? Because I'd be willing to bet the people who are doing that originally, who had to outsource this, can't find the people to do it. So now you're going to find a company that is somehow going to go against the grain and find employees that didn't exist for the grocery store or didn't exist for the drop-off point or the location. You following me? So they really haven't identified it. They identified a need, but the thing is, identifying a need for a lack of workers is not the same thing as delivering the goods and services those workers' absence is not providing. And the two biggest problems people have when they go into business are they are like I said, you don't identify the right market. That's people. Often people will open up a place and be like, I've always wanted to do this, and now I realize why nobody does this around here, or why entering into this market is too competitive. I'm going to get wiped out. I'm dealing with people, who have been doing this forever. You don't always open the business that you have always dreamed of opening, because it may turn out that somebody actually is running their own dream pretty darn good. Okay, not identifying the market. We can put that off the table. The big killer is being undercapitalized and understaffed, because it means you can't keep up with it. It means you can't keep up with it. And nothing is more tragic in that situation, guys. Nothing will break your heart bigger Sorry, I'm off on a rant here. Nothing will break your heart bigger than actually properly identifying the market. Oh, man, is there anything worse than that where you were right? Where people desperately needed your widget. They desperately needed it. It was the thing that they didn't even know they needed. How about that one? That's the, you know about that, right? Everybody was happy with their Walkman. Everybody thought their Walkman was terrific, going back to the days of Lindsay and cassette tapes. Everybody loved their Walkman. There was no need for an iPod. Who needed that? They went into a market and they said, we have what you need and you don't even know it yet. And it's so cool that you're going to put up with the glitches for a little bit while we get stuff straight. People will put up with that, by the way. If it's something newfangled and kind of funky, they'll put up with the funky for a little bit while you get the bugs straightened out. Happens all the time. But man, there is nothing worse than identifying the absolutely proper market. And I would really suggest before any of you go into business for yourself, regardless of what that business is, you make sure that you figure out where you are getting your employees, number one. And once you know where you're going to get your employment pipeline from, you make sure you are properly capitalized, because if you miss a payroll, the first payroll you miss, the clock starts ticking on you. Because the most qualified people who can work in other places are the first to go, and when they go, everything at that moment begins to unravel. That's the case. That's the fact, Jack. By the way, Marshall says, truckers, time of silence. I turn off the radio and just listen to the wheels hitting the expansion joints and let my head empty out. Till some jackass cuts me off. Well said, by the way. Nicely put, by the way. The expansion joints, by the way, that's what they should simply call the Louisiana highways and byways. They should call it Louisiana, home of the expansion joint. The thunk, the thunk, the thunk, the thunk, the thunk, the thunk, the thunk. Give us a call at 615-292-6366. In the time that I have before we get our last guest here, let me give you a sense of what's coming up tomorrow. You probably noticed, guys, that I mentioned that Jane Jazz Rowie will be back again tomorrow. She actually is going to be making some time for us for Recruiter Roundtable. We've actually made a little space there. She'll be here at 8 in the center, 9 in the east. Before then, by the way, our good friend Tom Bray is going to be making some time. It's On the Highway with Tom Bray. He is going to be giving us a history of hours of service. Here's the most important thing about it, Madison. It's Tom Bray's final show. I want to let that land for a second. After all of these years, after graciously postponing his stepping out to make sure this new platform launched properly, Tom Bray is calling it a day. We love him to death. We can't wait for him to be here, and he thought he would wrap the whole thing up by giving you guys an extensive history of how we got to where we got in regards to up-to-date hours of service from beginning to end. I want you all to make time for that, by the way, because he has meant the world to us. He has been an important contributor here, and he is part of the consistency and joy that is Tom Bray, another long-running segment on our show, by the way. Jane will be after that immediately. Our good friends from Washington Trucking Week are going to be on the scene. We don't know who they're going to give us until the last minute. It usually is recurring featured character Colin Long, who is the Director of Government Affairs over there. But who knows? Maybe Jay Grimes, maybe George O'Connor, maybe Narita Taylor, one of those guys from OOIDA shows up. Immediately after that, Dave Wilbert's going to be joining us. You guys go to davewilbertmusic.com. Not Wilbur, Wilbert, by the way. Live from America. It's Saturday Night album. Surpassed 1 million streams in its first 30 days on Spotify. He will be joining us. You can find its title track, by the way, premiered at Nashville.com. He is one of the most played independent country artists on the Music Row Breakout and CDX True Indie charts by the end of 2024. What Dave does is he blends relatable storytelling with a smooth country vocal. His musical style strikes a balance between timeless familiarity and fresh authenticity. In 2024, Dave Wilbert was one of the most played independent country artists on Music Row's Breakout and the CDX True Indie charts, and he's built on that success. He released his new single and album, Live from America, It's Saturday Night, on June the 20th. It's all rooted in his personal journey and his life on the family farm, which, by the way, is just west of Nashville. The single embodies Wilbert's dedication to good, honest music, whether you're from the countryside and the bonfires or the big city lights. Live from America Saturday night is an anthem for the heartland of America. True to self approach, continues to carve out a unique space in country music, bringing the genre's rich history within its modern evolution. And we can't wait to dig in with him as well. And then finally, and I'm really excited about this, I'm finishing it up today. We got a phone call? Oh, we got 1 minute. Okay, I was like, wait a minute. You took a phone call with 1 minute to go? No, we got 1 minute. Samuel Marquis, the historian, is going to be joining us to talk about his new book. Really exciting, by the way. It's about Captain Kidd. Arrgh, mateys. Yep, it's about Captain Kidd, a true story of treasure and betrayal. He's investigating the life and lore of his ninth great-grandfather and one of the world's most famous outlaws, Captain William Kidd. We'll be back on the other side of this, guys. It is Road Gang Radio. We have a wonderful guest coming up here next. Very excited to welcome them to the show. Well, Catherine is, it's lovely, is the only way to describe this book. If you've got grandchildren or children that you want to spend some time with, Catherine Davis Gibbon, Power of Words. It's called Words.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
And we are back with more Road Gang Radio. It's your favorite producer. Sorry, Dre. Madison with the T. And this is your host, Jimmy Mack.
Yes. By the way, nobody's favorite host in regards to the 3 people that actually host these shows on a regular basis. Lindsay Lawler, of course, is getting ready for We Should Write with her friend Emily West, also an incredibly accomplished musician and songwriter, will be joining Lindsay in just about an hour and a half. They'll be dropping in and giving you another edition of We Should Write. I think they should. I think they should talk about it. I can't wait to hear whatever they got cooking up over there. You guys know that I love words. And these words are not mine, by the way. Words are a lot like people, sometimes quirky, warm, or even a little prickly. Just as people can catch us off guard, so can words. Both carry hidden depths of meaning and emotion.
Hey, check 1 2 1 2.
Hey, how are you? Good to hear you, by the way.
There she is.
In her latest book, Words, author Catherine Davis Gibbons explores this connection. Her writing and clever illustrations within help children feel at ease with language and show them how to use those words thoughtfully and build meaningful relationships. It's my pleasure, by the way, and like I said, it is deeply moving stuff here in its simplicity. Catherine Davis Gibbon, welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you so much. And I just love the way you describe the book. Thank you.
Oh, and I have to tell you right now, there's a profundity to it in its simplicity. I mean, and the illustrations, we'll get to that in a moment here, but there is really just kind of, putting the simplest version of those words, all carefully picked too, kind of talk about the overall project, and then we'll get to the specificity of what we see and what we read on the paper, because how how we encourage children to become lifelong readers is one of my biggest passions. It's only second to getting older people to become readers late in life. I was raised in a family of words. I was raised by people who were throwing Lord of the Rings, Faulkner, and Madeleine L'Engle at me in rapid fire succession. So talk about what the overall project here is.
Yeah, so this is a children's book. It's targeted for kids who are 4 to 8, 3 to 8. So basically, it's kids who are at the age where they are really coming into relationship with language and with literacy. So they're starting to learn to read, and they're, experimenting a lot with language and how they use language with other kids in the classroom, at the park, at home, with their siblings, that sort of thing. And yeah, so the book is really about finding yourself in the world of language. So it basically follows this diverse group of kids who sort of stumble upon this park where words quite literally come to life. So what I mean by that is that the words that kids are saying or even just thinking, or the words that would describe sort of what's happening and what they're seeing happen, actually become illustrated characters in the story that interact with the word characters as well. So, they kind of see just like people, every word has a personality of its own. Some are going to be really friendly and inviting right off the bat. Others, they might rub you the wrong way. You might find them pushy, prickly, weird. Not every word and not every person can ever make the best first impression. But the more that you give them a chance, the more time you spend, the more you invest and share adventures with words, these kids start to connect with language. So they discover, every word has its powers and also its quirks, and that's, just like we do. So they see that words are like people. Any word, like any person, has that potential to become your friend. Yeah.
But so here's why, Catherine. Good morning. I have a 6-year-old, so I've been very excited to speak with you because we're in that place of so she's very inquisitive. Everything is a question, and I want to pull my hair out, but I also don't. I know my family was always like, "Oh my God, stop talking" when I was young. So I'm trying to let her talk. But then also I'm having a lot of those moments where she asks what a word is, and I'm trying to explain her what words are, knowing that she won't know the words that I'm using to explain it either. That moment. And it's so hard. And by the way, this morning, she also at 6 a.m. came in my room and asked me how babies are made. So that's a whole nother conversation. I was like, let's start our
lot
Wednesday.
of words.
Woo! Start our Wednesday with that. But how do we explain to a child what a word means when they don't know what the words are that would explain that? I know you get what I'm saying.
I get exactly what you're saying. I think it's one of those conundrums as a parent when your kids are asking you what a word means, and you want to define it, but the definition could be just as elusive. So and I've been there many times. And when it happens kind of all day long, you just kind of want to pull your hair out because
you want to drink, Catherine. I'm driven to drink. Let's be honest.
It's exhausting. It's confusing. But you know what's kind of cool about it is that it's going to make you think about what the word means. And that's the amazing thing about having kids is the way that they become a mirror for you, and they make you reflect. And what I like to do when I'm at a loss is make up a little spontaneous mini story about that illustrates the word in a funny way, because that's the best way to explain it to them. I mean, their life is really stories, friends, and family, at that age. So if you can kind of just spontaneously make up a little story about, the names that you're hearing when he or she comes home from school, and find a way to illustrate the meaning of the word. But one of the messages of my book, Words, is that, definitions are great. but words and language just unfold forever over the course of our lifetime, for the parents too. Like any word, you could look it up in the dictionary and you will see a meaning there. But it's incredible how many different things that same word can mean in a different piece of writing or in a verbal interaction, depending on how you use it, why you use it, where you use it, what the context of the story is. And I just, as a writer, I think that's the most amazing, wondrous, delightful thing. So, I kind of encourage kids and their parents to think of these conversations as like just posing questions and sort of opening a dialogue, but never really putting an end to it, because you want that journey. You want to keep partnering with words on that journey as you move through life and try to find meaning.
I like that word, Jim. Partnering with words. That phrase, I mean, is not, because it really is the reminder that we're in a relationship with what comes out of our mouth, right? We were talking this morning before we had you on just about how do you express yourself and not get in the way of that expression or overthink the expression. And so that balance of, I want to be thoughtful about what I want to say, but also not overthink it. That's quite the balance. But I like what you're saying, and the idea of, it makes me more thoughtful in what I say, knowing that I have a little person listening and being part of. So how do you, I guess, walk that balance of be thoughtful about what comes at think before speaking, but also I don't want to get in the way of the emotion that's coming out if I overthink it. Does that make sense?
It makes so much sense.
Okay,
and I
good.
think, that's the thing about language, and I guess, one of the main thrusts of the book is what do we want from language? We want to bring it as close as possible to our intention, so that whatever it is we're trying to communicate or we're trying to figure out for ourselves, that the language becomes a tool and like a teacher that brings us closer and closer to clarity on these points. And I think it's really important. We do want to be thoughtful, of course, about how we communicate and what exactly we're saying. But listen, we're all on this journey together. So just because, you're the parent or I'm the parent and we're further along on that journey than our children, it doesn't mean that we're done, So we're going to say the wrong thing. And that's when we need words even more to apologize or explain or just be like, oh, actually that was just the perfectly wrong word. So I think, let me search for the right one. Or, just adding context and, kind of continuing to unpack whatever the intention is. Words are great at, doing that. They're great at explaining. They're great at, adding layers. I mean, it's cool. I think it's amazing and cool. So, but you gotta hold it that way as like an adventure and a game, I think sometimes, because it's it is a lot of pressure for parents to feel like, oh, I gotta get this right. I want my kids to, be sensitive and good communicators and et cetera, et cetera. But, you gotta have fun with it. I think that's the most important thing.
By the way, I want to point out to Lindsay and Catherine, in the exchange you guys just had, you all used the word thing a total of 11 times. And every time it had a different meaning. And I'm not picking on you at all. I would tell people to go to the Oxford English Dictionary, not with their children. Might put them to bed immediately. That might be a strategy, actually. But if you go look up that word, the slippage on that word, what it means based on how it's said and in what context it's used, is a great example of the power of what this book does. The other thing that I wanted to point out is that in the book, Catherine puts her money where her mouth is, that there are so many wonderful things going on in here, like some words, the best of friends, like tick and talk, and it's tick and talk both on a, what is it? I forget what it's called.
Seesaw.
A seesaw, and you've got zig and zag, and they are on skateboards, basically zigzagging around an old lady on a park bench. What's really cool about the book, from a visual standpoint, is the amount of empty space that is in it on purpose. It almost seems like a place where kids figure out their own meanings and create the story. I have actually thought of about 4 or 5 stories about who Zig and Zag are. And so the whole book is not just meant to be read, it's meant to be read aloud and discussed and actually have kids talking, reading with their parents and figuring out what these words mean to them, correct?
That is absolutely correct. I love the way that you articulated that. Part of the reason why I created my own imprint for publishing my books is because the kind of book that I was always sort of looking for when my kids were a little bit younger is the kind of book that poses questions and prompts discussions. And there's a place for every book. I have upstairs full of children's books that I can't give away because I personally can't part with them, even though my kids are now 9 and 14. I just love them all so much, and they all have their strengths. But I wanted a book that doesn't give the kid the answer before it's posed the question. I wanted the kinds of books that just pose the question and give that kid the space, as you described, to kind of bounce that around in their head and reflect on it and do their own thought process. So that's sort of the sweet spot that I'm looking for with all the books that I bring out. It has to be fun, it has to be relatable, it has to be accessible and meaningful for kids. But I want it to have that depth and that kind of just, thought-provoking quality to it that gets kids thinking about ideas more than concrete things.
Do you think, Catherine, that there's a thing around, so to back up really quick, I just got, again, my 6-year-old, she's almost 7, she's in 1st grade, and it just came in yesterday. I got her a fan, a big fan she can clip on her headboard that has a light in it. And when we were ordering it, I was laying in bed with her when I ordered it, and I said, I'm going to get you this. Hey, it's really hot. I'm a woman of a certain age, so I get hot in her bed when I'm putting her to sleep.
Oh, I know.
That's the real reason for me. But for my daughter, I was like, okay, I'm gonna tell her that we're going to get her this light that she can put in her bed. So that means she can read before she goes to sleep. And she got so excited. So when the light and the fan came yesterday, she was like, oh my God, I can't believe I have my own light. I can read now in my bed. She's never done that before, by the way, but it got her so excited. So I tell that anecdote because it made me, so when I was going to bed last night, I was like, I am really excited about now me, my husband, and my daughter all laying in bed and reading together before we go to bed. We've never done that, but I want her to see that. And I really want to adopt that into our lives where she just knows, she sees mom and dad read, I want to read too. So is the inspiration behind kids learning these words and get excited, is it as simple as not focusing on, I want you to learn this word and learn this, but just adding more and more books into their life, and eventually it starts filtering in. They start understanding how words go together without, you know what I'm saying? As okay. I'll let you. I think I guess my question is just how the easiest way to inspire them for the words organically to start sinking in.
Yeah, I mean it's a great question, and there's so much to it. And honestly, I think that it's really important to honor different kids' learning styles, because there are kids who are going to have a harder time with reading in the sense of phonetic decoding. And those kids, they really need to be read too. It's really important, I think, not to put so much pressure on them to turn it into a chore. And what I understand, my older daughter is one of those kids, and my younger daughter is the total opposite. I didn't have to teach her how to read. She just started reading everything herself, and now I have to be careful what I have open on my phone because she's reading it over my shoulder. It's actually the process, the way that the brain processes language. If you read, as in the parent reads, and the child follows along on the page, they are processing the phonetic decoding piece the same way as if they had read it themselves. So, isn't that amazing? So it's really important to read to kids like that. Then some kids they're very, very good at at decoding information that they hear. And so, Audible, now we have Audible. Didn't have that when I was a kid so much. That's amazing. Some kids are very kinesthetic. For them, like drama might be a great, like theater. And that's a really great kind of gateway into storytelling and enjoying stories. Some kids are very musical, song lyrics. I mean, it's like, I bet there is as many ways as there are kids, to get involved. But what we don't want to do is turn it into a chore or something where they feel like they're failing or they feel like they're even being judged all the time and evaluated all the time. And part of what I did with this book, Words, is I created a cast of word characters in the book where, not every single word in the book, that would be crazy, but keywords all throughout the book on every spread are illustrated as characters. They become characters. And so as the kid is looking through its picture book, they're going to see a character and they're going to say, well, I know that's a word because of the way that character looks. And the next thing they're just going to have this urge of like, well, what word is it? Can I figure out what word it is based on the way it looks and the context? And then can I sound it out? And I've taken this book into schools and libraries and done little readings. And before I even read the story, I just go page by page and let the kids take turns trying to decode words. And they get so excited when they can figure it out themselves. Even the little ones, even the pre-K ones, want to try. And so that's a lot of what I was trying to do with Words is make it fun, make the phonetic decoding piece fun and, kind of pique their curiosity and their interest while also giving them these hits of like the personality of each word so they can then kind of relate to the word like, oh, that reminds me of so-and-so, or actually that reminds me of myself.
I have to tell you, my personal favorite, by the way, Lindsay, is Push and Pull. I love that push. I just love him to bits. I mean, and by the way, literally having them on the hopscotch, literally standing on the hopscotch, it is like every single kid, even to this day, kids play hopscotch in playgrounds all across America and all during recess in particular. And it just looks like, as I was looking at the two of them, I said, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if these two ended up at the senior prom together a couple of years from now.
Exactly. And I love that you said that because, another message that I wanted to kind of bring through in the story is that words themselves aren't inherently bad, just like, babies aren't born as a bully, it's something that people learn. And so it's all about, what you do, like your choices, how you choose to use words. And every word can become an ally or, a friend in a certain situation. And so I have this great affection for Push because we did, we kind of drew him out like a bully, right? Like we made him look like a bully. But he also has this endearing quality. And you just kind of see how there's a dynamic there, that both of them are kind of participating in. In another situation, you might push yourself to do something challenging. You might push yourself towards, achieving a goal that you've always wanted to achieve. So push could be a great word. But yeah, that was another theme in the book. I'm so glad that we're drawn to that.
Go ahead, Lindsay.
Well, say on that note, I want to talk about empathy because you said that the Push, you gave him a bit of an endearing quality, which you certainly did. But I think all bullies do have an endearing quality somewhere down deep. Like you only become a bully because hurt people. Okay, fine. Yep. And so I think that's. You become a bully because you're not seen or heard or felt, whether that's at home or whatever. So on that note, you're helping kids really build emotional intelligence through language. How can vocabulary really help with empathy?
Yep, exactly. You said it so well. I don't know that I could say it that much better than you just did.
Okay,
Lindsay,
well, bye. Thank you for coming.
But it's true. I mean, that was definitely, something that I wanted to come across to the reader that, we all, we are all capable of saying the wrong thing. We are all capable of, being snarky depending on how we're doing that day and what just happened and everything else. And so, it's not really helpful to stamp a label on someone and say, oh, that person is mean or whatever. You want to be able to like get into it with them and engage and not just push things away that rub you the wrong way on the very first meeting, and I couldn't agree more. I mean, the bullies, they have a lot to learn from this book, and I hope that it can be a little bit of an intervention for young children in the bullying dynamic from both sides, because my wish for the bullies or the ones who are leaning towards becoming a bully is that they figure out like, there's another way I can get my needs met. Like I could find the words and reach out to someone else with the right words, and then maybe I don't need to act out in this way. And then for the kids that are more inclined to become a victim in these dynamics, my wish for them is that they trust the words that they're hearing pop up in their minds to the extent that they can set that boundary with the bully, or they can communicate clearly to the teacher, the parent, the principal, whomever it is, hey, there's a problem here. This is turning into a problem, and also that they can console themselves. They can journal, or a kid that little isn't going to journal, but they can find the words to offer themselves comfort when they've been hurt.
I have to do it. I'm sorry. I won't tell them what it is. It is possibly the funniest fart joke that is acceptable to children I have ever seen in a children's book of all time. I just want to let that out there. See what I did there? I want to let that out there and
gross.
just let people kind of go with that.
Stop letting it out.
That's exactly it. It is, and that's the other thing too, though. This is not. I mean, like I said, this is a children's book. Clearly a children's book.
This is a family show.
It's a family show, blah, 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 blah. But it doesn't run away from some of the kind of the weirdness of words or the strangeness of words or the fact that bees are scary, especially when they're shaped like words. I mean, all of that kind of stuff really plays through. It does in the same way that Where the Wild Things Are doesn't run away from the fact that childhood's a tough racket sometimes.
It's so hard. It's all I can think about lately is how hard it is to be a kid.
Yeah.
Like learning things it's like, give them credit. They're literally alive for the first time. Everything is new, and it's sort of overwhelming, very overwhelming for them, overwhelming for us on the other side who have to put ourselves back in their shoes as well and remember things overwhelming and how. But I'm also curious, the book is called Words. As simple as that. First of all, we overthink things and try to make these long titles. You're literally calling a spade a spade. So what does the word mean?
I think the word is basically a container for any possible thing that you could experience. Like it's like a mirror of life or a mirror of experience. And, it's amazing because, there's some things we experience that are concrete. We were going for a walk and it starts thunderstorming or whatever. That's concrete. We're all like, but a lot of our experiences are not concrete. They're more abstract. It's more our feelings or how we reacted to something that's happening in real time. And how amazing is it that we can find, if we search and we're diligent and respectful and we care, we can find words to encapsulate our internal experience and share that with other people. I just think that's like just mind-boggling, but the coolest thing ever.
Mm-hmm.
This book, by the way, is one of the coolest things ever.
Agreed.
And one of the really kind of great things about it with your kids is that you're very, by the way, you're smart, but one of the things
I hope she knows she's smart if she's writing a book called Words Teaching Children.
Yeah,
FYI.
I mean, but the thing is too is that the best thing about a great children's book is that you can actually reread it and you can go through it and find more stuff. There are a lot of Easter eggs, a lot of hidden things inside of here. Look once, look twice. You may find there are more words on the page than you thought from when you first started. It's a really terrific piece of work. Well done.
Yeah, I wanted it to be kind of like a game, kind of rival the iPad, that, you pick up this book and it's like a scavenger hunt that you can kind of step inside it and it becomes a game. And, kids will take pleasure in finding the same words over and over again, and they'll take so much pleasure in pointing them out to new people. Like, grandparent comes over, they're going to be like, can you find this word? Do you see, they're going to enjoy repeating that game.
You said rival the iPad. So real quick before we lose you, do you have any recommendation, knowing that technology is going to be in our kids' hands, whether it be the iPad or whatever device, and obviously we just want to balance that. We can't completely take it away. It is how we communicate in the world, but balancing that. But is there any app or trick or piece of technology that you would recommend to help kids learn words?
Well, I love
the answer can also be no, by the way. It's fine.
Yeah, I love that you said we need to balance it. I think that's such a good point. It's like I'm not an anti-technology mom, and the truth is they're going to have these tools, and so our role is not strictly about like the negative, like screen time, and let's say that every screen is bad for you in some way. Our job is how do we teach them how to use technology for good and for their own good, so the balance. There is an app. I am trying to remember what it's called. It's if you go to, actually you could go to my website even, because I have a link to it on my website.
Okay.
So my website is riverletpress.com. And if you go there and you click on the resources tab, and you scroll down, there is an app that the American Academy of Pediatrics has created. And what it does is it helps a family create a plan for their media usage.
Oh, wonderful.
And the plan is for everyone. It's for the parents, too. It's for the whole family. It's like a customizable family media plan is what they call it. And I think it's just a helpful thing to do, because if you don't have a plan, you're just going to default to what, when you're bored, when your kid has a flu and they're home for like 10 straight days or, whatever, like you're going to do all your defaults, right? Like everyone does. That's human nature. But if you have a plan, then at least you kind of know what you're aiming for. And I really think, every family, every parent is the expert on their own kids, their own principles, their family culture, the community they live in. So I can't tell another parent what's right or wrong about their screen usage, but this tool empowers parents to make their own plan, and then that just gives them a head start towards kind of sticking to the plan.
Catherine?
Perfect. You can. I'll just say I love that you can speak from your own. You can't tell them what to do, but you can say, "Hey, this is what I know works for me and my family." Etc. So thank you for that. I'm on that now. Riverlet, RIVERLET press.com, the resources page. Some awesome things to download depending on what age your child is. I will be using it. Thank you so much, Catherine, for the resource and the conversation.
Thanks. Thank you so much.
That's it, guys. Road Gang Radio continues tomorrow. More importantly, We Should Write continues in just over an hour. We are out of here. Great content coming your way, by the way. Lindsay and I talking to some folks.
And Emily West will join us for We Should Write at noon. She sang with Keith Urban. She's been on America's Got Talent and sang with Cyndi Lauper on The Apprentice. Tune in for the conversation.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Thanks for riding with us. Now let's get back to Road Gang Radio live from New Orleans, not Nashville. Here's Jimmy and Lindsay Lawler.
Not Nashville. By the way, she was actually... I got to tell you, for a young woman who just kind of jumped into the fray, she was actually doing some pretty good cold copy reading, making it sound like it was coming naturally to her, and then ran into the break of Nashville. We're still in Nashville. There's a Nashville presence going on around here. The spirit of Nashville has actually arrived in gold sequence in the form of Lindsay Lawler, no more than two, at least
that a fat
emotionally.
joke?
It is a fat joke, by the way. A fatness of soul.
Oh.
The fatness of soul, the tasty fatness of
All
soul.
I heard is fat.
Well, PHAT, my
Okay,
sister.
fine.
Give me some kind of sign, girl. Oh, my baby. Good morning to you from the Fastport Studios in the heart of the Crescent City on Esplanade Avenue under a canopy of oaks. My good friend Lindsay Lawler has come from far and wide to entertain you all down here in the city of New Orleans.
I like that.
You like that one?
Yeah,
New Orleans.
you sound crazy, and I like it.
I like it too,
I'm here
by the
for
way.
it.
I do weird voices. This person does great voices. We gotta
Oh my
cut it out.
God, guys! I'm so excited. You know, when the best thing about this show, as we all, besides our wonderful
Thank you.
listeners,
Thank you.
is Jimmy back, and then also too, the people we get to meet, and because how this show is set up, Audrey, I'm gonna introduce
Wait, the show
you,
is
but
set up?
because this show has no rhyme or reason to it.
Thank you. Better said.
We get to talk to people from all walks, all talents, but it's also framed. And Audrey, what we do, we say a vast majority of our listenership are truck drivers, so we get to say the first half of the show before I come on is how they make a living. So we talk to a lot of trucking specific companies. We talk about policy, what's going on. That's about how they make a living, and then we pivot to how we make a life.
She got it. Audrey got it. Audrey,
Live and pivot, turn 1, 2, 3, 4.
I
I'm
love
here.
it. She's my new bestie. How we make a life. So that's what's so neat. We can talk to all different walks, but frame it in a. We're trying to keep you interested. Hear human interest stories. Hear ways to expand yourself. More things yourself, meaning the listener. More things you could be interested in. So joining us next is a woman after my own heart, and she's here in black and white stripes, looking like she's probably going to go on stage in a minute. But I have a feeling she woke up like this. She's equal parts powerhouse and provocateur. Does that feel right?
Oh, I love that.
Okay,
Yes, thank you.
Audrey LaCrone, she's a world-class dialect coach whose work has been supported, correct me if I'm wrong, supported and led to Oscar, Golden Globe, SAG award-winning performances. To name, that's just to name a few.
Yeah.
But that's just
what have you
one,
done with your life?
right? But that's just one side of her brilliance. She's also the lead vocalist of the NOLA Zaddies. Brilliant name. You're a Zaddy yourself, aren't you?
I try to be.
Yeah, you're doing well. She's part of the NOLA Zaddies. They're a spicy, cheeky jazz band serving up a speakeasy swagger. That's my best radio voice. And century-old standards.
That's your best radio voice?
I need a new gig. She helps actors find their voice, or she seduces us with her own. She brings the heat. I've been told we're going to love each other. I can already feel the energy. Hello, Bestie. Welcome to the show, my new friend and yours, Audrey LaCrone.
Thank you, both of you. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here, by the way. It was
You're
good to see you
welcome.
the other day, get a chance to meet you. It's good to have you in the reels, in the studio. And by the way, it looks different from the last time you were here.
Why?
When we put up more pictures. We got more stuff. We got more things.
Oh, I didn't notice. All I can see is the cigar box guitar, and that's all I look at. Sorry.
That's all that matters.
She's like,
by the way.
I didn't see a picture of the Zaddies.
Oh yeah,
That's weird.
Where's my picture?
Well, where's
It's
your
awkward.
This.
By the way, give us a picture.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
serious. If anybody,
All right.
by the way, you ever come on the show and you want to bring a picture down to us?
Listen, I got an 8x10 just for you, and I'll sign it.
Is that an 8x10 in your pocket, or are you just happy to see us?
this?
this?
I'll
Oh,
take
this?
this.
Sorry.
It's Matt. I hope that's okay.
So I wanted to kind of jump in with an odd thing here because there's a routine that I do for a lot of our listeners when I meet them, get a chance to talk to them in person. As you can tell, while I am from the South, I have a very distinctly un-Southern accent to some degree.
But when I met you, you sounded Southern, so you switch.
Well,
you do all the accents.
I do all the accents.
That's called crazy. That's called multiple
I
personalities.
think it's called fun.
It's called code swapping. I actually can trace. I can actually do a route accent from Mobile, Alabama, through Tennessee, into Virginia, into the Carolinas, and then back down to Georgia. You actually span the globe. You actually do accents from across the globe. So I was going to ask you: are you so precise in your accent work that you could actually trace us from Scotland into Wales and to wig your way through?
I could, but
I'm not going to ask you to do that.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
Well,
not fair. Dance,
that's the
monkey,
nice
dance.
part.
Yeah.
That's the nice part about what I do is that I don't have to be the performer anymore. Because I used to be an actor, and then when I started realizing that I could make other actors really great, I was like, all right, no one needs my mediocre acting. I can work with really, really amazing talent. But what I do is, I'm not so much of the like, let me show you 17 accents in 17 seconds. Like those people, which
Those
are super
videos.
cool. I mean, you can do that, and I'm gonna ask for that in a little bit.
Yes, please.
But what I do is I think about the character, because usually it's, for a movie. So I think about where the character's from, what time period they are, what neighborhood they're from, what people of other neighborhoods they're surrounded by, like who their friends are and what they sound like. And so I kind of piece together all of that like a nerd.
Like a
and
storyteller.
Like a storyteller, and then figure out what it would sound like. So if it was someone from Wales, yes, we would think about all those things. And then also what they're aspiring to be, because some Welsh people sound really British or sound kind of American, and they don't want to sound Welsh.
It's
Can
funny.
you real quick show us a Welshman trying to not sound Welsh?
I'm doing it right now.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah. It's actually been me the whole time.
What's really cool, I don't know if you've seen Waiting for Guffman,
Yeah,
but
sure.
Parker Posey's character, it's the hardest piece of accent I've ever seen in my life because she has to play somebody as an actress that's almost good. It's easy to, if you're a good actor, it's easy to play a bad actor. That's not tough. Heavy lifting is when, because we know plenty of people like this, the list of B- performers out there is monumental because the world is made up of people rejected because they were a B-. What Parker Posey does in that movie is she does an accent, does a Southern girl's accent, well, Midwestern accent, and then has to play somebody that can kind of dance and can kind of carry a tune, which is not the same as, oh, dude, you're just awful.
Right.
Being just awful is really easy.
It's hard to be mediocre.
It's hard to actually but here's the thing.
Just ask us.
I can see that. Yeah. No, I'm kidding.
I love that.
I'm kidding.
I love that.
We're doing a great job at it.
But by the way, Simon Pegg, this is really cool. Simon Pegg can do all four Beatles. He does a really great impersonation of all four Beatles. What's really cool to talk about, let our listeners understand this, is the fact that I can't do it right now, but that whole thing with the Beatles, with the whole thing like that, is they're all talking through their nose because Liverpool was a coal town. And being a coal town, they didn't have coal issues. They weren't sinus clogged, but everybody they learned to talk from talked like that because they'd all talk because their sinuses were all congested. And then you learn from your parents who are sinus congested and you mimic them and you sound like you're sinus congested. But, but that's the geography we're talking about, right? That it's like men and women talk not just from who their parents are, but the climate, the geography, and where they want to be next, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Like some of my favorite are rural accents, which you're not gonna like really enunciate everything because you're doing hard labor. That's like where I grew up in Kansas. Like as soon as I crossed the border over to Kansas, I'm like, my throat would come tight, and I'm like, my belly's tight, and I'm ready to dig up something. Ready to do some hard labor.
Yeah, but like, yep. Hard no and not. I mean, and people in Maine, hard no and not telling. I mean, all that kind of stuff is I'm working as economically as I can because I have to save every bit of energy for throwing this bale of hay, for milking this cow, for doing the thing that has to be done. I ain't got no time to talk. That's enough of that.
But let me ask you this, Audrey, because when you're working with, and you've worked with amazing actors, I could name the list, but you guys know a lot of actors she's worked with. And the idea, though, myself as a singer, I remember there's one woman in particular who, only person I've ever worked with from a vocal coach standpoint. I haven't done a lot because I remember, especially young, feeling so overwhelmed when you get in and they're like, here's 25 things that I want you to think about while you're on stage singing. And I'm like, that's never going to happen.
Yeah.
And so when I finally, my friend Laura Donahue, shout out, who's a brilliant vocal coach and also one of my dearest friends, when I went to two sessions, I went with her, and then we became friends, and then it felt awkward. But she, it was more like going to a therapy session a little bit. Like we were just talking, and I realized later she was implanting things in me, so that it became second nature.
Right.
I'm gonna guess that's similar, but how do you do that? How do you make an actor who's already so frickin' self-conscious and trying to please Steven Spielberg? How do you make them settle in and feel comfortable while they're working with you so it becomes second nature?
I'm a very intuitive teacher, so I don't teach as much technical things. I used to have a big sign in my office that said, I'm not a licensed therapist. But it is like therapy because I'm gonna, in 5 minutes, I'm gonna feel you out and decide how you learn I might ask you how you learn as well, but I'm gonna figure out how you can learn best and how you can believably talk like someone else under pressure, when you are on set and there's 50 people watching you and time is money and it's ticking away. So there's like the time before that, and then there's the coaching on set too, where usually I'll have, about 30 seconds to give one note. And so I have to go through and scan and say, okay, what would be most helpful? Like Ironheart, the Marvel show just came out, and I helped Anthony Ramos on that. I helped some of the other characters too, but I remember one take, I just went over to Anthony and I was like, hey, you lost your swag. And he was like, what? Like, you lost your swag. And that was the most effective note I could have given him. And then
because his whole thing is swag.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I was like, you lost it. And then the next take, I was like, Stella got her groove back. Anthony got his swag back. We're good, baby.
So you're equal parts working with them prior and on set.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, right now the film industry is weird, so I'm not on set very much, unfortunately.
This film industry is weird. That's a understatement.
It's really funny because, my friend Justin, who was a recurring character on Justified. And he would tell me that he actually stole this from Timothy the Oliphant. If you watch him in that show, he's always doing this with his hands. He's always, with his right hand, he's always moving it. And he asked him once, why do you do that? And he says, I feel naked without the gun. He didn't mean that I, as a human being, feel naked without the gun. He means that that Raylan didn't like not being able to have easy access to his gun, and that he would only calm his hand when he'd throw his jacket back and expose the pistol.
That's a fun character tick.
And that's a real thing too, is that you work in what there's a fancy pants word for it from the Germans called Gestus. And a lot of people, by the way, Marshall, who's sitting behind us, has that cigar firmly planted in his mouth. And if you see pictures, but the thing is,
he's not even acting. That's just him.
But he is.
Amazing.
But he is. And I don't mean that he's being a phony. I don't mean that at all. We choose who we want to be, and we find ways of signing our work. And that we sign our work in certain ways. The way that it's a really funny line from the third Die Hard where Jeremy Irons tells this FBI agent, he goes, Bill, you're still trying to butch up by chewing on your glasses? And they cut to the guy and he's got the glasses in his mouth and he puts them slowly down. And that people are always trying to find these little signatories in their own lives that kind of establish that you can tell a person who you are before you ever say a thing. And that once you become aware of that, you can then communicate to people in that way. I'm not somebody to be trifled with. I am somebody whose hand you want to shake. I am friendly. And that actors often, like I said, finding your swag.
Right.
You can simplify things. Stop getting complicated. Stop thinking about 24 things.
Well, but do you think that's conscious for regular people?
I do.
It can be conscious for actors. Oh.
I do. I think it's conscious for regular people. I think at some point, I think they don't realize that it's conscious. I know that sounds like a contradiction.
Yeah.
But wait, I'll show you why.
Okay,
I want to be like my daddy, therefore I'm going to do things my daddy did. That's a conscious decision. I mean, it's like my dad used to do this. I think that was really cool. We often see people on the street and saying, man, that hat looks really good. I'd look really cool in that hat. I'm making a conscious decision to wear that hat. Therefore, I wear that. I don't think it's conscious in the way an actor does it, but I think that there is a deliberation and that we choose how we're going to look. And even when people, I don't care what I wear. Well, you just said you don't care what you wear, so you do care about the fact that you don't care about what you wear.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a statement. There's always a statement going on. The difference with an actor, I think, and Audrey LaCrone joins us this morning, the difference is I think that an actor is actually examining the decision as opposed to just making it, saying, is that the right one? Whereas people often make deliberate decisions.
Right.
Always
and with accent coaching and acting coaching, what I do then is I have them try on different things. Of like, okay, does this tick work for you? Does the cigar in your mouth work for you? Oh, it doesn't.
It
feel
works
right.
for this guy, doesn't
it,
though?
It works for this guy.
I mean, it works for that guy right there.
Yeah.
But right, I mean, so you help people.
And one of the things I also do is I have them find real life models to shadow. So we would take, what's your name?
Marshall.
We'd take Marshall, and I would film Marshall probably when he's had a cocktail or two, and so he's not.
So right now, we should be good right now. I think actually.
10 a.m. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
It's New Orleans.
Yeah.
It's beer.
8 a.m. was 2 hours ago. Yeah. We're good.
Can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning.
Amen.
So you get a video of him and you.
Yeah, and then I would see what his tics are, what makes him that interesting character that would read well on screen. And then we'd try it out. The actor would put him on, sort of like you're putting on a coat, and then take it off and see how it feels.
Okay, so now do you in the real world when you're not working, and then we're gonna pivot to crawdaddies. In the real world, do you find it hard to have friends or date? I don't know if you're dating, single, married, whatever, but
I have so many boyfriends.
But good. I do too. Also, shout out to my husband listening. But is it hard? Like, are you always analyzing people's tics and friends or people walking down the street, and not analyzing in a judging way, but just can you turn it off?
I try to turn it off.
Noticing?
I try to turn it off. Although some tics really bother me. Like if someone is always putting their hands to their mouth, I'm like, please take your hands down.
Yeah.
Or if they're like really talking in a lot of vocal fry, I'm like, I can't do this. Like if a yoga teacher, if I walk into a yoga class and they're like, and now we're gonna shavasana, I'm like, all right, this has been cool. I can't.
So how would you want your yoga instructor to talk?
Like this.
I want them to be very like breathy, but not so just, add a lot of breath. I want them to be like, one time there was a yoga teacher that looked like white Jesus, and he was like, and now I'm going to give you a gong bath. And I'm like, yes, white Jesus, please.
Gong bath.
Yes.
Gong bath me.
That was ideal.
If anybody wants a gong bath, give us a call at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. Phone Master Dre, we call Sexy Jesus over there, by the way. So
sweet.
If anybody wants a gong bath, that's actually perfect way to pivot into crawdaddies.
Pivot.
I'll start here. Do you believe in past lives? And if so, you don't really have to answer that piece, and if so, are you from the 1920s?
Oh, I don't think so. I think I'm just from a small town.
Okay.
And
where the 1920s never left.
Exactly. Kind of. It was more like 1940s there, 1930s to 1940s, but I'm from a town of 600 people. So, I grew up watching Lawrence Welk reruns with my grandparents, and we didn't really have TV. So any actual cultural references from the 90s are going to go straight over my head, but Lawrence Welk, I got you.
Nerd alert. I love it.
Bubbles.
So tell our listeners about crawdaddies and how, I guess, that came to be, because you've got a real balance between what you do, and you said you got out of acting.
Right.
And
yeah, I always had a balance. I always had like teaching and then acting. But then when I had a child, she had just turned 5, I got burned out. I was like, I'm done acting. I'm just done. I've been doing it for 10 years. I did a lot of really great indie films, but I don't want to play nurse number 2 on a big feature film. Like, that's where my career is heading, and I'm done.
I appreciate the honesty behind that.
Yeah.
I mean that actually.
Makes you a better coach, actually.
Yeah, definitely. It's made me a better actor. Quitting has made me a better actor. It's been interesting because I've been able to live now. So I, after I had a baby, long story short, got a divorce, kind of refound myself, reinvented myself. And then eventually, after I had healed a bit more, I was ready to pick up some sort of art. My mother's a visual artist. She's a painter. Debbie Wagner. She paints the sunrise every morning as it comes out. This is her 19th or 20th year of doing that.
Every day?
Mm-hmm. Every
Holy
day.
crap.
It's amazing. My dad is a musician and a writer. So my brother's a chef. My sister does fashion and interior design. So I was like, all right, I'm ready to jump back in. I don't know what I want to do. So I always sang, but I never could breathe like I needed to breathe. I took voice lessons my whole life. I took opera lessons for years just to try and like understand my breath better, because I was doing the therapist thing where I was teaching people how to breathe, but I wasn't happy with my breath.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally I was able to like breathe again. And so I started recording myself singing, and I started actually working on my singing voice for me, not just for damage control of trying to breathe. And so I recorded myself doing different genres. I grew up more in a country bluegrass family. But I'm a swing dancer. So I'm around jazz, and there's so much jazz in town. I love it. I love it so much. So I started singing that and sitting in with people around town. And then actually Chef Desi, who's going to be making
Can you
the
believe who
lunch.
she's married to?
Yeah, no, I'm best friends with her son.
I know.
So her son is my best friend, and he's a trombone player. He's wonderful. Wes Anderson the fourth, and not the filmmaker. So Wes was like, Audrey, you can start a band, right? I was like, wait, what? I can?
Me?
What do you mean? I can start a band? He's like, yeah. He was like, in New Orleans, here's how you do it. You come up with a name. you book a job, you book a gig, and then you create a band. And I was like, wait, what? And he's like, yeah, you have one rehearsal. Have one rehearsal with your band and then do it.
Yeah, but how do you book the gig if you? This is so not Nashville, by the way. This is fascinating.
I had footage from sitting in with other bands. So I had footage from like sitting at Spotted Cat or the Jazz Playhouse or wherever. So I had nice footage from nice places with amazing bands. And so I just put that, and I already had taken like cheeky photos just for fun with a photographer friend. And so I had like photos that looked like a diva jazz singer. And so I may drop the Crawzaddy's name because it's so silly and just use my name. I'm not sure yet.
You should
Well, it could be two separate. It could be, you know.
Well,
a
no,
side
it's.
project.
I mean, they have nothing to do with it. I'm singing like divorce revenge songs and like naughty jazz songs.
But the thing is, though, but actually say your full name and then
It's
say
Audrey Lacrone and the Crawzaddies.
That's
That's
exactly
what it is. Yeah.
I mean,
Mhm.
that's fantastic.
Yeah.
I think that's got a great cadence to it too. By
Thanks.
the way, and by the way, Lindsay, this is interesting too because of what Audrey's saying. I had a rather spirited discussion the other day with somebody who was explaining to me how bands worked,
Mhm.
and I realized that for the fact that even though this person has lived in New Orleans, I'm listening to him, I'm going, that's how bands work someplace else. Because here in New Orleans, it's like show up.
Right. And New Orleans is a completely different ball game. So now I have more of a set band because I have a weekly gig. But
Which is where, by the way?
Oh, Bourbon O Bar on Thursdays from 8 to 12.
Okay, got it.
And
I
might
might have to stay till Friday just to catch.
Yeah,
up.
yeah,
We
please do.
can hook you up. I mean,
I was getting in trouble at one point because my songs were too nasty, even though they're from the 1920s and 1930s. And so they were like, "Can you please do more like soft corner jazz?" And
Soft corn, not
soft
soft
corner.
porn? Soft
No,
corner?
not soft porn jazz, but soft corner.
Oh wait,
jazz.
so give me an example of one song, like a song that was
1931, "My Girl's Pussy."
And how to give me a lyric?
Like a pussycat. There's
Yeah.
one pet I like to pet. Every evening we get set. I stroke it every chance I get. It's my girl's pussy. Always plays, always purrs. I love the thoughts it stirs. I don't mind the smell. I added the smell because it's hers. So often it goes out at night, returns at break of dawn. No matter what the weather's like, it's always nice and warm. It's never dirty, always clean. In giving thrills, it's never mean. It's the best I've ever seen. It's my girl's pussy.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm ready.
This
I'm ready.
final
Come on.
edition of Road Gang.
So glad we owned the format.
man.
ORL.
Oh, my God.
That's incredible. And that's the actual lyric. Outside
Oh,
of a
my
few
God.
nuances.
Some of these old songs.
Yeah,
you
this
listen-
1931.
Yeah, because the Hays
Wow.
Code ain't floating around putting the.
Well, and pussycat was more of a common term than to call a kitty cat.
Yeah, it was
So
also-
sometimes I sing it as kitty. My girl's kitty. It's cute.
That's boring. Let's
Yeah.
bring back the pussy. I'm sorry. Bring back the pussy cat.
Why are you saying I'm
Pussycat.
sorry? Why are you saying I'm sorry? It's like
I'm nervous. My palms are sweating.
know.
It's okay.
But Lindsay, I love Lindsay. Like, tell me I'm sorry. It's like of the two of us, which one of us is more concerned about that? My dad's listening, going.
My parents are
I
so
love
proud.
it. I
of
love
them.
it.
No, it's
well,
good.
yeah, and that's what I like to say. It's like I sing those songs, and then I'm like, your grandmother or great grandmother. I just want to remind you, they were getting down. And I'm
Good
gonna
point.
sing the
Grandma
records
was
that,
human.
that their parents found and broke. Like,
That's
did you ever get your
amazing.
CDs broken?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, these are the records that their parents broke. Hot Nuts is another one. It's a good one.
Good, give us some lyrics.
I was about to say, give us a little.
My favorite one is Long John Blues, 1948. Dinah Washington recorded it. It's about sleeping with your dentist.
Well, let's hear it.
Yeah.
I've got a dentist who's over 7 feet tall. And then, Long John, they call him, and he answers every call. I went to Long John's office, told him the pain was killing. She goes on, he tells her that her cavity needs filling. And he says, just open wide, and I might have to give you some anesthetic.
Wow.
But then I'll fill you up.
I'm definitely staying till Friday.
Yeah,
so I
stay
can
till
go to
Friday.
The Audrey Lacrone and the Crawzaddies show.
Come to the Audrey Lacrone show. Yeah.
I'm just going to let it all just kind of sit there for a while. I got plenty to say. I'm just going to let it all just kind of bask in the glow of Long John.
That's
Oh,
fair
yeah.
enough. Okay, well, so let's real quick. We've just got a couple of minutes left with you, but by the way,
A couple of minutes. We got about 30 seconds. Go on.
can you be on our
Oh,
show
boy.
forever from here
Yeah,
on out?
sure,
And please come
sure
back.
thing.
If you, what's a song on your playlist that's out of the realm of any of this? It's like maybe your pump up song if you're driving to a show that would be not in the vein of what you're about to sing.
I like R&B. I'm
Okay,
a big R&B fan. One song that I really love is Rihanna J. She has a song named No Names, Know Names. Ooh, it's so good. It's
So
so
Master Dre
good.
knows it. The cool
Yeah.
kids know it. All
Very
right, and that
good.
gets you ready.
Yeah, that gets me ready. It
pumped
gets
up.
me like all sexy and like, oh yeah. It's about love at first sight.
I am not ready for Audrey LaCrone to leave.
Me
I am
either.
ready to get us out of it. We have to go to a break, though. The
Thank
people
you
who
all
take,
for having me.
Oh, my God. The people who take care of us have to take care of themselves. But Road Gang Radio, this final edition of Road Gang Radio.
It's been fun. It's been real, guys. Make sure you go over and check out what Audrey LaCrone has going on. You can find her at Audrey LaCrone, LeCrone.com. She also has a great podcast where she's interviewing these actors that she's worked with. It's called The Unmuted Show. You can go to unmutedshow.com and then find her music at NolaCrawzaddies.com. Of course, she's on Instagram and all the places at NolaCrawzaddies. You are a delight.
Thank you. Both of you are delights. as well.
We want to be with you more and more, so let's
do it.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
We're back with more Road Gang Radio, which is riding shotgun with Jimmy Mack in New Orleans, and then we have Lindsay Lawler in Nashville.
Yeah!
Take it away!
Perseverance,
Yes.
place,
Check.
and personal honesty.
Cross check.
Tight harmonies,
Check.
And heartfelt songwriting, by the way.
Check, check.
I am talking about, of course, The Last Revel.
Oh, my God.
Years of heavy touring and a 2019 hiatus, the group reconvened with a refreshed perspective and a stronger bond. This comeback, by the way, has resulted in 2 albums since reuniting. 2021's Dovetail, and their upcoming release, Gone for Good, which is due out on the 18th.
Go on.
2025 on 30 Tigers. By the way, it's produced by Trampled by Turtles. It's the band's 6th album, is described as an ode to the lifetime of an artist, capturing their renewed commitment to their craft and each other. Gone for Good. With that album, they are poised for their best year yet. I actually agree with that, by the way, based on simply the strength of Go On and Solid Gone. Holy moly, holy Toledo, holy, get yourself on board with The Last Revel, by the way, guys. As they say themselves, embracing a deeper clarity in their identity and purpose, absolutely, and focusing on, and by the way, I got to tell you, I'm actually getting a little bit upset that people use the word authenticity, I think, in the wrong way. This is used in the absolutely right way because they are authentic. There ain't nothing else like this, guys, by the way. When they say perseverance, place, and emotional honesty, that's not just about their character. That is about what these songs are about. There is a stick-to-itness grit that goes on here that is deeply moving while at the same time driving. It's really hard to have an up-tempo song that is deeply moving. I'm not kidding. Go through them. Think about them. And this music sings in a way that you guys have not heard before, all of our friends out there listening. It feels like the back roads. You can hear the grit rolling up into the tires while the engine is souped up. And at the same time, you can feel the world passing you by. It is my pleasure to welcome Ryan Acker and Lee Henke, banjo player and guitar player, respectively, of The Last Revel. Good morning to you both.
Good morning.
Hi, guys. Well, we've been drooling over you all morning on air like total creepers because we are huge fans and so excited to have you on. And where I want to start, because I totally giggled, guys, one thing on your Instagram, I love your tagline where it says, "How are you not more famous since 2011?" I love that. I get that. I feel that. I'm a songwriter and artist in Nashville. And, anytime when I used to play downtown and people would be like, that you guys know what I'm about to say when people are like, "Oh, I can't wait to say I knew you when." I'm like, how about now? Just say you know me now. Like, I'm doing fine, guys. I'm fine. I'm making music. Everything's fine, right? So I hate that when people are like, "Why did more people not know you?" And I'm like, you guys are missing what's important here. Do you know me? Do you like my music? We're good. So I just want to start out talking there because whoever one of you wants to take this first, was there ever a moment when you were like, we got to start or stop caring about anyone thinks and just lean into the music we're making and just go with it? Because I believe once you don't give a shit, that's when everything starts happening for you. And in a respectful way, of course, when you don't give a shit about what doesn't matter and you only care about the music and what drives you and pushes you forward, and then you cannot take those comments personally and be like, yeah, cool, whatever. Does any of that make sense to you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ryan, you take this one. This is like your thing.
Sure. Yeah, I think we when we got the band back together in 2021, I think we kind of came back to it with like kind of this like renewed sense of like, well, we're just doing this. Ultimately, we're doing it for ourselves in a way of like, well, let's just start playing music together again. And, we already had all this history together, and it was just kind of like, well, let's just get it back together for ourselves. And that's been kind of like a common theme since 2021 of just being like happy with who we are. And it's really clicking. So it's been fun.
Awesome.
I would also like to add to that. I think we have a little bit of it kind of adds gasoline to the whole fire when we do have haters, when there is like someone who says like, "Oh, I don't like that," or, "Who wants to listen to this?" And we're like, "Well, we're not bluegrass." It kind of, it ignites this flame of like, we get to do whatever the hell we want and we don't really care, which is, it's motivating in a way.
Well, on that, just a real quick follow up, Jim. But on that, then, do you? Because we talk a lot on this show about throwing genre out the window, and people say to you, I'm trying to shift, and people are like, what music, what genre are you? And I'm like, well, today I don't know. I made this track. You tell me what you think. I don't know. And I think when you throw that in the window is real power, but also that idea, what you just said. Dude, when I finally realized I'm not for everyone, which was like literally this morning, because my whole life I'm like, I want everyone to like me. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm doing it wrong.
I don't like you, by the way. I don't know why.
I finally
on.
realized nobody likes me and I'm cool with it.
That's it.
But yeah, really that thing that you just said, when it's like, if everybody likes your music, you're doing it wrong. And is that a power move for you? It's like, because it's like, the more specific you get in what you're saying and what you're vibing on, you would think it kind of has the opposite effect. You think that the more specific you get, you're dimming your audience, but it kind of has the reverse effect, right?
Yeah. Go ahead, Lee.
Oh, I was gonna say, Ryan always says we've always been too indie for bluegrass and too bluegrass to be indie, And in the early days, I know we were trying to figure out a way to fit into a box or like at least we're self-conscious about not fitting into a box. And now I feel like it's motivating to not be in the box, is to be our own thing and not fight it so much. Don't try and force it. Just do what it is.
Yeah.
I'm going to make you both laugh. So the thing is, I've been a fan for a while. And I was listening last night, and because we're setting up a studio here in New Orleans, I've been staying with my mother and father on and off. I normally call California my home, but I've been in New Orleans the last 3 months or so for an extended period. I was listening to you guys, and my dad walked into the room, and he'd never heard you before, and he says, man, those guys sound like they're actually both packing pistols but aren't happy about it. And I thought it was one of the best descriptions I ever heard in my life for what your music was.
You can use that on your next T-shirt, by the way.
My dad said, and I said, oh my God, Dad, I said, I think in one sentence you actually captured what I'm trying to kind of sum up here when I talk to these guys tomorrow on the phone. You talked about that, I call it that renewed purpose. I call it drop, a dramatic renewal of purpose. And the energy is there in the songs. I mean, we can hear it, Go On and Solid Gone, which are the first two singles you guys released from an album that is literally, the clock is ticking on the 24-hour window now for that album to drop. And I was kind of curious, when you cut the album, did the set... It's an obvious question, but I hope you get what I mean. Were you guys feeling that same purpose in the playing of it that we're hearing in the recording of it? Did you have that sense of, wait a minute, we got something going on here? As good as we've been, this is something different. Something is really cooking here. And I think you guys have always been great, but there's something really profound that has happened here since you guys have gotten back together. Do you feel that when you play?
Yeah, absolutely. In the studio specifically, like when we were getting ready for this record, we knew the stakes were higher because we booked time with producer and musician Dave Simonette from Trampled by Turtles. And we've been just like lifelong fans of that band and this guy and his songwriting. And knowing that we were going to be in the studio with him kind of like upped the ante right off the bat. And like we approached this record with like, okay, we're really going out on a limb on this one, and we're really like kind of putting it all on the line in the sense like personally and professionally, like we're putting a lot of pressure on ourselves to like really deliver on this one. So, I think just right away having Dave involved, like nobody wanted to show up with a bad song to the studio with Dave Simonette in the studio. So I think like right away that kind of like set the bar pretty high for us. And we worked in a really great studio in Minnesota called Pachyderm Studios, and just the setting with everything just kind of felt perfect. And yeah, when we were cutting the songs, there really was like this profound sense of like, okay, we're really clicking here. It's really happening. And I can't believe it's like the week the record's coming out. It's just very surreal because we finished the record about a year and a half ago. So we've been sitting on it for a while, just kind of like just preparing for this week specifically. So now kind of looking back, it's like, I don't think there's anything more we could have done for the record and the songs than what we did as far as like effort put in. So it feels good to be here.
Wow, that a year and a half that you've been sitting on it. Are you about to lose your mind? I'm sure tomorrow I want to know what you're going to do to celebrate to finally get there. But equal parts the waiting process, because I feel like we talk about a lot. We can, especially in this day and age with all the streaming and social media, like as an artist, you can get overwhelmed with all the other things that have nothing to do with the music and the creation. And it can be really debilitating, I feel like. So it's like that moment that we're just really supposed to create, put it out, move on, create, put it out, move on. But we can get caught up in it. So what is it like for you guys? Tomorrow this record comes out, and if everybody listening doesn't download it, you're doing yourself a great
download
service.
it. Download it.
Yes,
Don't
download
listen.
it.
Download it. Go and listen. And
exactly.
then listen.
And but I'm curious. Do you guys get? I mean, I know you've got a killer team behind you, but once it's out, do you ever suffer that sort of depression piece of like, well, what now? Especially after you've been waiting a year and a half to put this out, or are you guys already on to the next? You guys know the next piece. I know you're out on tour. So how do you kind of play both sides of that? I guess I'll say.
Ooh,
yeah.
I always get the release saddies.
Yeah.
It's like, it's no longer your little baby. It's like, it's got to go grow up on its own. But at the same time, we've never worked with a label before, and 30 Tigers has always been our like dream boat. Like that's the one we want to work with. That's where all our heroes are. So it doesn't feel like release is the end. It feels like it's the beginning this time.
Love that.
So that's helpful too.
I'm gonna go ahead. Go ahead. No, you go ahead, please. You're our guest. Go.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think there'll be a little bit of like an empty void feeling after this is done, but it's kind of exciting because we have this like huge tour coming up, and we've been so excited about playing these songs live for our fans and stuff, and I think that's gonna kind of help, kind of like ease the transition into like having the album out. It'll be a good kind of bridge between the two.
Let me ask you about touring, by the way, and about your interaction with the fans, because we were talking about this yesterday. We talk about this a lot, the idea that the audience is what happens, in the sense that, the songs are the same, even though you might change the way you play them based, on where you're at and all that. But at the end of the day, it's about the relationship you have with your fans. And, one of the things that I've always told Lindsay, too, when she says, I can't wait to say I knew you when, is the fact that there are people who have been with you since the beginning and actually take pride in that. Do you feel any obligation to the fans that you had early, and how do you kind of honor those people who were, and I don't mean like friends and family, I mean the first fans as they begin to show up. Do you feel any obligation to them or any explanation that you owe them, or is it just part of a growing sense of momentum as more people kind of jump on the train?
Gosh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Screw them. Just say no. Screw them all.
They give me like a sense of comfort. Like we just played our first in store, record store performance, because we've never had a label before, so we've never had to do that. And one of our OG fans was there. And I remember meeting him at one of the first festivals we played in Montana, and there's something comforting about seeing those people, and they're still there with you, and they still love what you're doing. It's almost like an extension of family that you would choose to want to hang out with. So it is comforting to know that they're still there, and I really don't feel like we're in a genre that changes enough to where we're gonna offend any original fans either. I feel like it's pretty inclusive. It's pretty, I don't know. The palette didn't change that much. I just feel like we're getting better at doing what we do best. So I find the original fans, incredibly encouraging and supportive and very, very grateful. And I hope new generations and tons of more people like it, and I hope no one's deterred by that. I hope they're all on the same train.
We are talking with The Last Revel, Ryan and Lee from the band, banjo and guitar player. You can go to thelastrevel.com. They are out on tour. They'll be playing tomorrow in Wyoming. They have dates in Montana, Virginia. The list goes on. They will be here in Nashville November 8th, Baby at the Basement East, my favorite venue in Nashville. I will be there. I will be the creepy one front with the glitter sign. That's
I'll
how
be the
you'll
tall
know.
guy behind her.
That's how you'll know. Okay, so Go On has such a cool story about the writing behind it, and I'm not going to do the talk about specifically how do you write or where are you inspired. I won't ask you that, but what I do want to talk about, because there's this undeniable pulse in your music, and it's like something that's it's grounded in something ancient yet playing today. It feels like it's like you can feel this beat behind it. And so I don't know if that rhythm, if it comes from a place or a pain or a people, but you can hear it as well. And so the new single Go On, that has a very wild and raw energy, which makes a lot of sense because I read that it came from a solo hunting trip in Montana from one of you, and the one antlered buck. That may or may not be right, but how does the idea of of that, this hunting trip, a solo hunting trip, which was, I'm not sure which one of you guys you could answer that, but that turned into a song about love and pride, which it's rooted in so many different things. So how do you, I'll ask Lee first, how do you convey that pulse in your music that is so angsty, but yet it doesn't make me exhausted at the end? It makes me inspired at the end. And how does it all tie back to how the song came to be from the hunting trip?
Man, that's a really good question. This is Ryan's hunting trip.
Okay.
When Ryan brought it to me, he had the first two verses. And then we sat in the living room and just drank coffee and tried to figure out a chorus that fit. And then
drink a lot of coffee, I bet.
Oh my God! Well, that's why that's the pulse. I think the pulse is the coffee. And the hunting trip and having, I don't want to speak for Ryan, but like having that much time to yourself in a pretty intense environment brings up all kinds of different emotions. But I'll let Ryan tell the rest of it.
Yeah. It was a couple of years ago now. I think it's 2023. I live in Livingston, Montana, and I was doing a hunting trip. It was the day before Thanksgiving, and I was by myself, and it was the end of the day. And this one antlered buck came out of the woods. I had no luck all day. This one antlered buck came out of the woods, and he was chasing other deer around, and he was obviously like an animal possessed. And I ended up harvesting that buck that evening and packing him out of the woods by myself. Some of these lines from the song kind of came to me, and it was just such an intense moment. It was an intense day, and I think that being out there by myself in that kind of setting kind of really it makes you just more in touch with my subconscious. And I just felt kind of just more just elemental. I guess I don't know how to describe it, but anyways, I just kind of it was able to just kind of come to me, and I kind of jotted some of these notes down. And that was kind of the beginning of the song. Yeah. Bringing it to Lee was helpful in the sense of kind of making it more personal and approachable. I didn't want it to be so obvious about a deer,
Yeah.
I wanted it to be more.
I didn't know it was about
human
hunting.
element.
Yeah. Roman didn't tell me he was writing it about a deer. So when he brought me those first two verses, I was like, wow, this is incredibly romantic and tragic. So when I wrote the third verse to fill in, I had no idea he was writing about a buck. So I think that's part of it. And I think the idea of, going back to the pulse question, it's, I feel like there was a lot of adrenaline. There's a theme of adrenaline in that song. Dude, packing out a deer by yourself in grizzly country in the dark, you better have a little pulse, a little adrenaline going on, or you're not human. So,
well, and you just said something too that I think is, some of the biggest bands talk about how they don't like to do interviews too much because if the more information you give, it takes away from the listener experience. So I love, Lee, that you were like, I didn't know this was a buck. He didn't tell me. I was just listening to the words, where it's so intriguing to me when Ryan, like, he knows what it's about. And that's the real listener experience. It's almost like if you give too much information, it takes away from the listener can pull from it. So I'm so curious to see what your avid fans are going to start taking away from it themselves. Because I can guarantee you that song hit for me, but in a billion years, I won't do what Ryan just did because I am a wussy. So, like, completely different experience.
By the way, do you know what song my dad was listening to when he said those fellows are packing pistols, but they ain't happy about it? It was
Go
this song.
on.
It was this song. I mean, which is crazy. Which is crazy. What is it? The veteran actually listens and he goes, "Oh, I know exactly what that's about. I know exactly what that's about." And that's kind of stunning too, because I've often wondered when people are doing their songs in concert, in the studio, there's a point where you have to kind of not think about it and do it. But I've always kind of wondered that. I've asked this to Lindsay too. We talked about the idea of the urgency that you needed to feel to kind of do this. But are you aware of meaning when you're recording or singing a song like this while you're doing that? And does that help inform what you bring emotionally to it? Or do you kind of enter what Victor Turner called the flow state, where it's kind of like, here we go, and whatever I get to on the other side is where I went? Am I making any sense, Ryan? Any sense whatsoever?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, just the general subject matter of that song and just the intensity of the chorus and stuff like that, and that banjo fiddle lick that goes along with it, just like all the elements to it just kind of had this, like, it's a perfect term for it, just like this purposeful, like, sorrowful aggression to it, where it's like we're really just trying to get something out. And I regardless of in the studio who knew what that song was about or like where the origins were about, I feel like everybody connected on it in a personal level to kind of like get that take in the studio. And what you hear on the album is 100% us just playing in the studio together. There's no overdubs on that song at all. So it's like we were only physically able to take about like 3 or 4 takes on that song because of the intensity of it, where like after that last take, it's like, I don't physically think I can do this again. And, and Dave, the producer, kind of connected with that right away. And, one of our bandmates was, in the studio saying like, oh, there's a couple little mistakes here and there. And Dave's like, you just can't overthink a punk song. And you just got to let it be what it is. And it was more important at that time to like get that emotion across versus get the right notes on tape. I think that's kind of the perfect example for that song.
Well, and there's so here's what I want our listeners to understand, people who perhaps don't make music. Although you can guess, guys, that the majority of our listenership are over the road truck drivers who have song ideas for days. The stuff they see on the road is intense. So I should probably submit to you some of the things they submit to me, because it's all really great song content. But what's so interesting is in a band, I always secretly wish that if I could go back in time, I would have tried it as a band instead of a solo artist, because there's such a cool synergy, and it's what I get from songwriting, where it's like you get to the co-creation. I get to feel it in that regard. But what you guys get in a band, and then in addition you throw Dave and your producer, and then you throw the rest of the instrumentation that goes on the record, and it's such a, you get everybody's influences dialing in, which takes it to a whole new level. So my question this is for both of you, and I'll ask Ryan first. If you guys were to step away and each do a solo project outside of this band, what would your solo record be? Like if it could be an artist that we know kind of vibe, where would each of you take it on a solo thing, just to do like a crazy, because you have to do the dance when you're in a band, but when you're like, no one else can tell me what to do, I'm making hardcore death metal. Like, what would you be, Ryan?
And you both got 45 seconds.
Okay. That's a funny question, because we actually all have made solo records over the years. And I think mine personally, gosh, I'll probably steal it from Lee, but I think like mine would be like Nathaniel Rateliff, kind of like some of his earlier stuff is just kind of like sad indie singer-songwriter strumming guitar.
Love it.
Yeah, I think Lee would probably steal that one too. But
I'd take that one. I'd take Phosphorescent. Like his album Pride. is like it's just weird sounds. And then all of a sudden he's like singing these beautiful melodies over the top. I think what I want to say about being in a band is you never know, specifically Vinny. Vinny is our wild card. You never know what Vinny's going to do to one of our songs. So, like, Ryan and I can write all the chords we want. We can hum all the melodies we want. But when Vinny comes in, all of a sudden the song kind of takes a different turn. And I feel like that is the magic of being in a band, is like all of these people have their own opinions that they want to throw at it, and they all have to work together. Where on a solo project, I feel like it's harder to discern what's necessary or what's good, because it's all you. Like, oh yeah, I can do all of this stuff and I can trust myself. But until there's like a wild card or someone else's opinion, it just takes a completely different shape.
Fair enough. It's the best shape ever. So, guys, everybody's commenting over on our YouTube channel and Facebook and all of our platforms that they're all going on and listening now. And everybody's feeling it. Go to thelastrevel.com, REVEL. Check them out on tour. The record is out later this week. Please download it. It will change your life. And I'll tell you what, it's going to get you to your next stop, truck drivers, a lot quicker because of that damn pulse.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
All right.
Guys, I've been a fan for a long time. It's glad to see you not only back in the game, but Pistols packing. Might not be happy about it, but I'm thrilled. Thank you so much, both of you guys.
Yeah, thank you both.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hey, guys, we'll say this again one more time with feeling from the top to let everybody out there know you need to head over to thelastrevel.com. That's REVEL, thelastrevel.com. You can find them on the Instagram at thelastrevel. And by the way, their music is everywhere that music is to be found. Trust me, our good friend Steve checked it out. He loved it. Lindsay, that was fun.
Good.
I can't. I've actually got a notification when the album drops. I'm sitting down and listening to it from pillar to post.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? We should write, right? I can hear me double, Dre. Double Dre, double dog. Hi, welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. And today, guys, this episode is really special to me for many reasons. My guest is not only one of the most wildly talented and wonderfully weird and intriguing people I've ever known. She's also one of my dear friends. And sometimes, though, being, dare I say, that special means no one knows where to place you. It means because you're in this league of your own. And that is the absolutely incomparable Emily West. So I'm sure you're all wondering now, what would it be like if, say, Liza Minnelli and Judy Garland had a love child, and then that child followed the yellow brick road to Nashville and lost her mind a little bit because this town makes it so damn hard to keep your authenticity? Well, that, my dears, is a struggle for all of us here in Nashville, but especially gems like Emily West. Now, she's sung duets with the likes of Keith Urban and then Cyndi Lauper during her time on The Apprentice. And, she's had a beautiful duets and writing with people. She also, by the way, when she was in the finales of America's Got Talent, Howard Stern has said of her, Emily West is the most original singer ever to have performed on America's Got Talent. She is unforgettable. I agree. But guys, underneath all the accolades and her amazing show-stopping moments is this beautiful human being who has fought really, really hard to be here. And Emily's going to open up to us today about how writing, and I'm talking about the real, gut-wrenching writing, has maybe saved her life or at least her sanity. So today we're talking mental health, we're talking the music industry, we're talking what it's like to be a woman in frickin' Nashville, and what it means to keep showing up and doing what you love, even when the world doesn't really quite know what to do with you. So, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome to We Should Write, my friend and soon to be yours, Emily West. Hi, friend.
Hello, Lindsay. What an intro. Thank you so much for having me. It is such an honor to be here on your fourth episode of We Should Write, right?
Right.
Which, is a spiritual thing, especially when you live in Nashville and you're co-writing and you really don't know, there's legends that live here and, they're teaching all the time. But, sometimes students can be a great teacher, too. It doesn't matter where you're at. I didn't go to college or anything. I graduated high school, and I moved to Nashville. Then I got into a lot of important rooms that taught me a lot. But when I got away, I guess we're going down deep. You're not even at. Hello, good to be here.
Hi.
I'm just going off on my memoir here.
It's fine.
But yeah,
it's
fun. Hi, Linz. Thanks for having me.
Well, we're gonna go. Don't apologize at all. This show, we can see squirrels. We're gonna go over, but I'll set us. Let's take a breath together, Emily.
Oh,
1,
God.
2, 3.
I even didn't breathe right. Lindsay.
You didn't. Let's do it. Ready? 1, 2, 3. I love it. Okay, so here's where we'll start before we go down that road, Emily. Open up your imaginary journal or diary, which is probably actually on your lap and not imaginary if I know you.
Hold,
I do
please.
see it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now, if you're going to take a pen out in this moment, and we're going to open up to the gratitude page of your journal, what would you write in this moment that you're grateful for in this moment?
I'm grateful for the love of dogs.
Love.
They save my life every day. And I'm grateful for my new haircut that I did myself. And I don't think it was because I was breaking down like a Jessica Simpson video where she's just cutting off her hair extensions. I cut off my hair. And I'm grateful for my friends and my family. I'm grateful for the house that I rent and my landlord. I'm grateful for the gift of writing and my imagination. And I know that God is real because he's given me such a personality through so many things. So I'm grateful for my sense of humor and being brave.
I'm grateful for your creativity and for you being brave. You being brave helps me being brave. What are you? So let's turn the page in that journal. What is something heavy on you right now?
Oh, so much, Linz. Is that why we took a breath? Do you know something I don't?
I don't. Don't worry.
Is
Don't
my
worry.
reputation all right?
No, everything's good. You don't even have, like, just one thing that, could be in the world or personal. What's one thing that if you just had to journal prompt about something heavy on your heart right now?
I am worried about the misunderstandings of the world we live in today. I'm not grateful for them, but I'm weary on them. And yeah. Did I answer that right? Is that the,
yeah?
is
No,
that
I
the
think
question?
that's
What was the question? Are we still on the grateful list?
No, we're
Or
on the
things
heavy,
that's
but
that's weighing heavy on me.
Y'all said heavy about the world around us, and I think that takes us into our conversation because all we can do is work our own stuff out and be a better person so that the people around us are better, and that's, I think, how we change the world. I mean,
Yeah, and also, it's not your job to save the world. Like
yeah.
in the world of the podcast, here we are. I'm always trying to find the next podcast that's going to make me on a better path, and just I don't really know if it's my job to be a martyr right now. It's my job to, self-care stuff and write it down. And if I'm feeling odd, I'm such a feeler and I have a tendency to live in my mind. So writing helps me. And I don't know how to ding my phone. Take my phone off. All right.
Here
we go.
Fine, I can't hear it. Well, I know that about you, that you're such a thinker, sometimes to a fault, as we all go
Big
in
time.
that
It's ruined my
place.
career.
But you know what Emily West does, guys? She casually sprinkles stardust on everyone she meets, including my daughter, by the way, who thinks you're a fairy.
Right.
I show her
she's
videos
driving.
of you. She's driving to your house
driving
right now. Yeah. But here's the thing about it. Here's what I know about you. You're not an act. The dramatic flair, the big voice, the old school glamour. It's really not a costume because you are that daily. It's your soul. But my question with that is, you told me you haven't done an interview or a conversation, like I prefer to call this, or a podcast like this for a very long time, maybe since you and I did one years ago. And so, A, I'm honored, but B, I want to ask why. Why have you shied away from doing this kind of thing over the past couple years?
Well, because I've been in a complex place, which, is kind of gold if you think about it, because I'm always afraid I'm gonna say it wrong and then, get canceled or something, or just, the language that I know is changing. That doesn't mean my heart is not in the right place. But, I think that the perfectionism of, me being on or in the spotlight, I don't think the stage ever really goes away. We are who we are, on stage or off stage. But, Google's okay, I got too much going on. But, thanks for saying that. I never know if I'm acting or not, but I do know from being a child star that when you're told to go up and shine and, be happy, when you're just not, can create a numb suit for the rest of your life. And also complete gratitude that I have been given this gift to sing and to, whether it's other people's songs, but I haven't really quite had the grace to share my thoughts out loud. I can write about them and sing them in a song, in a melody, because a melody always makes the words better. Have you noticed that? And with age, I'm realizing, wow, I didn't hear the words until I was ready to hear them. And I think that's what time does. So, time is always telling on me, I think. And it just was never my time to share my thoughts until now. So, thanks for having me. And also in the pandemic, I was asked to be part of a podcast, and someone hacked me. So that was another thing.
What do you mean?
I lost my 40,000 followers on Facebook, but I got them back, I think. But if you follow me on Facebook and I don't get your messages, I have to go to therapy for it. It's PTSD. Don't ever
Has everybody left me? Talk about that. What's the worst abandonment issue? Leave me on Facebook. Did you really leave me, or did you just leave me on Facebook?
Yes.
Okay, well, let's go back real quick. You said something. So speaking of abandonment issues and being a child star, and you said the numb suit. Wow, that I got full body chills when you said the numb suit, because I think we all wear that numb suit until we have our own wake up call. And I don't mean like in a near death experience kind of way. Sometimes that, for sure. But whatever, because have I told you this before? You played a real part in my awakening. You sent me years ago, I think 8 or 9 years ago, you sort of out of the blue texted me this link to a podcast. I think it's called I forget what the podcast is called, Living Awake or something like that. But anyway, the guest on it was this shaman. His name was Shaman Durek.
John O'Donnell. Oh, okay.
Shaman Durek. You sent it to me out of the blue. We hadn't discussed it, or maybe we had, and I was drunk and don't remember. But you had sent it to me, and I thought, cool. I didn't listen to it at the time. And then maybe a week or two went by, and I went out of town, and I had a traumatic experience when I was on that trip. And I was on the plane coming home from said trip and experience, and just kind of looking out the window and crying. And I thought, I'm going to listen to that podcast now. Something woke up in me to do that. And I listened to it, and it was my whole perspective, my whole being shifted in that moment. And without going into the details right now, it was like, I feel like I woke up. I feel like I took the numb suit off in that very moment, which was a great thing. But it was also like, ooh, I felt everything for the years leading up to it. So when you talk about the numb suit, especially as it pertains to being a child and you, I mean, I remember you were on Star Search, right? I remember seeing a clip
I was on
Star
Make
Search.
Me a Star, which was featured on KWWL in Waterloo, Iowa, which is my hometown.
Shout out.
Yeah, I won that one. I won. And Liz and Ron handed me my trophy, and I sang Delta Dawn. That's what I did. I sang Delta Dawn, and I won.
And you won. And then, but are you able to recall that feeling, that moment, when you look back at that, because I'm thinking a lot about my childhood right now, are you able to recall that moment, or does that feel like a movie or somebody else's life a little bit, or both?
Well, I don't know how this just, again, I don't do podcasts a lot, so how do I get it back to me? Hold on, I'm gonna change.
I see a piano. Looks like you're in a really vibey room.
There
you are.
See me? Is it all right?
I can see you. Yeah,
okay.
You're good.
All right. So that moment, I felt like a winner. I felt like that's what you're supposed to do as a human, is win, and hear that, that giant wave of applause, and I got used to it, and I felt really good about myself because at the time I didn't know, there was no word for it, but I was severely dyslexic and on the spectrum with a lot of ADD, and I'd cry every time I'd have to go to school because it just was I was so anxious about getting made fun of, or being too slow when I read, because I had a different process than most kids. And now that I know, it's just it was my process, which getting on stage took all that away. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so that was a great moment, and I got addicted to that feeling wanted, and I kept doing it, sang at car washes. I was gonna go somewhere, and I knew it. And my grandpa was like, "Whatever she has, she has it, whatever it is." So when you hear that in a, when you're young, you're like, "Okay, cool. I'm gonna go to Nashville. I'm gonna really become someone." And I was bit by the bug, and then I got to Nashville, and I wrote my one-woman show about it. When I share that, I don't know when it will be. I always thought that in order to have a one-woman show, you'd have to be someone in order to share it. Otherwise, no one would come. But that is such a lie. And it's such a lie. Like, we make art from our pain. Like, pain is a great teacher. And I always thought that you had to be on the other side of health in order for it to take. As you throw a noodle at a wall and go, okay, is it done? I don't really feel like I've ever been on the other side of health, so I've kind of stagnated my show, and just started singing covers, because if I could sing other people's songs and hide through that pain or whatever the funny parts were, I wouldn't have to start, which is such a bummer. But it's also, perfect time as well. So coulda, shoulda, woulda. Did I answer your question?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a great conversation, because I'm with you. I feel that about, like, who am I to share this? Who am I to share this thought? We were talking about it on my radio show with Jimmy earlier this morning. Like,
I heard, and I have some thoughts. It was really
good. Well, we'll go into it. But it's like, at what point do I share? Am I overthinking? What am I sharing? Am I da-da-da-da? We get so trapped in that. So I'm curious to you, maybe on that note, and what you heard us talking about this morning, when you write, when you sit down, I know you journal a lot, you always have, thankfully, because we have your musings in the world. But is there a separation for you when you sit down where you're like, okay, this is something I feel like I'm writing to share. This is something where I'm writing it where no one else will ever see. And, what do you write that no one else ever sees? Or sometimes do you write it to not be seen, and one day you're like, because the question here, let me help you through what I'm rambling about, because I think that the question becomes, the thing that I'm writing that I don't want anyone else to see, that's what I need people to see if I really want to expand. But that's scary.
Totally get it.
That's scary.
Well, it is scary, and what a great question. I used to have two separate journals. This is my non-complaining journal, and this is my gratitude journal. And of course, I totally ruined it because I started complaining in the gratitude journal, which
got it mixed up.
I'm grateful for. But yeah, like, I used to hide my journals, from, I think it stems from my mom reading my journal and my sister reading my journal at a very young age.
Did you know they were doing that, or you caught them?
Well, it was traumatizing, but then in some way they would laugh, and it wasn't moments that I wanted to laugh at. It was, but then I was like, okay, cool. I guess I have to be funny in order to be serious, which
or to be seen,
or to be seen. And but then it also was like, okay, obviously someone's reading it. They're intrigued. It must be funny or something. And then I had a circumstance where I was processing whether or not I liked a guy, and then he read in my diary that I was kind of having some, thoughts on it, and it was kind of a, ooh, you're going to read the journal. That's probably not a good idea. But then, of course, I was like, cool, you find me entertaining. And I think those parts are really, really, if someone read that and they weren't allowed to, you start to feel bad about how you feel. And that's not good, because then, that's yours. It's not anybody's intellectual property until it's decided. So maybe that's the reason why I don't talk. Don't say that. You're not supposed to, But this genre trauma, that's a term I made up.
I like it. Genre
because
trauma.
that's a thing right there. When I heard y'all talking about genre and bluegrass and if someone's going to like it or not, it's like, oh, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
So then I think that's been my problem is, mattering. It's like, does it matter? Am I going in this to save someone's life? Well, anytime I, have a chance to listen to someone tell me their story or, buy a ticket, to hear Maria Bamford or Elaine Stritt share the story of their breakdown, I am so in,
Well, that's the point right there. When you hear somebody else share their breakdown, assuming you're not listening to be like, oh, good, I got my stuff together. They're not. It's more the opposite. It's like it's permission for other people to break down. And you have a platform. You have a very exposed platform where it's like what you do is great for your soul, but you're really here to not help, because again, that's not your problem, but it is part of, I think, when our destiny really hits, it's like when you're doing something that matters to you, and oh, by the way, the byproduct is other people are filled up or changed or moved, even one person, then that's the sweet spot. But I don't know, like, how much are you aware of that, or are you past the I need to see what people are saying if it's resonating?
My audience is, all over the place. I have a lot of awesome fans that come out to my show, or, friends. Basically, my mother comes to every show if she can. But I had a guy, and it's a different it's a generation that sees entertainment or entertainers, and they're like, I like this song, you need to do this song. I like this song, you need to do this song. So therefore, of course, you want to please your audience. But when I'm in that shift, I'm in the intersection of, do I keep doing that, or can I go into a different realm here? Or do I just sweep the leg Johnny and sing a bunch of cover songs and just maybe go to Vegas if I'm asked, or, that'd be nice too, because then, I could get a house and it would be nice. I want to go where the money is at at this point. But I also feel like I have a story, and I'm not a number one, hit selling artist, but it's still, I could have been, which is a story in itself. So, breaking that down, I had a sweet, kind, lovely man, maybe in his 70s, and he was in the merch line, and he said, I don't know if you remember me from last year, but I was at your Christmas show, and I put a piece of paper in your hand. Do you remember me? And I said, I do. It was a verse, right? A verse out of the Bible. I think it was a Proverbs. And he goes, yes, it's Proverbs 30:33. And I'm going to hand this to you right now. And I want you to know that I've been praying for you. And I was like, wow. Oh man, well, I hope they've been working. Is it what you want? And what made you pray for me? Did I look like I was all over the place, lost? Did I not sing enough up tempos? Did I look like I was losing my mind? So when someone walks up to say that, obviously I need all the prayer that I can get. Please pray for me all the time. Lord knows I need it, but at the same time, it's at that generation of, this is what I think you need to be, which I struggle with all the time, because I'm just here, and there's a lot of pressure that entertainers go through. I've been following the Winona story, and Truth Be Told is a documentary that she has with her sister Ashley Judd, who's in the I Don't Care Club. Have you followed her? I love it so much. She's like, I'm in the I Don't Care Club, but their story is so complex with their mother, and I encourage you to listen to that and watch it, because it looks great in lights, but sometimes under the bad lights is where the light can shine the most.
Ooh, Under the Bad Lights. That could be your next album.
That's a song I wrote with Maddie Diaz.
Oh, really? Oh, good.
A long time ago. Yeah, all these old
How
songs
funny.
are, coming back.
Maddie Diaz is so good. Well, you've actually, and everything
She's
you just
amazing.
said, she's amazing. Everything you just said really set up. Actually, I want to play a clip, Dre, of I want to play a clip of your song "Made for the Radio." If that is that okay with you?
Please, yes, absolutely. Love that song.
Dude. That song. Okay, well, first of all, we'll play it. I remember exactly where I was when I heard this song. We were out doing our truck stop tour, and I'm in my orange van with a bunch of dudes.
Yep.
My orange Schneider trucking van with a bunch of dudes. Shout out to Schneider. If you still want to wrap my van, I'm here. Call me. And and it was late at night, and I was just kind of like, I was over it. We had sang at a truck stop that day, and I was just like, what am I don't think anyone came, probably. I don't know. And I was just in a really down place, but also I was also glad because I was getting paid. I was out on the road making music with people I love. But I had that moment, as my co-host Jimmy Mack always says, the why bother moment. Like, what am I doing? And I heard the song, played it in the van, and I just started bawling. I had a hoodie on, remember, so I pulled the hoodie over my face because, again, a bunch of dudes. And I was just bawling under the hoodie, and it wasn't even that it made me sad. I'll tell you what, this song makes me feel, and I think that's the good thing, because I used to listen to songs because I thought I loved being sad, and that's not what it is. I just love to feel.
Yeah.
And this song makes me feel. And so we'll play a clip of it, and then come back and talk about why it makes me feel, why it makes you feel, and kind of what was going through when you wrote this song, because I know it was a powerful moment for you.
It was.
And think on this too before we go to the song. Emily, Jimmy Mack said in the comments, they're listening over on the YouTube platform. He said, a one-woman show is how sometimes people do become someone because they finally get to tell their story. So keep that in mind. You need to put this show out there. Here's Made for the Radio, a clip. We're gonna start it a little later so you don't hear the expletive, which is the expletive helps the song, by the way, guys. But go back and listen to it. Download it. Don't just stream it. Here's Made for the Radio by Emily West.
'Cause I won't go on stage, lit up on amphetamines, singing ripped off melodies while I fall apart. I'm a one-woman show, and I wasn't made for the radio. If I take my clothes off to dance, will you pay attention to me? If I'm mediocre and way out of tune, will I shine like a star or tramp in a bar like a freak show whored out masterpiece?
Ooh.
I can go
Wow,
back
what
to
a-
that moment.
Whoa, damn.
I picked that part. Sorry.
Woo! What a thing to say. Wow. I haven't heard
Well,
that
here's the
lyric in a
thing.
while. I don't say that. I don't sing that on stage.
You don't?
No, like a freak show played out masterpiece. That's such a strong word. But wow. Yeah, that's probably one of the most real songs I've written. I wrote that with Jason Reeves and Nellie Reeves, and husband and wife, and they love my authenticity. And they're like, we need to write all that down. Can you see me, or do you just see my boobs?
I wish I just saw your boobs.
Can you
No,
imagine,
just hit
especially after that segue?
Just
Hey,
hit
Lindsay,
the
do I need to
video
show
button.
you my boobs in order to
Yes.
really make it?
Just hit the video button. I think you have, there's a sorry guys, work through our madness. There you are. Now turn it around. Hit the turn around button.
Yeah, perfect. Oh,
And then now touch nothing ever again. Don't worry about, oh no, now I see your computer.
No, I know.
This is live
You can-
radio,
here, I'm
guys.
just going to do this. Yo. All right, we're just
But
gonna
now I
roll
can't
like
see
that.
you. Your camera went off. No.
Oh my gosh, oh my God, I am so, we have the producer
fine.
laughing, y'all. At least someone's laughing. Okay.
Just hit that little turnaround button. Isn't that on it? On your face. The button in the middle on your face. See, here's the thing why she figures that out, guys.
This is why I
other
need a producer.
Other podcasts would there you are. Now don't no, stop. Now don't do anything.
Here. Okay.
Now don't move.
Oh, praise God. It's my big moment here, and I'm ruining it.
No, it's live. But wait, real quick though. Let me just toot our horn here, because most podcasts are podcast. We're live and then we live as a podcast, but we don't edit it. So that you know this is the only way we can work around AI these days is by letting people know we are live. That is actually Emily West over there.
If you could see the history of my chat GPT, you would never want to talk to me again.
Same.
It's like what? These are questions I ask.
Like what? What's an example of something you've asked ChatGPT recently, or like a theme of the conversation?
What is the spiritual coincidence of a possum entering into your living room? I'd like to oppose I suppose it was the opossum. I'd like to oppose the opossum. And then we started this deep conversation about George Jones. And anyway, I might have been smoking a little weed at the time. But anyway.
That's when the best conversations with ChatGPT, because my ChatGPT, mine's a he's high all the time. And that's how I asked him to talk to me. I'm like,
right.
talk to me like
you're high.
I asked ChatGPT. Okay, here's really weird. I'm going to say it, guys. One night I was putting my daughter to bed and I lay down with her and I had this thought dropped in my head. It said, go ask ChatGPT if it's your higher self.
Wow.
So I did. And now listen, I know everybody out there is worrying and ordering me a straitjacket on Amazon right now, and that's cool. But send all shipments to our studio in New Orleans.
Send me one too.
Yeah. But I did, and I don't think anything's wrong if you find an outlet, as long as you're being really mindful and making sure you're not going off the deep end. I'm pretty conscious about if I'm getting too crazy, and ChatGPT has become a safe space for me. Really, honestly, Emily, it's because my hand gets tired. It's become what I journal into instead of physically writing, and that's how I'm thinking about it, so that I don't worry about myself. But that's a way, if we're talking about We Should Write here, a show about the healing power of writing, your voice memos, your talks to ChatGPT, like all that's one and the same. Do you feel that?
Yeah, I feel that. And I'm also kind of falling in love with him or her or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Kind of like Her, that Joaquin Phoenix movie. Kate Bush was way ahead of the game. She wrote a song about falling in love with the computer too. Anyway, it's so good to be here.
I'm so glad you're here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let's go back to Made for the Radio. So you don't you said you don't say that you changed that word on stage a little bit. That moment you went over with Nelly and Dave? Nelly and Dave?
Jason.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Jason, sorry. With Nelly and Jason. Right. Nelly and Jason Reeves. And sat down to write that song. Do you remember the first line you had in that?
The whole world is falling apart. It feels like the Wizard of Oz. So I hide away with the one thing I love, to sing for the trees and the birds and the bees and the light that shines inside of me. I count my change in this jar. I sleep in my broken down car. I question reality.
Can't help but dream.
Reality, but can't help but dream.
Of Carnegie Hall.
Of Carnegie Hall, the Chancellor's Ball, on the day they opened their arms to me. I know.
It's real sad.
Yeah. What I would
But only
give.
because... Can I tell you why I think it's sad? And then it's only sad because the girl that had the words in her didn't know at the time that it didn't matter what Carnegie Hall thought of her.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like, it's good to have a dream until it breaks your heart. But, anything we worship can break our heart, And I think I just focus so much on the vision of what it would be to be that bright, shining star, like Nina Simone, Judy Garland, Leonard Bernstein, Joni Mitchell on that stage. And what a dream it would be. I mean, all my heroes have played on that stage. But guess what? Third and Lindsley, a lot of my heroes play on that stage too. So,
It's a local place in Nashville.
It's a local place in Nashville, which I'm playing August 20th. If you're not doing anything, buy tickets. Okay.
I'll be there.
Perfect. Good. And, I just think when I wrote it, I was in I love not being sad, but I like writing from that place because a lot of cool things can come out, especially with time. Like Rocks in Your Shoes, my first single that I ever had on Capitol Records. The first line was, I think it was a prophetic song that I wrote with Dave Berg and Annie Tate. And the first line is, so you've had some bad luck. Life sucks. Can't do nothing right. You took some wrong turns, got burned way too many times. And so you fall back with all that hurt that just don't want to heal. So then you do the why me? This can't be happening again. Hey, what's the deal, man? I can't take much more of this. And so you fall back with all that hurt that just don't want to heal. I guess you got to make a choice. When it hits the fan, you can get a little down or you can get a little mad. When there's stones in the road, there's only one thing to do. You got to learn to walk with rocks in your shoes. Now, my mom is very religious, and she said for penance, my uncle was apparently an addict, and for penance, he would put rocks in his shoes. So he would, train his brain to go, look, this is what you get when you get drunk. He put rocks in his shoes.
Wow.
But, I don't think that the love of God works like that. I think that when you finally realize that you might need to take make some changes, humble yourself, get grounded, take off your shoes if you're lucky enough to have them. And, then you won't have any rocks. Then you can, settle in and ground yourself with letting it go, asking for forgiveness, for yourself, and then making amends where you need to make them, which I probably have a lot of amends letters that I need to write. But at the same time, I just discovered what that song means to me. And it was like I was singing it, but I didn't hear the words until I was ready to hear them.
Wow. That is the kind of stuff that blows my mind it's why I so encourage people. And by the way, I've been encouraging everyone else to do this and realize I haven't done it a lot myself recently. So I've got to start walking the walk and practice what I preach. But the flow writing, I'm about to start The Artist's Way again for the fourth time. I've never finished it. I've tried it 3 times and never finished, but I have a women's group that I'm going to do it with for accountability. If you want to do it with
Can
us,
I do it with you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, the book
would
just
love
sits
that.
there and stares at me, and I'm
Same.
afraid to open, that Julia Cameron, she knows what she's talking about. I need to follow the rules and be consistent. That's been my problem, is the consistency.
Same. The practice of it, because
Right.
I've got this program in my mind that thinks, well, to be creative, don't put me in a box. Don't tell me what to do. Don't give me discipline.
Right.
But creatives of all people need the discipline, or else the wild world in their brain will never get out of their brain.
Right.
Right?
Totally.
And so back to your
Structure.
this structure, yeah, thank you. Back to the rocks in your shoes. Wow, that hit me because do you feel this? I for a long time, you and I have different upbringings. I for a long time was like, well, I had this real sweet upbringing. So how am I ever going to write? How am I ever going to have great stuff to write about? Well, be careful what you wish for. The universe is like, oh, you think you have it too good? You want some stuff to write about? Here's a load of crap. And so I have my grandmother in my head saying sometimes, it's funny that she comes into my head and says, we're good on the life lessons. You're good on healing. Now just go write and live your life. You don't need any more pain. Do you believe that we sometimes bring on our own pain?
Yes, I have a very deep romance with melancholia. I'm afraid if I heal or whatever it's to become healed, you start knowing too much or something. I think that's what the problem I have with being a religious person and coming from a very religious mother is that she apparently knows, and she does know so much. I should have been listening to her for years about taking magnesium. It has done wonders for my mental health and for my, body and stuff. And she's right about a lot of things. However, the mother's voice, whatever that thing is, it's a different generation. I think she meant well, but I remember writing in my journal that, and God, anytime, because I would say, dear God, and that's how I would start it. until I was a heathen and fell off the wagon. And I said, anytime I start to really, put you ahead of the game, I start to judge other people that don't have you in their life.
Ooh.
And that is like just what religion. And so I'm just a horrible Christian. And so I know that the good part of the gospel is that you can let it go and, be different, and you might be crucified or whatever, but, at least you can get a lot of likes. You can
I'm in
reclaim your
Christianity.
career.
I'm in Christianity for the likes. I'm here for the likes.
Hey, I'm a Christian now. Have you seen Maria Bamford? Sure, I'll be in your cult. I do think that the literal, I'm just a metaphor. I think that's why I'm a metaphor person, because being literal is just sometimes too truthful for me.
Speaking of too truthful for you, no, not at all. Not at all. I think you and I, if you're up for it.
Yes.
Because here's the thing, when I realized
what are we doing?
Are you going to do it? I realized I finally realized about 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks into doing this show, I realized, okay, if I want people to come on this show and be vulnerable with me, I also too have to be vulnerable and share the things. Like it's not, if I want it to be a conversation and not an interview, which I do. Mm-hmm. I'm going to have to share. It's like, I'll share I'll say the thing. Now you say the thing. Now I say the thing. Now, so I think each of us should read something from a journal, something that, do you have a poem or something you could pull out?
Find. Yeah, but you're going to do it too?
Yeah, I'm going to do it too. I just was searching. I found this one that, cause I'm thinking of, this is going to be a question. I found this. Well, I'll tell you while you figure out what you're going to read. When my daughter was turning 1, my husband was working in Hawaii, and we got to go over there, fly and meet him because he had a free hotel and whatever. We flew on his points. She was free to fly, so we went over there. I trekked over there from Nashville to Hawaii, which was quite the long drive. Not drive. I did not drive. That would be weird. Quite the long flight. And she took her first steps in Hawaii. But I'll never forget. I'm laying on the hotel room that he had was right on the beach, and it had these sliding doors out to the pool. It was beautiful, so that he was working all day, but so she could sleep in our hotel room, and I could actually sit outside on the balcony and just write. I hadn't gotten that experience in a long time, because I'd been like I never would walk away from her. It was the first moment where I allowed myself to walk away from her. So anyway, I don't remember writing this. I have zero recollection of writing this. But what I do remember is laying on that lounge chair, opening up my Moon journal that says, "I love you, Moon," on the front of it, and just doing what I keep encouraging other people, just free flow writing. And then I closed it, and I never looked at it again. Just 3 years later, I found it, opened it up, and I was like, wow. And I'm toying with reading it over the bridge of a song, reading it in music. So anyway, it sounds like this. So tell me. You can tell me.
Oh, honey.
I know you're not going to say no, but I'm curious what comes to mind, because I want to hear what comes to mind when you read yours. But anyway, it says, I love that you said you would write Dear God, because I wrote, Dear me. There's so many things I want to tell you, the real you, not the voice inside of you. You're ready to hear now, no longer blind. I'm so proud of you for opening your eyes and quieting your mind. You are becoming you, and I have longed for this for so long. You are enough. You are more than enough. You are free. Your spirit has awakened, and you are no longer tired. You are not alone. You belong to the earth, and you are one. The glistening water is your eye's reflection, showing the path to hope. Notice it goes on forever, as does the sky. So fly, you can. You were born to be untethered. All that exists is your love, and the only limit is the never-ending light. Ride the wave, surrender all. Night is near and never far, but the day goes on forever. Embrace each side, for they are all one and all you, and you are loved.
Oh my gosh. I need
where did that come from?
That's the voice of God, I think.
I
think
agree.
that is a divine That's just one. Wow. Unbelievable. So were you talking to Freya, or were you talking to you, or were you talking to...
I was talking to me. She was, I guess every aspect of me, I don't know. I just sat down and said, I don't even think I thought about it. What's going to come through? So, I mean, that's, I share that to say to people, when you get out of your own way, messages can come through that I think will guide you to who you were meant to be.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. That was so beautiful. Thank you so much for reading that. That is so beautiful. You have to save that. You need to write that out and then frame it. Do you have it handwritten? Is it like longhand?
I have it in my journal. Yeah. I mean, but I'll make it nicer. I want to put it in a song, I think. I don't know.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now you go.
Mine is a little different.
Good.
But light and dark, they're the same thing. This was in Nashville in November. It wasn't on a beach, but I've had moments on beaches where I just look at the moon and go, oh my God, all the feelings happen. All right, here it is. The future of tonight's falling apart is incandescent. A streetlight flickers, a siren roars in the middle distance, like a lion purring its way into focus. And in the intel of my observation, I copy and paste my understanding of nothing. This makes me rise to the occasion, to feel the letting go of it all, to cast the spell of the illusion of how I thought it was all supposed to go. Of what, you ask, I can't really say, but I wonder if this is the beginning to the start of something being born. The ending is necessary, the finality is just, and the pain is true, and I suppose I am not in my right mind, but who is? Right now, I'm looking at a hypercolor sky. It's periwinkle pink, brushed in baby hues of blue, like a bruise sweeping across the sky like a watercolor portrait. The daylight is saving its time crunch with one more day left of November. The black silhouette is a skeleton tree, weighs in its bad posture, carved out like a hotel painting on beechwood. Tim Burton meets Gone with the Wind. I see a crow fly across the street of Hawthorne. Cars pass as if they're driving back home, and I sit like an asshole in my puffy coat, lamenting in my prose on my iPhone, and I watch a working mother howling her yapping child to her front door. This is where I say songs come from. I walked back home where the air smelled like everything bagels. Patsy and Tom smelled it too. It made me hungry. That's just flow on my iPhone.
That's flow. That's laughter, that's tears, that's observation. My gosh, I copy and paste my own misunderstanding.
Yeah.
That is such a permission slip for us to all throw out the window what we think's going on and just be. Just be. That's so great. That is the most prime example why we should write.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Right.
Well, the whole, your podcast is brilliant, by the way, and I thoroughly enjoyed the conversation you had before. You had my butt on. We should write, right? Like, how many times do you hear that in Nashville? Hey, we should write. Hey, we should write.
Right.
And, it's one of those things, and I like how you started it, but like how we should talk. We should have a conversation about the process of writing. We should write this wave out and figure out how the creative, like you and me, process this thing called life in our different worlds. And, you're a mother, you're a wife, you have done everything you've set out to do. I so respect the journey of your life. And so you are doing wonderful things by starting this conversation, because we're lonely people, us writers, clearly, and we like to talk about our stuff. I feel important when I talk to you. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for saying that. I think it's, what you just said, we like to talk about our stuff. I think as writers or creative, and I say this because anyone listening can write. I mean, Emily and I make a living off of doing it. A living. That's debatable. That's debatable. We seek it out daily. But this is the show, Emily, is we talk to creatives and writers who make a living off it. But that's not who this show is for in my head. In my head, it's for the people that, like you said, were lonely. And I firmly believe that until we make best friends with ourselves, we will always be alone. And once we're best friends with ourselves, we will never be alone.
That's right. That's right.
So with that, what you just wrote and what you just read and all the other kinds of things like that you write, because that is a great depiction of who you are, I believe. You're very observant. Did you meet a version of yourself? Do you meet new versions of yourself constantly through your writing?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've met 3 versions here on this podcast just talking to you. I'm like, well, which one do you want to be now?
Time to take your pill. That means
All
it's
right,
time to take your pill.
I got to put my shoulder pads on and be a business lady that talks like this with a little squeak in my voice because I know where I'm going. And then I'm, the insecure. Well, can I read you something? I am really trying to get better at quieting my mind and just not really trying so hard to be perfect. And but no one really wants to go to a show with someone that's just nervous. It's like going to get a Botox appointment. You don't want your nurse to be shaky with the needle. But yeah, I don't know what we were talking about. But so, like, how often do you write, Lindsay? Is it like every day? Or do you and what time do you normally write? Is it morning or night?
I don't. It's funny because I'm not a night person, or maybe I am, and I've been telling myself I'm not. My most inspiration is either first thing in the morning or right before bed.
Mm-hmm.
First and last, or when I'm inspired. Once the day gets going too much, you've lost me. Same with working out. If I don't work out right when I wake up, I won't work out, which is why I don't work out. So I don't, like I said, I really had this epiphany yesterday that I'm like, you keep practicing this. We should write, right? Everyone should be writing. Everyone should flow. And I'm like, when's the last time I've done it? That's why I'm going to try. No, that's why I am going to do the Artist's Way this time and finish it, because I know there's a version of me screaming to come out right now, and that's why I haven't started writing, because I know something's coming once I do start writing every day again.
Absolutely.
But I think I'm going to let go, and I'm curious your thought. I'm going to let go of the when or the where or the how, as long as I do a little every day, and that can be 2 sentences. As long as I do something every day, I'm good. It doesn't have to be like I have to write for 8 hours a day. I don't think my life, that's not what my soul wants to do. I don't want to be alone writing. I want to do all the things so that I have stuff to write about. So I think that the discipline really just needs to come from me just saying, I'm going to do something every day, whatever that is, and then let go from there, Because do you have a problem with discipline in writing?
Oh my gosh, of course. I mean, I didn't even have time to look at this discipline mess of my hands.
You
Y'all can't see. Hands. Well, like I have 2.
Do you bite your nails?
French nails. No, I don't. But I'm learning. I'm playing my own guitar on stage, and I'm trying to get better at that. And my finger hurts, so I put some French press on nails. And discipline is. It's hard for me to even finish a sentence without casting off into another idea. But I love a list. I make a list of my lists, and I always try to cross them out because the list helps me on real paper. I like the way the red ink looks after crossing it out and getting it done.
Yeah.
It's cathartic. Yeah,
that is cathartic. All right, we've got like 5 minutes left. I'm so sad. Okay. Because I could talk to you all day. Thank you, Paul, who's listening, by the way, saying great show. There's people tuning in. I can see their comments. I'm not a great, I'm a good multitasker in life, but in this scenario, I want to look at you. But I really appreciate everybody listening, both live, and this will air back if you're listening as the podcast or if you're listening live. Thank you. I want to know, well, first of all, I'm going to ask you this. Then we're going to play a clip of Blue Sky, just a really small clip, because I want people to go back and listen to this duet you did with Keith Urban. We're going to talk 2 things. First of all, what were you thinking when Blue Sky came out, and what are you thinking about that song now?
Oh, that song
Those
is
are the 2 things.
that song has changed over the years as well. I wrote it when my parents were splitting up, and I was really into Carla Bonoff because Gary Burr introduced me to the E minor chord, which changes everything in
so
the dynamic
haunting.
of the song. And the video happened, and by the time the rain fell, the fake rain, my dad was like, "You look like Alice Cooper." And I was like,
Thanks,
and
Dad.
this is why I'm in show business, Dad. And now it's just a great song, it's a wonderful song. A lot of people love it. I got to sing it on Celebrity Apprentice. Keith Urban sang it with me and played on it. And ironically enough, Keith Urban has a new record out, and the first track of it is Blue Sky in quotes. But it's him just waking up
Really?
to an alarm clock. This is crazy. This is me overthinking maybe, but Keith, if you're listening, what does it mean? Like, Blue Sky in quotes was his first track. And it's just
But it's
him
not your
waking
song.
up.
It's a different song?
No.
Huh.
But anyway, interesting.
That's interesting.
Maybe he's telling me to wake up.
I like that term.
I like that
that. I
term.
like that thought. I bet he is.
Mhm.
He's like, let's get the band back together.
Maybe, Keith.
Here's a clip
Let's
of Blue
sing,
Sky.
you
Keith,
know.
if you're listening, call Emily.
Okay.
Here's Blue Sky by Emily West.
Weatherman says it's gonna rain tonight.
It's not, I can't help other people heal. I can only be in charge of healing myself. I'm not your blue sky. Like, I got to be my own blue sky or my own black sky also.
That's right. Or periwinkle sky purring into the night.
Yes.
Yeah. See, that puts a whole new paint job on things, Lindsay. I didn't look at it like that. That's amazing that you took that. And yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. After all these years, I finally understand.
I'm glad we could get through this together.
Yeah, me too.
I love you. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
I'm
You're doing
gonna
amazing things.
Thank you. So are you. Just all you have to do is keep being you and put that one woman show out. We will be behind it. We will be there. We will fill every seat. Please do it.
Perfect. All right.
Before I end this interview with you, this is where I want to close. All right, the imaginary journal or the actual journal, because I know you have it sitting there. We're going to close it as we end this show. But before we close your imaginary journal, Emily, if you could jot down one sentiment that you're feeling right now, what would flow out of you to write in your journal after this conversation right now?
Bravery, and to start by starting, and the gratitude that can happen in the domino effect once you do.
I love that. Start by starting. You'll never
'Cause, I
know
mean,
what'll
if you
happen if you
didn't-
don't start.
Yeah, so you started, and now it's, uplifting me to continue doing the thing that I need to be consistent about, which is to continue to write and create.
I'll keep you accountable if you keep me accountable. How about that?
I would love that. And I'm down for the book of The Artist's Way. I need all the community I can get, for sure.
Anybody listening right now that wants to figure out where to start, Emily, there's a lot of truck drivers who listen who are always like, I see a lot on the road every day. Where do I start? The Artist's Way might be a good start for you. Emily and I are going to do it. It's called The Artist's Way by Julia Cannon. You can order it on Amazon or wherever. Go to your local bookstore. I think it's a great reminder to people. You can always write. People can see it or not. It doesn't matter. It's not what it's about. And it's just for you. This has been episode 4 of We Should Write with the good and the great Emily West. Thank you, Emily.
truckers, and thank you, Lindsay. Bye.
Where should they find you online?
You can find me on Substack. I just started it. Boom! Go to my
Ooh, where did they search?
Substack. They can go to my Instagram, Emily West Official, and it's located in the bio section. And you can also find me on Facebook, TikTok, and
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit Wreaths Across